Hello, everybody, and welcome to St. Louis, Missouri. It is another year of Wildcat football, hopefully having Wildcat football sometime today. There is a thunderstorm moving through the area right now, and you can't see it there, but it looks like about 7 o'clock in the evening right now here in St. Louis. And I thought we were going to have the breakfast bowl here today, Gary, but we may not get started till this afternoon.
Yeah, we may be playing at 2 o'clock when it was regularly scheduled, so
Right.
It's not going to be hot, so we know that. So
Just looking at the radar, there are storms in the area, and storms, it's kind of an up and down battle till about 1 o'clock. So we're live, and we've got stuff going on. We're just going to talk about the season upcoming as a whole, and we'll get into our pregame when pregame is officially 30 minutes away, and we'll talk about today's game. But exciting for another year. It's been a while. Gary, what do you know?
it's been longer for you than it has been for me, if you recall.
It has, and it was funny because when I was prepping for the game this week, and I was looking at some stats, and I was like, I don't remember him having that many yards or this and that, and I go, oh yeah, I missed the last 3 games of the season last year as I was coaching junior high basketball at the time. So I gave up the junior high. I shouldn't say I gave up the junior high. I found a really good junior high coach who's also going to be my high school assistant, and excited about that this year, that I won't miss those games. I may miss a game or two here later in the season. Obviously, Chase, a senior at William Chrisman, maybe senior night, I'll be probably up there. But other than that, I will be around all year. And I believe, if my math is correct, I will hit Harrisonville broadcast number 200 on our first game of districts.
Oh, wow.
We're going to eke it there. Gary kept saying, well, you got to go till you have 200. You got to at least go till you have 200. Well, by my math calculations now, if you ask my wife, I'm not a very good mathematician. So, but 200 at the first week of districts, and it's been a fun run. But as we've talked in the past, or this last year, this will be my last year broadcasting Harrisonville sports, unless Jerry gives me a significant raise. Jerry's going to say, you're the one responsible for your own raise. But, no, just kidding. It more than anything, it boils down to life, I know that you actually want to be retired at some point, Gary. So,
yes, at some point in time I will be retired, of course.
You're actually not doing anything. Gary has 9 jobs right now, if anybody doesn't know that. But I also have a 7 and a 9-year-old that are getting older. I'm coaching Braxton football team this fall as well, and that's an experience. And it's going to be really weird for me week 4 when we play Warrensburg.
Well, we've already taken care of that. Jerry and I just talked about it. We decided to fire you week 4 and then rehire you on Monday. So
they said I was going to be in a 1-game suspension when the Warrensburg game comes up, obviously. I mean, this is year 3 of being a Tiger for the family, so it will be a little bit different feel with that game. And I don't want to make any of our sponsors mad. Lacey Dominic last year was giving me a hard time. She's like, hey, your Warrensburg colors are showing through.
yeah, you mentioned more Warrensburg, especially at different times.
But, I mean, my wife does work for the district. It is a really good district. Here's another fun one. My assistant coach for flag football this year is none other than Chris Cavanaugh, who is the head football coach at Warrensburg. So...
Yes, that does make things interesting, does it not?
Does it not? Yes, it does. So he may not talk to me that week. Oh, goodness, I want to choke myself up here.
You've always had several connections over to Warrensburg, obviously, with –
Yes, and in Coach Conley, I would imagine if I know Coach Conley, he's probably listening right now as he's breaking down game film from their game last night. They had a tough one against Capital City, and they ended up getting beat by 2 touchdowns, I think, last night. So,
and I was listening to the ball game as I was trying to go to sleep and stuff. And what name did I hear again? The same name that I heard back in, I think, 1980, and that's the Munsterman name. It's still playing over in Warrensburg.
The Munstermans, yes, there is a Ryan would be the last of the Munstermans. So that one, and then there's some other names I heard in there, Westfall and some others that are synonymous with the Warrensburg area. So Anyway, enough about Warrensburg. We're having a Harrisonville broadcast, Gary.
Yes, we are.
So if you're listening to us and you're like, what are they rambling on about right now? We are in a weather delay here from St. Louis. We were supposed to kick off originally at 2, but as everybody knows, a lot of the games got messed up this week, and we got pushed back to 10 o'clock in the morning. I think they were trying to beat the heat and to do it this morning. Well, they were beating the heat, and now we got thunderstorms, so we may end up kicking off around 1 or 2 the way we originally were going to. So that'll be interesting. And, we talked a little bit, Gary, on the way over here just about how much will we know about all these high school teams after this week, because it ended up being a really unique week for the first week of the football season. And not just with a lot of the games last night being at 8 o'clock, us having to come over a night before and stay in a hotel and get up extra early and be on the field at 8 a.m. to start warming up. But what about your practices? A lot of teams practiced indoors all week. A lot of teams practiced at 9 o'clock at night. It was an interesting week. So you know what? We're humans. We're all creatures of habit. And when you mess up your habitat, sometimes it can mess you up for a little bit.
And coaches are the ones that hate it the most, obviously. You talk about homecoming and senior night, and you're right. We are creatures of habit. We get used to, on practices, Monday is a certain practice. Tuesday and Wednesday are certain practices. Thursday is a practice, and then Friday's the game. Well, this week is totally off. And obviously then they traveled over yesterday. And did they get any practice in? I mean, I forgot to ask Coach if they got any practice in or walkthroughs yesterday like they normally would on a Thursday for a Friday night game. So anyway, it is going to be an interesting final to the week of the first week of high school football. And looking forward, but I'm looking forward to the season here. I think we've got a lot of young talent, a lot of good talent, and I'm excited to see what we're going to be able to put on the field.
Well, yeah, and we'll talk about this game a little bit later with the matchups. A lot of talent on both sides that are young or not seniors. You look at the Harrisonville side. I think they go as Nate Reynolds goes. He's a special player. His brother was a special player. Nate, being the youngest, is the last of those. No disrespect to Jace if Jace is listening, because he was a great player. But Nate, I think, is probably the best of that group of the 3 Reynolds boys. And he reminds me a lot of a special player we had in 2016, Morgan Salamayan.
Right.
He could play defense, he could play offense, he could kick, he could do whatever. And those are those kids that can take over a football game, and it'll be interesting to see how they utilize him this year and how they utilize the offense to make sure he can go as he wants to go and not 9 and 10 guys in the box a few years ago is what we saw with Jace every game.
Yeah, and I really think, you talk about Nate's capabilities this year and compared to his younger or older brothers, and a lot of it, he's been tuned in to football for many years. He's been able to watch his brothers. And so, therefore, that's what helps him make a better player. I mean, you're in tune to the game, and especially you're always watching your brothers. They play the same positions. And so he has learned so much from his younger brothers, and when he wasn't even playing. So he's got a lot of talent, just like his older brothers do. So as it starts to rain here, is it lightning just a second ago? So you can set your watch. It's going to be at least another 30 minutes, and it'll always be 30 minutes until there's no more lightning. So when you said it may be 2 o'clock, it could very possibly be 2 o'clock before we get
there is a solid front getting ready to move through that shows that it may move through for a couple hours. So that being said, it could be a long morning for us here up in the press box, but we wanted to go live. We kind of wanted to let you guys know. We obviously, being in St. Louis and a 10 o'clock in the morning game, we got a probably pretty hefty listening audience and watching audience back home in Harrisonville, and several already on, seeing what was going on. So we're going to thank some of our great sponsors right now. We're going to thank some of our, well, maybe not. Jerry's looking at me like, what are you talking about?
We can run through the sponsors. I just was working on something.
Okay, well, we can stay right here with it for a few minutes. You just let us know when you're ready to roll, and we'll go to that.
We have no problem having to fill time, Chad. I mean, you have no problem in having
What
to fill
What are
fill
you
time.
trying to tell me, Gary Davidson? When we talk about filling time, let's go and look at the high school scoreboard from last night and really see how things turned out in how it ended up turning out last night. So I am going to roll through the scoreboard here, see if they can go. Braxton has it up from last night. So good thing we got Braxton with this. So our opponent next week, Maryville, they got beat last night 41-14 to Blair Oaks. So rough start. Blair Oaks, a traditional Power 2. So is Maryville. Old foe from the MRVC West, who's now in the Suburban Conference, Excelsior Springs, got beat 42-20 by Belton. Pleasant Hill handled Boonville 45-6. So, a lot of people I think thought Pleasant Hill would maybe have a little bit more of a down year. They graduated, I think, like 27 seniors last year, but looks like they're continuing to roll as well. Warrensburg got beat 41-29 to Capital City. As we roll through and look at some more, Butler beat Clinton 40-20. Now, Clinton was up 12-8 at halftime of that game. It looks like they fizzled out a little bit in the second half and got beat. Looking through some more scores here. Park Hill beat Battle 52-6. I figured would be a pretty close game. East Buchanan, who won the state title, is still rolling. 44-8 they won. Grain Valley ended up coming back in that game, beating Fort Osage in a non-defensive battle, 46-42.
Oh, wow.
Grandview beat William Crispin 35-0.
Last year, Green Valley only had 2 losses, and they were both to Fort Osage.
So Jerry informed us 2 losses last year for Grain Valley, both to Fort Osage. Of course, we got our game coming up here a little bit later. Lafayette County beat Penny 34-0. Oak Grove, another conference foe. Be interesting to see how Oak Grove is this year. Obviously, you got a connection there. And Nick Spencer had to be a proud papa last night.
Oh, yeah. He had 3 touchdowns and over 100 yards. One of them was a 62-yard touchdown, so he probably had close to 150 yards. I don't know how many carries he had, but they're still running the same offense.
So, yeah.
But they ran the ball very well last night.
So, Noah Spencer with 3 touchdowns for Oak Grove last night. Lincoln thumped old friend alert. Coach, why did I just have a brain fart? He's at Lone Jack now. It was
Coach Pyle.
Pyle, there you go. Coach Pyle had a rough one last night, 58-7. Lincoln beat Lone Jack. Platte County beat Kearney 21-18. That was another good game. Rockhurst thumped Ray Peck 31-0. Holden beat Sherwood 55-14. Smithville 37-0 over Raytown. Odessa came back. They were down big in that game. What did I tell you? It was like 34-14 at one point. They end up winning that game 56-46. Not a whole lot of defense in that contest. Center ends up winning St. Joe Lafayette 20-7. Now, this is a game we just talked about, Gary. What did this week do to teams and preparation and stuff? Center with a new coach, first-year coach. Coach DeLong had stepped down. Did a great job there for years. He had built that program up from the ruins from several years ago. Played a St. Joe Lafayette team with a first-year coach that didn't win a game last year. Lafayette didn't. You would have expected Center to maybe run away with that one, but it was a 20-7 contest. So, again, how do you read into that? Is Center going to be down this year because, well, they struggled with a 0-win team from last year? Or was this just one of those anomalies because it was a weird, odd week?
Right. Yeah, I totally agree.
So, St. Michael beat Summit Christian, one of our opponents later in the season. And that game, as a matter of fact, which is funny, was played in Harrisonville last night. 45-19.
Did not know that.
Yes. So apparently, I don't know what. So I think Summit Christian has a field, but I don't know if they're redoing it or maybe they got turf or something. But I actually know their play-by-play person, Joe Van Amberg. He went to school with my sister, a couple of years younger, when we lived in Weston. He was a graduate of West Platte. And he now does all their games similar to what we do with 4Ts. And I saw that he commented, somebody was like, why the change of venue? And he said, stadium not quite ready. So I don't know if they are building the stadium or they maybe put a press box and put facilities in. Because you remember last year that was supposed to be a game at Summit Christian, and it ended up being at Harrisonville. And now this year their first game got pushed back, and they played at Harrisonville. And if you remember during COVID, all these things coming back during COVID, Summit Christian played in Harrisonville until they passed the rule that nobody could use district facilities, because it was outside and COVID was all over the bleachers. Sorry, I had to say it.
Somebody needed to, right?
Right. So might as well be me. But nevertheless, they were playing their games in Harrisonville because Cass County did not have the restrictions that Jackson County had. So they're not unfamiliar, I should say, with Harrisonville and playing there. So they got beat last night 45-19. See, you talked about filling time, man. I gave you like a 5-minute story. Staley, who was coached and started, their program was started by the guy on the other sidelines here today, Coach Fred Bouchard. Everybody from Harrisonville knows that name. Went to 5 straight state title games in Harrisonville. Won a state championship at Staley. Staley gets beat last night by Blue Springs 30-20. And that'll be interesting to watch those two schools. Staley is now removed from, their 15-year school now. They're removed from the Fred Bouchard era and then the Coach Light era. Coach Light won a state title there as well. Are they so far removed that they're going to just be middle of the pack now in Class 5, Class 6 in the Kansas City area? And one of the things to watch, and we'll get to the score of it in a minute, and I'll tailor it back into Staley. Tipton beat Crestridge, which I got a couple of my basketball boys that play for Crestridge as we co-op with Crestridge. They got beat 52-7, and that was one of my good friends, Coach Jeremiah Baruxton's first game as Crestridge head coach. He's going to do good things at Crestridge. You got to give him a little bit of time. He's going to build that program up. It's his first head coaching job, and he's really going to do some fun things over there. All the kids really love him already, just in talking to him. Van Horn beat TDW Prep Academy 13-0. No idea where that is. Polo beat my old alma mater, West Platte 29-0, and Adrian beat Windsor 35-8. Now I did not see the score I was looking for that was going to talk back to Staley. So when Staley opened, it coincided with the downward spiral of St. Pius. If you remember in the Northland, and you know this from your days being in the West Central Conference, as Jerry's over here, St. Pius was
a powerhouse. Pat Cashmore, or I think it was his name. He was that running back. We beat them in the semifinals in 07, 03. No, well, we played them in 07, but there was a semifinal game that they beat in overtime, I believe, to get to one of their state championships at St. Pius. And after Staley opened, St. Pius slowly started going down. Well, what I think happened was a lot of the people that went to St. Pius were in that Liberty over to North Kansas City area, and they were going to St. Pius instead of going to one of the North Kansas City schools. What I think you saw happen was now we're filtering back, and they've done a lot of different things to where they've got a new facility up there, new field, a lot of new facilities on the campus, to where now they're starting to get all those kids back from those areas. It's kind of evening out.
It's evening out, and I think another thing is if you look at Liberty and Liberty North, they're two of the 5 biggest schools in the state of Missouri. Well, some parents are probably like, I don't want my kid to be one of 2,800. I'd rather my kid be one of maybe 300 or one of 650. And then St. Pius won last night 54-6 over Pembroke Hill. So I think you're going to start seeing that Pius is going up. They had a 1-loss season last year or 2-loss season.
Rebuild is awesome.
Yeah, with the facilities and all that, and with those schools now getting so big up in North Kansas City, those parents don't want their kids going with 2,000. Now we got Tucker here. I wish we had headphones on Tucker. I'd ask him. He probably would rather go to a school, a Harrisonville size where you got 1,000, maybe 1,200, not a school which Harrisonville I think's lost a little enrollment, and I think they're down in the 800s now. But instead of having 2,000, I mean, to give you an idea of how many people go to Liberty North, last spring I saw a tweet, and the Liberty North track people, they had 297 kids on the first day of track.
Oh, wow.
297. Hey, I have 153 K-12.
Hey, and for
twice.
For those that are tuned in, I think there's about 35 of you. We are on a rain delay. I know it's almost 10 o'clock. The game was supposed to kick off in about 3.5 minutes. If you look at the scoreboard, it still says 30 minutes on it. And we'll be under the rain delay until the lightning stops. And just recently I saw some more lightning. So you can keep checking back in and look at the scoreboard. It'll tell you when it starts the countdown. And when it starts the countdown is when we'll actually be starting our pregame for this game. We've just kind of been trying to fill in and talk a little bit about football in the past and a little bit in the future. But we're going to have our pregame show coming up whenever the storm finally gets through, because we're under a thunderstorm warning right now. And lots of rain and some lightning to go along with it.
So another thing we really haven't talked about yet, how about district assignments came out yesterday, and a lot of different looks at the classifications. There are now 42 teams, I believe, in Class 6 instead of the 32, and there can only be a maximum of 42 in Class 1. So 2, 3, 4, and 5
have to mix up the rest.
Yes. So it was really odd. I went and looked at I didn't know that about Class 1, and I went and looked at Class 1. Class 1 has 4 districts with like 5 and 6 teams. It was so weird and bizarre. And I mean, and they're the smaller schools of Class 1. I mean, you hear the names. They're not 8-man. They're obviously Class 1. So I'll be interested to see if it becomes the standard, or if they try it this year and like, okay, that was stupid. I don't – it's hard when you talk about it, because I don't know if you don't want more classes. Me as a small school basketball coach, I will tell you this. There is a huge variance in basketball between Class 1, higher Class 1 teams and lower Class 1 teams. There's a group of about 40 schools in Class 1 basketball that have anywhere between 25 and 60 kids. And then there's a big group that has anywhere between 60 up to like 120. Well, that's a huge variance at a Class 1 level. When you have twice as many kids you can choose from 120 to 60, that makes a big difference. But I don't know what the answer is, because, Gary, as you know, what do I not?
It didn't take long for you to get this out, did it? And it happens at right up, almost straight up 10 o'clock, so everybody's going to be listening right now.
I don't like participation trophies, and I feel like we don't want to get to a situation. We've got 6 classifications now plus 8-man, so you have 7 state titles. But now, are you watering down a state championship? Well, when you only have 34 schools you got to beat, as opposed to 64, doesn't mean as much. And I'm not saying that because obviously those teams are good and they go through the same things, but does it mean as much? And then you don't want to start dividing more. Next thing you know, you have 8 or 9 classes, and I don't like that either.
I know you said you don't like that, but I tell you what, the way I look at it, to make it more, when I say competitive, but make it more even throughout the competitive area, I do like the addition of maybe, and they need to go ahead and do it, and don't just add 1 this year or next year and then add 1. They need to go ahead and split it out. Maybe go to 8 classes rather than 6, and that way they can grow into those classes and do like they were initially with Class 6 and Class 1, where you had not that many in there, because we've grown, and you want to be able to have that competition, and you want the competition to be even. You don't want to see people getting into districts and having blowouts 50-0, and that's where some of those times the way you played your season may not necessarily be the way you're going to be competitive in the playoffs.
Well, you're right. I mean, look at Harrisonville. Harrisonville's playing a Class 5 powerhouse today. You look at these teams. Webb City, they are the same way. Webb City, for years, they were in Class 4. They've bumped up to Class 5. They haven't missed a beat. And, maybe you go back to the old way of doing things where you had 4 teams in your district. You basically played a round robin the last 3 weeks of the season, and the team with the best record moves on, and then you have your playoffs. Because we talked about it. I remember distinctly Harrisonville played KC East at home, and I don't remember what year that was. P.J. Patton hurt his knee in like the first quarter of that game and then was out. And he was a key cog on that team, and it was a game that neither team was benefiting from. The East kids were not benefiting from coming down and getting thumped by Harrisonville, and Harrisonville wasn't benefiting by playing a quarter and a half with their starters and then their freshmen in there for 2/3 of the game.
Yeah, that would have been in 12 or 13. So, I do think at some point in time they're going to have to make a decision and potentially expand. And I hope that they don't try to expand only one. I hope they expand a couple of classes. That way they can grow into those classes again, like they did whenever it was just started at 6.
Yeah, and I mean, there's no right way or wrong way to do it. But again, we talk about it and having that. I've said there's 170 teams in like Class 1 basketball because everybody has basketball. Because guess what? It only takes 5 players to have a team. Because Lord knows, Coach Kramer knows, because I had 6 on my whole squad last year, and I played 10 games with 5. So it can be done. But when you have 6 kids as opposed to 12 kids, then you get the lopsided losses. And we took some drubbings last year by the hands of several teams by 40 and 50. Now, that being said, I also got some notes in my brain from a couple of those teams that gave me drubbings that still had starters in when I had 4 kids or 3 kids on the floor.
Right.
That's all to say about that. I did get a text message from Coach Conley, and he goes, "You are correct, sir."
So he's going through his game film while he's listening to us. Good.
Going through his game film, listening to us, and he's probably excited. He was like, "Man, I was going to eat some breakfast, and I was going to watch some football, and I was going to break down some film, and now he's got to wait, and it may be 2 o'clock before we kick off." But we're having fun here. We're talking about things. Well, Braxton showed me the radar just a second ago, and it said thunderstorms likely till 1 p.m., so it could be a long morning. But Jerry kicks royal booty over here, and he's working on some stuff for us. I believe he's got the weather delay up, but I think he's working on maybe even getting us some old footage from one of the old games here in a little bit. He's working on it now, and we may get to that in a little bit. But I've already told him to do like 10 other things, so he's back there trying to do all of those, and I think he's going to say, "Okay, Chad, I'm going to slap you here in a few minutes."
Well, the beauty of it is it's going to be if he's able to accomplish it, he's going to bring up some old footage between Harrisonville and MICDS, which has always been a competitive. Whenever we've played them, they've always given us, and it's usually been
in the state
championship.
Game.
Okay,
so and I believe I'll have to go back and look. I think it's 2-2 in state championship games. They beat us in 1983. Coach Donahoe was the quarterback for Harrisonville. Maybe 85. 83, 85. It was around.
It was 3 because it was 20
Okay.
years.
So 83. And then they beat us in double overtime. And if you want, maybe we can go find Coach Bouchard and have him come up and talk about that game. But because he probably won't talk about it.
Probably not.
That is a game that's still
2005. You keep talking.
That is a game that probably still haunts him to this day. They were up, I believe they were up at half, but it was going to be 28, and they gave up a punt or kick return for a touchdown right before half.
Punt fumble.
Yes,
They
okay.
scored on.
So that he talks about all the time about that, how that he would have done a couple things different in that game, and then Harrisonville handed them 2 losses, and we got it back even in the state title games. But then it's a good competition.
And I was at that game, and when it got to the second overtime, he left it. If you ask him, he left it up to the I say kids, the young men on the field. Did they want to do something different to try to go ahead and win the ball game after they score that touchdown? If I'm not correct, Jerry, because you were there on the field.
I remember something about that, but not exactly.
But I think, at that point in time, and emotions take over. Sometimes emotions as a player is maybe a little bit different than the actual sense that you should probably do from a coaching standpoint. They had played a wonderful game. I mean, so had MICDS. And it came down to, the decision that I think the players wanted to do, and I would never question that after the ball game. But they wanted to win a ball game. I mean, they had been there, and they had a great team, great season all year. So,
and it fueled a three-peat after that. So
yes. And the thing about it is that probably catapulted them into that three-peat.
Yes, absolutely. And you want to talk. You go back and you want to talk about Fred and his state title run with Harrisonville. He went to that one. So then you had he went to Staley, and of course I don't know how many people were at that game. Everybody will tell you they were at the game. Staley played Lee Summit West, and if you remember the talent that was on the field between those two teams, Trent Hosick was the quarterback for Staley. Evan Bame played for and the 05 game is up there on the screen right now. And you talk about the talent. Harrison, either Monte or Shaq Harrison was on that team, which now plays. Braxton would be able to fill me in on that. Which Harrison plays in the NBA now? Shaq or Monty? Played for the Suns?
Monty.
Okay, Monty Harrison. He was on that team, like just top to bottom. I mean, we D1 kids all over. There was a kid that was a tight end. I can't remember his name, and he went to Stanford. 76-70 final score in that game. And I remember double overtime. We were standing in the end zone that they were basically playing in all of the overtimes.
Yeah, you were down there with Ron, and I was up with the young kids, obviously, at that point in time.
Well, and I was down there with Ron, and what I was going to tailor all this into with MICDS and stuff. Second overtime, Lee Summit West scores. They kicked the extra point. 2 plays later, Staley scores. They soon as they lined up for the extra point, they lined up to go for 2. And Coach Bame from he was like timeout. And so we're like, I go that's textbook Fred. He's going to go for 2 in double overtime, and he ended up lining back up to go for 2, and then he called the timeout, saw their alignment, and decided to kick, and it ended up going 4 overtimes before they finally won, and we were in the end zone. Morgan Stewart, the running back, scored that winning, and he went to Mizzou as well, and he scored the winning touchdown there. And we were sitting down there with Coach Hamner, who was an assistant in Harrisonville. He went up north somewhere, and he wasn't on that coaching staff, but he was in that end zone. He knew all those kids because he'd worked with Coach Bouchard. He went out there, gave Morgan a big hug. Well, fast forward to last year, middle of the season, Coach Hamner was the defense coordinator here last year, got hurt really bad in a car accident, didn't get to finish the season, and I believe may have had to have a leg amputated, and Jerry may know that, and I don't know, and he's doing better now, Coach Hamner.
I haven't seen anything lately.
And haven't seen it, but hopefully he's continuing to get better, and that he can come back and help coaching and getting all his stuff taken care of. So kind of goes full circle. He was at Harrisonville during that 5 straight state title run, and then he was on the sidelines when we were sitting there watching that game, and then he was over here with Coach Bouchard last year, and just just fun to, you go back and think about it, and, you see it playing up there on the screen. And just an awesome deal to see these two being able to play each other and see how things will go. And at the end of the season, both teams are probably going to look back on this game as maybe, if they go deep run, they'll be like, well, this is why we play the tough games early.
Oh, well, absolutely. Harrisonville has always done that. I mean, a lot of that started with Bouchard when he was at Harrisonville. You always play the better teams because playing better teams, as long as you don't get blown out, as long as you're competitive in those games, that's where you learn. You can lose games, that's fine. A lot of times I always said you probably win or you probably learn more on a loss than you do sometimes on a win, especially a blowout win. And so I think that's been the mindset of Harrisonville. You play the better teams at the beginning, get yourself, and especially now since it's not based on record, I mean, you're always going into that 10th game. You've always got an opportunity to get into the playoffs. If you've played better teams throughout the season, you are going to be able to play better because you've played better competition.
Why, Gary?
I don't know why, Chad.
Because you don't win trophies in September and October. You win them in November. And we've talked about it. You look at the 2016 state championship run for Harrisonville. They were 3-3 at one point and got completely dismantled by a Platte County team, 49-0. And then later in the season, when we they played Kearney twice, and Kearney obliterated Platte County twice. So when we got to that state championship game, a lot of people did not give Harrisonville any chance in that game.
And we had already beat Webb City right before this Kearney game.
And I think but the old adage was, well, Webb City's down this year. It wasn't the Webb City.
Right.
And they played Parkway North from St. Louis area. They had the kid that ended up going to Oklahoma as a defensive lineman. And nevertheless, Harrisonville dominated Kearney that day. And what's funny, go back to now the head coach for Kearney that year, Greg Jones, ended up going to Liberty North. He was at Oregon last year as an assistant coach. And a lot of people are like, how did he get to Oregon to be assistant coach? Well, Oregon's head coach is Dan Lanning, who went to Richmond High School, and William Jewell, who was, I believe, was he on the same team with Travis at William Jewell. So, it's kind of funny, like those full circle life moments. Well, Greg Jones is back in the area now. He is the defensive coordinator at UCM. So I ran into him. I think he might have known who I was. I don't know if I still think he's a little bit bitter about that 2016 game because he was just like, got the head nod. He was probably like, I know that guy. I don't want to talk to him right now.
But I'm proud of you, Chad. In about 40 to 45 minutes, you got your two main topics out already this season.
What's that?
Well, obviously one we just mentioned about not August and not September, but in November.
Yeah.
And the other one is
participation.
In 45 minutes, you got both of them out.
Hey, 3 really. Yeah, we hit COVID too.
Oh, we hit COVID. That's right. That. Oh, yeah, you hit that pretty much head on, didn't
you? So, my son is sitting over here clapping for me. No, it's been a fun time. I think we're going to take a quick break. We're going to maybe go through sponsors, whatever Jerry's going to do back there. I actually do need to take a breather. I've been talking nonstop for 45 minutes.
And what did I tell you? I said you can easily fill the air as much as you want to do, Chad, and I knew that was going to be not a problem for you.
So we'll take a timeout. We'll be back with more. We're in a current weather delay in St. Louis. MICDS in Harrisonville coming your way sometime this afternoon.
Church in DeWitt is one of the world leaders in household and personal care products, and we want you to join our team in Harrisonville. You'll get the chance to work with winning brands that consumers love. We offer starting salaries ranging from $20.50 to $39 per hour, depending on experience. A signing bonus of $2,500. Comprehensive benefits, paid time off, and every other weekend is a 3-day weekend. To apply, go to churchdewhite.com and click on Careers.
Ready to upgrade your patio for those football watch parties? Call Ethan Young with 2-3 Construction Services to get started today. He can create a fun patio area complete with a fire pit in case it gets a bit chilly for one of those Wildcat or Chiefs fall nights. If a new driveway or floor for the shop is part of your upgrade, he will help you there as well. Call Ethan today at 816-533-2119 and 2-3 Construction Services to work for you.
It always seems to happen. We buy new tires and a week later we run over now. Not a problem when you have purchased your tires at Young's Tire and Wheel Center. You get the free flat repair for the life of your tires. On a budget, Young's has the best selection of new and used tires to save a little extra money. When the time comes for new tires, stop at the shop 4T's Trust to keep them rolling down the highway. Young's Tire and Wheel Center on South Commercial in Harrisonville.
You have choices when buying a vehicle. Show Me Auto Mall is your right choice. Getting you financed with even less than perfect credit because everyone needs a reliable vehicle at an affordable price. Need service? Take a loaner while you wait. With a broad selection, you will find a vehicle that is right for you. Show Me Auto Mall is here to make buying a vehicle hassle-free. Go see the crew at Show Me today on 291 across from Walmart.
It always seems to happen. We buy new tires and a week later we run over now. Not a problem when you have purchased your tires at Young's Tire and Wheel Center. You get the free flat repair for the life of your tires. On a budget, Young's has the best selection of new and used tires to save a little extra money. When the time comes for new tires, stop at the shop 4T's Trust to keep them rolling down the highway. Young's Tire and Wheel Center on South Commercial in Harrisonville.
Everyone needs an advocate in the insurance world. Let Lacey Domnick of Shelter Insurance be an advocate for you. With free policy review and quotes, she aims to help you weigh your options. With auto, home, life, and business insurance, Lacey wants you to have a positive and friendly experience. A former Wildcat herself, it is important for Lacey to support the community and Wildcats. Call today to set up an appointment at 816-380-2700 with Lacey.
What is one of your most precious commodities? Time. With sports, family, work, and school, time is precious. So why drive hours and waste time to save $20? Shop local and buy your home appliances at Troby's Maytag Home Appliance Center right here in Harrisonville. They deliver, service, issues that arise, all while you're putting money right back into the community. Stop wasting time and think Troby's first when you think of home appliances on Plaza Drive, right behind Hawthorne Bank.
When you're searching for insurance, call an agent in town that can protect you. Call CPSK for auto, life, renter's boat, ATV, or any other weekend toy you want covered. CPSK Insurance is an auto owner's affiliate, so call and talk to Summer, Randy, Amanda, or Chandra. They can give you a quote and get you covered quickly and easily. Business coverage is available as well. Call them today at 816-380-3800 or visit them online at www.cpskinsurance.com and let your local agents go to work for you.
Everyone needs a little kickstart at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so head to Sonic of Harrisonville and kick away the afternoon fog. Grab an ice-cold drink full of caffeine and kickstart your afternoon and evening. The best part, 2 to 4 is happy hour, and drinks are half price. Grab an afternoon snack of cheesy bites or jalapeno poppers, or order on the app for happy hour anytime. Sonic Happy Hour, where you kick away the fog. Also, visit 4ts.com and sign up for the Sonic Kick Return Contest. Sherwood Heating and Cooling provides quality services and amazing products from Carrier. Always going the extra mile to ensure that your heating and cooling units keep performing at optimal levels. Sherwood Heating and Cooling wants your family to be as comfortable as their own. Products come with warranties and service checkups by trained technicians that give you peace of mind. Call and schedule an appointment at 816-862-6610.
take the struggle of making homemade pizza out of the equation. Go see Marshall and Stephanie Hamilton, the new owners of Harrisonville Papa Murphy's, and let them do the prep work. Daily specials, new calzones, fresh sides, creative fundraising, and limited time pizzas. There's something for the whole family. Don't forget, win or lose discounts every Saturday after the game on your order or $20 or more. Simply type CATS 50 after a win or CATS 25 after a loss and save big with Papa Murphy's of Harrisonville.
New logo, new colors, new app, and a new online banking platform. There may be a lot of new at Sherwood Community Bank, but one thing remains the same: community. Serving the area with 4 convenient locations, Sherwood is still your community bank. Come see what it's like to be part of the community with a new account. The small town bank with big city convenience. Sherwood Community Bank, your community bank.
Before every big purchase, you have to prepare. Prepare the easy way by calling Harrisonville's Farmers Insurance agent, Brad Sainer. Brad will make sure there are no holes in your coverage and take care of you with any lives mishaps. Prepare for great insurance coverage by calling Brad Sainer at 816-974-8105. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum.
When my family opened the first Culver's in Sauk City, Wisconsin, you know what we did? We gave it our all, making sure everyone felt welcome, sharing our favorite foods from around the state, like butter burgers and fresh frozen custard, greeting every guest with all our heart, crafting each meal with care, believing a smile makes everything taste better. And it's a tradition we bring with us yet today, from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey everyone, Cody here with Aikens PC Repair, the exclusive computer repair company for 4Ts. Slow computer got you down? We offer virus removal and hardware repair to get you back in action. And with our antivirus software, we can help prevent future infections. Check us out today at 105 East Mechanic Street in historic downtown Harrisonville.
Hey, I'm Matt with the Red Barn Ranch, just north of Harrisonville, Missouri. As a fourth-generation farmer, it was important for me to be able to share our farm experience with the rest of the community. We opened Red Barn Ranch to provide just that, someplace that people can come and experience the farm and walk around and have a good time and make lifelong memories. Red Barn Ranch has grown over the last 9 years from just solely a pumpkin patch to a full farm experience. We've got rides, slides, attractions of all kinds, food, a bar, and a little bit of everything. We'd love for you guys to come see us in person. We're located just 2 miles north of Harrisonville. For more information, you can check us out on Google, Facebook, or redbarnranch.farm. We'll see you at the patch.
Work late? Kids got a game. Late night hunger. Good news, Domino's of Harrisonville is open until midnight or later every day. Instead of making a late night dinner or going through another takeout, order the Domino's app and pick up or even have it delivered. Dinner for the whole family, one click away on the Domino's app. Don't forget the garlic knots and dessert when you order. Domino's, your late night pizza stop.
One of the scariest tasks is taking your car to a mechanic. The best mechanics are in Harrisonville at Colby's Car Clinic. Colby's has expanded his shop and has ASE certified mechanics, the latest equipment to keep your vehicle running smooth all year long. Colby's Car Clinic takes the fear out of getting your car fixed. So call Colby today at 816-380-3000 to schedule an appointment or head to the Big Blue Building behind O'Reilly's.
Church & DeWitt is one of the world leaders in household and personal care products, and we want you to join our team in Harrisonville. You'll get the chance to work with winning brands that consumers love. We offer starting salaries ranging from $20.50 to $39 per hour, depending on experience. a signing bonus of $2,500, comprehensive benefits, paid time off, and every other weekend is a 3-day weekend. To apply, go to churchtowhite.com and click on Careers.
All right, welcome back. As you see up on the screen, we are in a current weather delay. We were supposed to play at 2. We pushed it up to 10. And, well, we might end up playing at 2 o'clock this afternoon anyway. So we're in a weather delay. Gary Davidson here with me. We got Tucker back there. We got Jerry. We got Braxton. We even have Coach Hannah in our box right now. He's just sitting in. He's like, I am not talking. Don't not give me a microphone. We said if we would have known he was next door, we would have pulled him in. We were talking about the 5 straight state championship games that Harrisonville went to, and I did get a text message from Frankie Jackson, Coach Jackson.
I thought it was only to me, and let me read it because it's more about you than it is anything. You said, well, give him heck, okay, Gary, because Chad is windy as Chicago, and that is so much correct, Frankie. I'm glad to hear from you, and glad you're listening and stuff. We all know, and I'm going to go ahead and tell my story. I told Chad yesterday on the way over here I was going to tell a story. So we all know that everybody knows you as the voice of the Wildcats. No question. I mean, they know your voice. You've been, as you said, by the end of the season, you're going to have your 200th game. Yes. I'm going to come up not close to 100 probably by the end of the season.
I need to count yours up. I need to go back and count yours up.
Probably close to 90, maybe by the end of the season. I don't think I'm going to hit 100. But anyway, so I'm at a local establishment in Harrisonville and last week, and I'm sitting there and I'm talking to a representative, and there's another individual in there that's a customer, and they're talking to one of the representatives as well. So we're talking back and forth, and the next thing I know is he said, "Is your name Gary Davidson?" And I said, "Yeah, do I know you?" And he says, "No, you don't know me. My name's Matt, but I listen to you on 4Ts on the broadcast every Friday evening. It's Friday Night Football." And I'm thinking, I do have one person that knows me and that knows my voice out of all the people that know you and know your voice. So I felt pretty good that one person's out there. And so, Matt, if you're listening, I remembered you. And so I wanted to make sure and send a shout-out to you, number one. And number two is to say thank you for at least being the one person that listens to me.
Well, so, over the years, what's really been funny is for years we just did radio, right? So it was just my voice. You didn't see me. And you don't see us a lot either. I mean, Jerry will put it on us in the post-game sometimes and pre-game. And I will be places and we'll be talking to somebody. Like, Angel will be talking to somebody, and there's a group of people. And people will be staring at me while we're talking. And I'll be talking, and I'm like, dude, am I supposed to know this person? Like, what's going on? And been a couple of times when somebody would be like, "Let's Chad Grammer. You may probably watched the games," and they'll just the light bulb go. They go, "That's why I was staring at him." I was like, I knew his voice. I didn't know who he was, but I knew it. I was like, I've heard that voice somewhere. It's kind of like the cartoon character. like, you don't know who they are, what they look like, but you know that voice. And so a couple of times over the last 17 years, dating myself, I've had a couple people looking at me, and they just keep looking, and then they're like, "Oh, that's voice. That's a voice I know." So that's been kind of cool over the years to be able to do that. So
it has been, because you all were. I'm thankful enough that you all brought me on in 2016. The year the state run. Whenever Harrisonville beat Kearney, and down to Springfield, and been with you ever since. And I've really enjoyed the opportunity to be here and. So yeah, it was kind of interesting that obviously he didn't know my face. I mean, it had to be my voice that because he specifically said, "Yeah, I listen to you," because he drives a truck over the road, and so therefore he's listening more than he is watching. Well, Matt, I hope you're listening more than you're watching, especially if you're driving. I hope you're just listening to us, please.
Retired highway patrolman at your service right here. I know. And last night on the way over here, I was driving. I kept going a little bit faster, and I was like, I mean, you're old. Surely you can get us out of a ticket if I.
And what did I tell you? Don't bet on it.
Don't bet on it. But yeah, I mean, over the years, it's been awesome. You know, I've had the privilege in my 19 years now. I have called Final Four in baseball. I have called 2 state championship football games. I have called a state championship basketball game in Springfield between Raytown South and Grandview. I've got to do a lot of cool things, and honestly, my first game for Harrisonville was in Wichita, Kansas. Well, Augusta, Kansas. I remember getting the Harrisonville schedule because my first 2 years I did Sherwood games for KDKD. Well, they were like, I think we're gonna do Harrisonville next year. Well, I was tickled to death because I lived in Independence at the time. Well, Sherwood to Independence is a drive. Well, I was like, oh, Harrisonville? I go, that's not bad. You know, that's like 35 minutes. I can handle that. And then I get the schedule, and the first game was in Wichita, Kansas.
And you have to get on the map and say, where is Augusta, Kansas?
I thought it was Augusta, Missouri. So I thought, which is up north of St. Louis anyway. So it was going to be far regardless. And then I found out that it was in Wichita, basically right north of Wichita. And I was like, well, I guess so much for driving less. So I'm going 3 hours away. But that really started, if you look at Harrisonville's first game every year, I've been to Augusta, Kansas. I've been to Hannibal. I've been to Parkway West.
Pittsburgh.
I've been to Pittsburgh, Kansas. We've been to Webb City. We've been to Rogers, Arkansas. So Harrisonville has played. It's almost been like at least once a year we have that. Like I almost feel like we're like a small college broadcasting crew because we're driving somewhere, staying in a hotel, kind of like we had to last night, and that's what's been really kind of fun about this.
Well, and why is because we were always playing competition that was when I say much better than us, we were playing up as far as competition to make us better. Starting with the Bouchard years when Coach Hanna was there, I mean we were always looking for, and there was a time when trying to get that first game was difficult to get because nobody wanted to play us, and so therefore we were having to go to those Augustas, Pittsburghs, Hannibals to be able to get to play somebody.
Well, and that was where I was going to go with that is you go to 5 straight state championship games. Well, a smaller school doesn't want to play you because they don't want to get thumped. A bigger school, a Class 5 or Class 6 school isn't going to want to play you because they don't want to get beat by the small school. So they were stuck in a situation. So that is why, Hannibal, 4.5 hours away. We played Parkway, was it West that one year? That was Zach's senior year or sophomore year? Sophomore year. We played over there, and I remember that was a Saturday game, and I remember playing over there. They were a Class 6 school.
No, that was his freshman year because he did get on the field because the next year we played in Helias was the first game.
Oh, yeah.
That was his first game.
So Helias is another one.
Right.
There have been state championship rematch. There's been all down the board with Harrisonville.
I just wish we could have played a home game with New Jersey.
Yes, I wish we could have gone to Wayne Hills. That would
Coach Hanna's over here going, well, I don't know about that, but
Coach Hanna's sitting there thinking, dude, I had to bring over 75 boys to St. Louis. I don't want to get them on an airplane and bring them all the way to New Jersey. But, yes, that was fun, and that was awesome. We did not get to go to New Jersey, but having a team from New Jersey come and play us, again, it goes back to that whole Harrisonville's trying to find somebody to play. And the story behind that game is really interesting because, in talking to Coach Maxwell about that, the way that game came about, we were supposed to play a home-and-home with Trinity Catholic here in St. Louis. Well, they ended up shutting their doors. COVID. But the first year was COVID. They didn't play till the spring. Then the following year, we were supposed to play them. Well, their AD called Coach Max at like April and was like, "Hey, I hate to tell you this." He's like, I guess we had lightning again. He goes, "I hate to tell you this, but we're closing our doors in May." You usually set your schedules for football 2 years out. And this was the second year of a 2-year cycle. And he's like, okay, well, Coach Maxwell's like, this is going to be a tough one. Now, the year prior was easy to find a game because there was always somebody canceling for COVID, and you just remember we went to McDonald County. There's another one we forgot about. Like we found out Tuesday, hey, we're going to McDonald County this Friday. But so what happened was he was trying to find a game. So there's like a little website, all the ADs can get on, find a game. The way I believe it first started was.
Well, first of all, we were on the map for people to look at because of our, as competitive as we've been in the past.
And then there was a conversation with a Tennessee team, a private school in Tennessee, to possibly play them in St. Louis. I think they were out of Nashville, so it would have been about a 4-hour drive for both. Then there was a conversation with a brand new high school in Texas.
It was going to be a home.
And we were going to go down there and help them open up their stadium. Well, that fell through because, Coach, I think the conversation there was, would you help us out a little bit with the travel down? And I think it was, we don't have the money for that. As they were opening up a $3.5 million, 18,000-seat stadium, something like that. Texas football is a little bit different when it comes to high school. So he goes, so we were really kind of leaning towards figuring out how to do this Tennessee game. He goes, I get a phone call. And this guy's on the other end, and he goes, New Jersey, they got an accent. I was like, where's this guy from? He's like, hey, we were wondering if you would like to play us. And Coach Maxwell's okay. He goes, we're Wayne Hills, New Jersey. And he goes, we're Harrisonville, Missouri, right? And he goes, yes. So then they started having that conversation, and what Wayne Hills did every year, they're about 20 minutes from Manhattan, New York. Downtown New York, Manhattan, Times Square, 20 minutes from there. Pretty cool. Well, they have a bunch of private schools in their community. And in order for them to compete with the private schools, they had to try to do something to get those kids to stay. So what they decided to do, and I think there was a little bit of funding from Greg Olson, who is a retired tight end from the NFL now. He was a Wayne Hills, New Jersey alum. I think he put some money into that booster club, and then, of course, the families got together and stuff. So their first game of the year, they traveled somewhere.
Every year. They played in Provo, Utah. They played in Florida. They played in Ohio. They played in North Carolina. They played all over. They just went somewhere to play a game, got on an airplane, and flew there, had a week. The way they sold it to the school district was it was an educational experience because they would go to they'd have a couple college visits when they came here. They went to KU for a day for a college visit for football, which I don't know why. Well, I could end that with, the KU and start, but I'm not going to because I don't want to really make some people mad when I say
their
that.
coach, and here's the thing, it was funny. Their coach was awesome because he got to come up and talk to us on Thursday night during the JV game because that was something we got to do. We did a JV game on a Thursday night, and their coach, he said something about going to KU for the day, and I was like, you could have given him a way better football experience if he would have drove down I-70 to Columbia. And Jerry, of course, he's like whatever. So anyway, so they went to KU, and then they went to
Chiefs.
They went to Arrowhead. They got to go to Arrowhead when they first got in town. They stayed over in Overland Park, and sure, that lifelong experience for those kids to be able to do. Another interesting tidbit about Wayne Hills. So you have Greg Olson. Well, if anybody, do you remember watching the Super Bowl last year?
Sure.
Okay, do you know who the lead broadcast was for Fox?
Yeah.
It was Greg Olson.
Well, he was too.
Well, he was their color commentator.
Right.
But the play-by-play guy was Kevin Burkhardt.
Right.
Kevin Burkhardt started his career as the voice of Wayne Hills, New Jersey.
Did not.
And that's that connection there with Kevin Burkhardt and Greg Olson. So that he got paid, I think, like $10,000 a year just to do the play-by-play for Wayne Hills on theirs, and he's ascended to the number one. I mean, there's hope for me yet, Gary.
There is. Yeah, there is. Obviously you want to get your kids graduated from school and everything because that is a huge commitment, obviously. But I did not know the Burkhardt-Olson connection.
Well, and I didn't know. I knew there was something there with Burkhardt. I didn't know what that story was until the Super Bowl, the week of the Super Bowl, they had a story on some website about the ascension of Kevin Burkhardt as Fox's number one, because for years we all know who it was. It was Joe Buck and Troy Aikman, and everybody in Kansas City loves Joe Buck. So, but when he went to ESPN. They went to ESPN, and then Al Michaels went to Amazon because they have the Thursday night game. But Kevin Burkhardt ascended to the number one broadcast team and did the Super Bowl last year, and they talked about what an ascension for him from, voice of the Wayne Hills, New Jersey. I don't even remember what their mascot was. Do you?
I don't. But I will tell you, talking about that, though, Olsen almost went to Joe Buck era whenever he was talking about whether or not that was a holding or pass interference. It was a holding, because he kept arguing, well, I don't know that I would do that, at this point in the ball game. So
then it went from, for the Philadelphia fans, it went from the holding call to, well, if the field wasn't slick, we would have won. Hey, there was two teams out there playing.
Yeah, and they played for 60 minutes, not for just those few seconds of those.
And then the argument was, I got both sides of the argument. Why do you call it at that point in time? But that was a timing route.
It was
and
a timing route. one
tug
was and actually it was two tugs.
Yes.
He got him on the turn, and as he was coming out of the turn, both. And if you listen, he admitted that it was a holding call. I mean, the player after the game, and you got to hand it to him because of the player, because of the fact that when you do something like that, you're going to get a lot of, what the broadcasting was happening and, and the referees and talking about whether or not it was or was not. You got to hand it to him. That's sportsmanship whenever he came out and said, hey, I did it, and it is what it is, It's a ball game and they caught it and just happened to be at the wrong time.
Yeah, absolutely. And, have an assistant coach in here. He's watching the 05 game. He's enjoying it. Coach Hanna will be like, yeah, penalties are terrible because they always come at the best time possible. On a third and 3, you get a first down, and it's 3rd and 13 next because of a hold or something like that. So, one of those situations. But I always like that story about Burkhardt, just ascending. And, my wife has always been one of those to tell me I went through a stretch there. I mean, I have my things. I don't like participation trophies or COVID or what was the other thing that we talked about?
Well, the other thing we talked about is for September.
Trophies aren't one in September and October, the one in November. But I used to get so upset. I get angry during a ball game broadcasting.
You do?
But I've, over the years, I've kind of, my wife would always be like, she'd be like, hey, you never know when somebody's listening to you. When somebody's watching you. I think that's a Burkhardt story, Always did his thing and went down the road with it. So I thought that was pretty cool. But, yeah, it's been a great I can't believe I've been broadcasting for 19 years.
Well,
I think old.
The one thing that I like about our broadcast is, obviously we're from Harrisonville. We are rooting for the Harrisonville Wildcats. But like when New Jersey was there, I mean, we, wanted to make sure that we got names and things of the other players, the other team's players and stuff. We hopefully we believe that when other teams listen to us, that we're as fair as we possibly can. We are going to sway towards Harrisonville. Obviously, that's our hometown. That's who we are broadcasting for. But we want everybody to watch and listen and enjoy the broadcast. And I think that's what I've really enjoyed about being here with 4Ts and with you and Jerry and all the crew.
And I believe, I always talk about we're the best high school sports broadcast in the Kansas City area, and I truly believe that. And I think one of the reasons behind that is how much time Jerry puts in behind the scenes, and he's got James helping him now, but also the combination of you and I for the last 7 years, when you have that consistency every single year, that lends to a better broadcast than when you have a couple of new people every single year and you don't get that continuity. And I think that's huge as well.
Oh, I totally agree because we will play off of each other and we have fun while we're doing it. I mean, I have a great time or I still wouldn't be here, obviously. Well, I've got to say, hopefully, that you all still wanted me as well. But
we just couldn't find anybody else.
Couldn't find anybody else. I know. Couldn't find anybody else to add, right? Is that where you're at? But no, I have really enjoyed it, and I know you mentioned that it's probably going to be your last year, and I will venture to say it's probably going to be mine too. I mean, like I said, I've got other things that I'm doing right now, and so.
And you're a grandpa now. I mean,
a
you've been a grandpa for a while, but at home, close to home.
Oh, absolutely.
Now a grandpa. I know you got to hang out with Charlie all day yesterday.
All day yesterday,
awesome.
and I actually had to leave right after Charlie got up from her nap, so I didn't really get to spend. I mean, I got to spend all morning with her in the early afternoon before I left, and so yeah, there's a lot of other, as you well know, with your children, obviously. There's a lot of commitments that you've got coming in your future.
And sometimes I bite off a little bit more than I should probably do. Had a couple of times this summer where I was like, what am I thinking? All of June was filled with high school basketball. I ran a summer league with Coach Nemo over in Warrensburg, and then I decided to start a competitive basketball club in Warrensburg.
Is it competitive this year?
Yes, it's always competitive. Warrensburg. So the Warrensburg Warriors. So we decided to start that up this summer, and that's kicked off. We're going to have tryouts for that after Labor Day, and I decided that it would be a good idea to also coach my son in flag football. And, I mean, why not add to my high school coaching and then broadcasting and then coaching him and then starting the Warrensburg Warriors? And I mean,
is there anything else going on?
I mean, so probably, like you said, just all the different things going on, and it lends to living in Warrensburg now. Driving 50 minutes to a home game is a little bit different now. So,
yep, absolutely.
So I mean, that's the biggest thing is I don't want to miss you don't want to miss your kids growing up.
Absolutely, and you can't, because I will tell you, take it from experience. Once that day's gone, you can never replay it. You can never go back. So obviously, during the time that I had the opportunity to spend with all my kids growing up and in their sports and on to college and things of that nature, you cannot relive those days unless you were there. And so, therefore, you've got to spend time. And for those, that are on with us right now, obviously they're seeing the MICDS Harrisonville State Championship game being replayed on the screen, and you can see the current weather delay. We obviously were supposed to start at 10. It's now 10:45, and just recently we had some more lightning. So if you watch the screen and see the clock in one of the corners of the screen, more than likely, it's going to tell you that we're 30 minutes out, and we'll be 30 minutes out until the last lightning strikes, until it stops lightning. So therefore,
and you know what it's like to miss games. I remember back a few years back. Storms likely for the next several hours. Potential for thunderstorms.
Yeah.
So we're gonna sit here. We're gonna hang out. We're gonna have fun. I've missed a lot of Chase's games over the years, and him being a senior this year. He didn't get to play much last night because he rolled his ankle, and they got beat by Grandview, and I haven't got to see a lot of his stuff over the years. So it's one of those situations. I make sure with this one, but the one with me here today is usually tied to my hip, as anybody knows, and he is my football loving, basketball loving, baseball loving, whatever sports in season loving, golf loving. Golf's his newest thing he picked up.
Well, and you brought up a point. Yeah, it was the first Harrisonville game at Pleasant Hill that my oldest daughter, who lives in Austin now, decided that she was going to get married on a Saturday, and she was going to have the rehearsal on Friday night. And so, therefore,
you may or may not have got in trouble that night.
I got in trouble that night because, unfortunately, while we were doing rehearsal and then dinner, I had an earpiece in my ear trying to conceal it, but it wasn't quite as concealed as I wanted it to be. And so I got in trouble because I was listening to the game back. Well, I was listening to you broadcast the game back home against Pleasant Hill. And that was the first time he had the opportunity to actually, on high school, as a sophomore, play Pleasant Hill. And that was always that competition.
And why is there always memories with Zach Davidson and Pleasant Hill?
You're going to go there, aren't you? Because we just talked about it just a second ago.
We did. And what a better time to talk about it while we're in delay, Gary. 2 years later at Pleasant Hill, conveniently, the lights went out. Not in the entire stadium, but just half of the stadium.
Yeah. So you got to tell the story about her, okay?
So there is a young lady that worked in the Pleasant Hill press box for years and years, and she.
I think that probably got over the air, Jerry.
Probably. As you heard, Jerry. Okay, so here's the thing. She always worked in the press box, and she is Pleasant Hill through and through. We've got plenty of Harrisonville through and through folks, you know, and we've lost some of them over the years, and we may talk about those today too. But she did not like opposing teams. She didn't, because they would infringe on her space. She did not like that. So, a couple of things with this young lady. First things first, I have a habit of calling them P Hill. And she's in the distance, and every time I'd say P Hill, she'd be like, "It's Pleasant Hill." So, do you think that made me call it P Hill more or less? More. So
obviously.
So right. So then we get into this ball game. We're rolling. I'm just having fun with it. So we get to a situation. Half of the lights go out in the stadium, and there's probably a good 20-minute delay while they're trying to figure out what they're going to do. And so this is back before we could put up a game here on the TV screen and you know, be playing another game while we're talking. But they decide they're going, well, first of all, let me go back a little bit.
You're going to have to tell about the
they're going
bill.
to break. So we decide, me and Brett Jones was helping me that year, and we're killing time. Well, I was like, we need a breather, you know. Well, let's thank our sponsors. We're going to take a 5-minute timeout. I go, we'll be back to Pleasant Hill. Somebody forgot to pay the light bill. And I take my headset off, and she goes off. She's like, if they didn't pay the bill, all the lights would be off. And I was like, ma'am, I said, we're just trying to have some fun. We're in a weather delay, or we're in a delay, and we're just joking around. And she did not think too kindly of it. So that happened, and, you know, after she kept correcting me that it was not P Hill, it was Pleasant Hill. So we decide I would love to know the decision-making that went into this one. They decide they're going to play on half the football field. So here's what we're going to do, guys. We're going to start on this end because there's lights on this end, okay? We're going to go all the way down. We're going to start at the 20-yard line. If we get past midfield, we'll turn it around and we'll go back into the lights. What happens if there's a long touchdown run? Guess what? It happened. Zach Davidson from his own 21 around the end and into the night he goes. And I was like, I think he scored a touchdown, but I'm not 100% sure. So, another great story. Look at this guy. Holy cow. We may need to get him a headset. I don't know. He may get mad at me if
I'll give him my headset. I would be more than happy to.
Absolutely. I know he's getting ready. Well, he's getting ready for his game. He came up to say hi. Coach Bouchard's over here in the press box. Coach, it's good to see you.
Would you take my headset for a minute? He'll take it. Hey, that was not a no.
Well, first thing I'm going to ask you is, how hard did you think about putting Harrisonville on this sideline?
You know what? It's a thing that's kind of come and gone. It's back in the day we could get away with that for an entire half decade, right? We did that for like a half a decade.
Now, let me ask you, you may know the answer to this. Did they install a rule that you have to now, if there's crowds, that you have to be on your crowd side?
Just in the playoffs.
Okay.
When it becomes MSHSAA sanctioned, then they say you've got to be on that side.
And I believe they call that the Fred Bouchard
I
rule.
don't know about that, but I do know there were a number of people. Well, heck, I was even thinking about the St. Pius game in 2006, and I immediately, like when we said, hey, we're playing them, I'm like, hey, by the way, we're taking the other side because we're not going to sit in front of your stands that just heckle us to death, and there's no track. It's just like in here. They just and anyway, and then somehow they negotiated with MSHSAA to say, no, we got to stay over there and we'll even up the field and we'll do this. And I think now MSHSAA's just like, listen, we're not playing games. If this is traditional home side, that's where the home team's got to go. So
now, and I gotta give you a hard time because if I didn't give you this hard time, my father-in-law would get mad at me, Ron Dunham. You know, when he found out you were at MICDS, he said, I'm gonna give him a call. Because for years he gave me a hard time about schools that have tuition. So
you have to tell Ron I said hi. I've changed my view on that, by the way.
weirdly how that happens, right?
It's amazing how when we get older we mellow on some topics there. But I love the highlights. What year is that? Is that an 05 or? It would be 5 or 7 or 4. That's when the 3 times we played MICDS, and so I was telling our team, it's 3-2 right now. MICDS holds that current lead in that, but up until last year, they were only state championship games and 2-2 in those games. So
and that's awesome.
It really is, and I don't know how much. Somebody asked me about playing this, and it sounded like a great idea a few years ago, but honestly, when you're playing against really good friends in there, you kind of are like, God dang it, somebody's leaving this field losing, and it's either us, which we don't want to happen, or it's some really dear friends. So
well, right, and sounds like to me it's going to be a battle of some running backs possibly today. Obviously, really solid running back on the Harrisonville side, and then from what Gary tells me, you have a couple of solid running backs yourself.
We hope so. We think we're pretty decent up front, so hopefully we have some running backs there that can run through these if we can produce a hold. If our O-line coach coaches them up and does a great job, then we should be okay. Our O-line coach is standing right next to me here, so we just put some pressure on Nick Meneke. All right. Anyway, I do know that the young Reynolds boy is unbelievable back. There's a kid over here at St. Dom who's an all-state kid, Jackson Overton, and they're just so similar in terms of just explosive speed and the ability to accelerate. And I think Nate does it. It's like so much stronger than you would predict. His size and stature is like, hey, we can get that guy to the ground, and then you just see him running through what maybe arm tackles or even sometimes some solid hits. His ability to gain yards after that's pretty impressive. So we think we got our work cut out for us, and it should be a great contest whenever we get this thing started. So it could be a 2:00 start. Who knows? But we're kind of thinking around noon. I don't know if you're hearing that, but actually Coach Maxwell wants to visit a little bit, and so I'm going to step out of here. But great to stick our head in here and say,
Coach, I'm glad you did. One thing before you go, I'd like to get an update on. Coach Hamner had an accident last fall. How is he doing? Just for the Harrisonville folks, obviously, and he was working with you last year as well.
So he was our DC. He had the accident. He ended up missing like 4 or 5 games there, and he kept coming back through the course of the year. He is an amputee, but he has a prosthetic. He is walking without crutches on his prosthetic. I think Q's doing an awesome job. I see him probably twice a month. I'm actually half surprised he's not down here, but I think he had some stuff. And I actually, kiddingly said, I'm firing you because his son's a 7th grader and all their games are on Saturday, Traven, and he wasn't even born when we were in Harrisonville together. But Traven's a 7th grader, so this is his first year. And I'm like, I know your parents didn't miss – heck, they don't miss one game of coaching, let alone playing. And so I'm like, you, Coach Traven, come down when, you can get down here for games. We love him. He's a dear friend. And he's made some really good progress.
Awesome.
And that prosthetic is actually working. And he's kind of got that Blade Runner thing on it. So he's a dear friend. It's good news.
I got a feeling in a couple of years he's going to be like, hey, Coach, I'm ready to coach.
Yeah, I think he will be back in it. In some ways, he just may stay up there and end up coaching his sons that are coming through because he's got 3 of them that are coming through. But anyway, thanks a bunch, guys. Appreciate you. I didn't really come in here to stick my head around that. I should have turned it down, but it's just good to say hi to you guys. And we got another hour and 10 minutes before we got to play. So let me go catch Max. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank
Gary.
you guys.
Jerry, thank you, man. Love you guys. Talk good to see you. Take care.
See you later, Coach. Appreciate that, Coach. Oh, Jerry turned me down. Oh, he turned my ears down. Oh, I was like, something happened there. Coach Bouchard coming in. That's Fred.
Bouchard.
That's Fred, and he's awesome. He came in here. He's like, all right, I'll put it. I'll bite. He's like, where are we gonna go with this? But it's awesome that we can joke with him about stuff. And going back to the story about the sidelines, I didn't get into full detail on that, but it used to be you came and play at Harrisonville. There was no stands on the far side, and the opposing team sat right in front of the Harrisonville sides. And over the years, Harrisonville went to state every year, and people started getting irritated that they had to be on that sideline, and that's when it got switched. And then you heard him say, 06, I said, well, you better be switching it everywhere because I'm not sitting in front of St. Pius as they can heckle us. And so that ends up getting changed to where if you're at a place and your stands are there, you've got to be on the front side
only
of the stands.
Only in the playoffs. Because I was asking Jerry, when we had texted with Fred last night and inquiring about that, where he would be. So, I really, the beauty of it is we talk about coming full circle to a certain extent. Who was one of his assistant coaches back in that day? And that's Brent Maxwell. Brent Maxwell, who is now the head coach, obviously everybody knows, of Harrisonville. And Brent has, been the OC for many, many years, now the head coach. And I'm sure he's got a lot of input into, as Fred does as a head coach, input into the offense. And so, therefore, I think you'd probably ask Brent. Brent was a quarterback in his day as well. And so, he brings his own stuff, probably also with a lot of experience and time under the tutelage of, obviously, Fred Bouchard. And so
you'll see a lot of similarities between the two teams today, and you really will. And we'll get into a little bit of that when we actually go to our pregame show. You notice we keep going away from the actual game today because we have plenty that we want to talk about on the pregame show between these two teams. I will say a couple cool things that I found out during my research for the whole start of the season. Nate Reynolds currently has 32 career touchdowns. He's tied for 6th all-time in Harrisonville history with who? He did not know this last night. And his son's going to be mad at him probably. Zach Davidson and Nate Reynolds are tied with 32 career touchdowns. And this was Gary, great dad Gary is. Gary goes, he had that many touchdowns?
But the thing about it is, what else did I say? I said that was through Zach's career, okay? Nate, that's through Nate's freshman and sophomore. He's still got a junior and a senior year to play. He
is on pace to beat
number one,
which is now tie for one. It's Sean Ransburg and Jace Reynolds, his brother. And he would love to be on top of that. The one thing I don't think he's going to compare on his brother is Jace had multiple 400-yard games, a 356. He's not going to have those 400-yard games. He'll probably have one at some point where he breaks 4 70-yard touchdowns and he plays just the first half and he had 18 carries for 375 yards. But he's not going to have that workload that Jace had for a couple of years. And I think we will see they're going to get him into space different ways and they're going to get the ball. He's not going to have the hard yards that Jace had.
Right. Well, and, as you noticed, Coach Bouchard mentioned that, Nate is here in the first game that they're going to be playing. He compares to an athlete that's over here that they're going to play later on in the season. So as Fred, he's always looking ahead. He wants to see the competition that they're going to possibly see later on in the season, and they're wanting to see how they can control as much as they possibly can Nate because of the team that they'll play later on in the season who has a very similar type of running back. And so this gives them the opportunity to kind of test the waters to a certain extent to prepare for later on in the season.
Yeah, absolutely. So it'll be fun. I know you were going to say something before I cut you off about Zach. I don't know if you remember what you were going to say.
I don't
have any idea.
I have. I probably slept since then.
It'll probably pop back in there. And hey, guess what? We got time. So
we've got a lot of time
when it comes to it. It's funny. I'm getting texts and messages. Stephanie Danforth texted me and said, "So great to hear Fred Bouchard's voice." And I gotta send a shout out to Stephanie. She and my wife conspired behind my back and. My wife was able to get her some shirts, and she was able to make me a T-shirt quilt. I've always wanted a T-shirt quilt, and she rocked it. It's with red and black. It goes with kind of the Warrensburg colors, with us living over there now, and, of course, me being at Chilhowie, several Chilhowie shirts on there, and Stephanie did an awesome job on it. One little part of the story that's awesome that she informed me when she gave it to me, about teared me up. We lost Michael Keck, and I'm sure Char's probably listening. Actually, Char and they're probably sitting next to each other listening and watching this game. One of the shirts was the In Memory of Michael Keck shirt. It was the front and back of that. and it was Rogers' shirt, and that was awesome. She threw that in there on me. I about tear up talking about it now, and about did when she told me that. Like, that was awesome. Makes it even more of a memorable type of a thing. And Angie goes, that thing is awesome. She goes, she's gonna have to make all of us one now.
Well, and you've got to understand the emotion behind that. Her late husband, obviously, that's his shirt. So what better place did she want to put it on a quilt that she made for somebody that has been there through the years, and so
Absolutely.
That's the reason it's so emotional towards you because of that.
Well, and what was awesome about it, it has the Harrisonville on it. I've been broadcasting it for 17 years. It has my Chilhowie on it. That's my next phase in my life as I'm coaching and teaching over there. It has some T-shirt from being a teacher on it. It also has some UCM. We're now in Warrensburg. It has every time it lightnings, Jerry's eyes light up because he's like, there goes another 30 minutes. Hey, this will be the longest broadcast in 4T's history probably today. And
it may be the Johnson County baseball game that had a rain delay in it. Maybe in the middle of it.
Well, I just got a text from a friend of mine, Jeffrey Thomas, and I'll read it. I didn't read it all, so I'm just going to go ahead and read it. He said, I was listening to the pregame show, Harrisonville, MICDS. One of the guys on the call didn't know how many touchdowns his own son had scored while playing at Harrisonville. Thank you, Jeffrey. I really appreciate that. Now everybody knows that.
Zach's on the road today, not hearing this.
Yeah, he is working today. So
I don't know what was funnier, the fact that he didn't know how many touchdowns he had, or he said he had that many.
You didn't have to throw that out a second time, okay?
Well, but here's the other thing. This is what I do want to talk about Gary for a minute and Zach. Some people may not know, Zach went to K-State and played at K-State for 2 years as a gray shirt, correct? Paid his own way, played there, got into a game against KU before he decided he wanted to go into law enforcement like you. The reason I talk about that is because Gary does not go around telling people that. Gary's not a guy that's going to be like, my son played at K-State for 2 years. My son played. Like, he doesn't do that. And that's what a lot of people don't know is that he went there. And Zach went there and worked his butt off for 2 years, got on the field, and that was awesome. Now, at the end of it, I think Zach decided, I'm not probably going to go to the NFL. I'm probably always going to be the backup guy maybe at a K-State, but he got there. He got to D1 football, and Gary never did gloat about that, and that's what's one of the awesome things. And so that's probably one of the reasons why Gary had no idea that Zach had 32 career rushing touchdowns. One of them, we don't know if he actually crossed the end zone because it was in the dark.
True. I'm very proud of my children, all of them, and I'm also very proud of obviously what Zach accomplished, and but I don't really I don't want to talk about it that much, and he doesn't want me talking about it that much as well. But I'm very proud of and this is one thing I am going to bring up is, like I said, I'm very proud of all my children, but I'm very proud of the career choice he ended up making, and not only him, but obviously all law enforcement personnel. I always am praying for their safety and stuff, and it's in a difficult time right now. And so, a while ago when you mentioned something about when we were talking about the truck driver, that's still my life, and I still live it every day with my son. And I just, hope that everybody does keep law enforcement in their prayers in regards to safety, because it is a big deal right now.
And Braxton said something, and then it reminded me of last night on the way over here. So Gary talked about that, being in law enforcement, and about 30 minutes from the hotel last night, Braxton riding with us, and he's like, Dad, I'm not really feeling good. He goes, I think you're going to need to pull over soon because I may have to throw up. And I was like, well, how soon? He goes, no, like now, as I was trying to get him a Quick Trip cup in the back to throw up into. And so Braxton throws up. Braxton gets car sick really easy, and it gets filled up. And it was almost to the top, and it stunk. And I said, Gary, I really hope that isn't bothering you. I said, we only got about 20. Can we make it to the hotel? And he goes, and that goes back to what you were saying about being in law enforcement, is you always want them to be safe. And one of the things you said, you're like, I've seen it all over my years, so it would take a lot more than just that. So that kind of like clicked into my head there. And, Zach went from playing football to saving people's lives, so that's an awesome deal. You have another daughter, Stephanie, who saves people's lives as a nurse, and like you said, you're proud of all of them. You have another daughter down in Texas.
She's also in the medical field, and my daughter-in-law, who's married to Zach, she's an RN. So, I'm very proud of my entire family, and I don't think I need to say that. I know we all are very proud of our children.
Caroline was the first one to sign up for the Sunday kick return.
Oh, wow. Well, I always wondered how that would work. And my daughter-in-law, Caroline, Zach's wife, apparently signed up for the kick return contest. So if she wins, I promise I have nothing to do with that, okay?
Well, my wife's probably listening right now, too, and she's probably thinking, well, if she can sign up, I better be able to sign up. And, hey, you know what? We gave one away last year in the Clinton game. On the random side kick to Tyson Wyatt Smith, and he ended up returning. The freshman ended up returning for his first touchdown.
There was almost a second one
in that same game.
Because I remember, I think I was thankful he got tackled at about the 12-yard line because we hadn't crossed that bridge before. Like, what happens if we do 2 in one game? So I come up with all these crazy ideas for our broadcast. Speaking of, probably a good segue into talking about our great sponsors this year. And one of the contests that we have this year, go in to Papa Murphy's, get you some dinner or some lunch or maybe even tailgate because you got another at least 30 minutes because, well, it's pouring rain here right now. Coach Bouchard, as you heard, he was hoping around noon, but we keep seeing lightning, so we'll see how that rolls. And anyway, back to my segue with talking about our sponsors. The Papa Murphy's Touchdown sponsorship. Every time the Wildcats score, you score free pizza. So go into Papa Murphy's, get you some pizza, and sign up. Every Friday, we will take all those names. We will put them in a contest form, and we will pick a winner after every touchdown. The way we decided to do it, you can win multiple pizzas throughout the year, but you cannot win more than one during a game. Can't be drawn more than once. But the caveat to that is, guess what? We pulled all your names out, so you're going to have to go sign up again going into next week. So that's how that'll work. Go in every Friday. We will empty the bucket. We'll either send Gary over to empty the bucket. We'll send Jerry, whoever it might be, and we will pull all those names out. And every touchdown scored, 16 people signed up for this week, so it's awesome. So you have a... Well,
1 in 16th chance.
1 in 16 chance. Well, let's hope there's more than one.
Yeah, score 16 touchdowns.
Everybody wins.
Which I want to, you talk about Zach. I want to talk, Jerry's over here with one of his sons. He's got some, I'm assuming most people that know Jerry know that 4Ts, there is a reason for it's called 4Ts, and that is because he's got 4 sons, and all 4 sons start with the letter T. And so, therefore, you've got Travis, you've got Trucker, you've got Tanner, and you've got Tommy. Okay, so that's what brings up the
Trucker.
Did I say Trucker?
You did.
I didn't. Oh, I'm sorry, Tucker. You've got that's what makes the 4 of the 4 T's. Obviously, and Chad has got one of his sons here today. Obviously, Braxton. Ken's is back home, and he's also got an older son named Chase. So I mean, it's a family thing.
Did you say Ken's?
Collins.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
My word.
Collins. I am so sorry,
Lord.
Collins. I'm so sorry, Collins. I'm going to say Collins 10 times. Collins.
She is going, dude, when we get back to the house,
I'm going to go straight to my truck and leave, okay?
Hey, I'm going to tell you right now, Collins, her name is unique.
It is.
And it is spelled unique, and it's Kollynz. I'm going to tell you 2 Collins stories. Number 1, her name fits her because her name's kind of sassy. If you write it down, it looks sassy. I like it. It fits her. She's my sassy daughter. Well, I just got a text.
That didn't take long, did it?
I got a text from Ange Gary, all caps. So we're at a Mexican restaurant in Harrisonville, and we're eating, and a lady comes over, and this lady comes over, and she goes, she looks at both kids. She goes, "Hey, Braxton," and she looks at Collins, and you can see her eyes are working, and she goes, "Hi, Coslin." Collins is maybe 3 at this time. Braxton doesn't like confrontation, so he's dove under the table, and he's like, and Collins goes, "My name is Collins." And at that point in my life, I realized we perfectly named her and that she was going to tell you what her name was. Fast forward to school last year. There was a situation with a girl. Girl said some bad things to Collins, and Collins did what she should. She went to the teacher and told, and the young girl had to write an apology note to Collins. And she wrote the note, and she was reading it to the note to Collins, and about halfway through the note, Collins stopped her. She goes, "Hey, I know you probably didn't mean to, but you spelt my name wrong."
In the middle of an apology.
Collins didn't care that she was apologizing. Collins just wanted her to know that, hey, you spelt my name wrong. And I'm terrified, and I hope it never happens, but it's going to happen. A teacher's going to mispronounce her name one of these times. Now, thankfully, we know most of the teachers right now at the elementary level, and they know who she is. But, like, she's going to get to, like, junior high, and there's going to be a teacher that does not have a clue who she is, and they're going to be like, Collins or something, and it's going to happen. And, Gary, don't feel bad, because my biological father, God love him, he comes over. Collins is about maybe a week old, and he kept saying her. My wife goes, "Donald, you don't remember
her.
You don't remember her name, do you?" He goes, "Sure do, Colleen." No. Oh, Lord have mercy. So, Collins has had a few times that people either mispronounce her name or just all out forgot. Now, today's the 4th time, because Ken's.
Collins. I don't even know if I'm going to go in the house. I mean, when I got to the house, when we left, she
may be sitting in your truck waiting for you.
I'm glad I didn't leave my keys.
Right.
Should have probably taken my truck away.
So, yeah. So Collins is definitely going to tell you how it is. So, yes, let's go down our sponsors list here. Of course, 2nd year in a row, we have Church and Dwight as our title sponsor. You'll see their stuff up on our screen all the time. 2-3 Construction Services is our first quarter sponsor. Young's Tire and Wheel Center in the 2nd quarter. Show Me Auto Mall. Lacey Dominic Shelter Insurance, our 4th quarter sponsor. Our pregame sponsor is Brad Sainer of, I almost said the wrong one. Brad Sainer with Farmers. He would slap me if I did. Troby's Maytag Home Appliance Center. Of course, you guys know Troby's. First downs, obviously, every single year. They've been doing that since, I think, our inception here. The Red Barn Ranch, a new feature with Red Barn Ranch this year. We will have the Red Barn Ranch Red Zone. Every time the Wildcats reach the red zone, it'll be the Red Barn Ranch Red Zone. Of course, Sonic in our kick return contest. Aikens PC Repair, they have the defense of the game, and we will talk throughout the year about Aikens PC Repair and how they can help with the defense of people trying to get on your home network. Papa Murphy's and the touchdown contest, of course. Sherwood Community Bank. Brad Sainer, again, Farmers. I named him up above, and then I named him again there. Culver's. He's got Aikens on there twice, too, and Red Barn Ranch. First Class Heating and Cooling. Domino's. Colby's Car Clinic. And American Family Insurance. Cam Chenoweth. Some great sponsors. And CPSK Insurance as well.
And Sherwood Heating and Cooling should be on there.
He mixed it up.
I got their numbers wrong. Let's just.
I'm gonna let him fix it. But in speaking of that, when he's working on all that stuff, here's the.
When you're searching for insurance, call an agent in town that can protect you. Call CPSK for auto, life, renters.
Sherwood Heating and Cooling provides quality services and amazing products from Carrier. Always
Some
going
of them
the
are
extra.
staples. I mean, and they've been since the beginning. Troby's, going down there. Ever since I remember the first year Matt opened the Red Barn Ranch, and he's done some stuff with us every single year. Sonic, of course, Ed. Everybody knows Ed at Sonic. Awesome. that he's been here the last several years. Aikens PC Repair has been our official PC repair company. So that has been awesome. Sherwood Community Bank, just the list goes on. Lacey Dominic, Cam Chenoweth. So many repeat, and it's because of a couple of reasons. Number one, they love their community. Number two, they know that advertising works. And you ask anybody who broadcasts or that listen to any of our broadcasts, they're going to tell you who sponsors the first downs.
Oh, absolutely.
The Wayne Hills game, I looked at it a while ago. It has had 5,538 views since that night. All those commercials are still on.
Yeah, and that Jerry makes a good point. It's something, honestly, that I get mad at myself about as a broadcaster and as a marketing guy. I forget to tell my people that when I talk to them or we have a new client come on is, hey, you get 2 commercials in every game. Well, you get 2 commercials in every game for the rest of it's an eternity that it's on YouTube. Jerry just said over 5,300 views for that 5,500 views in that Wayne Hills game. So every time you watch, those commercials pop up. And you always will have that memory, or you will always know who it was that was sponsoring in those situations. And like I said, the Troby's Maytag Home Appliance Center first down. Think Troby's first when you think home appliances. I mean, I've been saying that long enough. I mean, I got it in my back of my head always.
Well, and you've already said this, but it really begs repeating again is the fact that it's only because of these sponsors that we're here today. I mean, truly, if we didn't have these sponsors, the local sponsors, the sponsors from our hometown, if we didn't have them, we wouldn't be able to be here and put this broadcast on. And I mean, over the years, we have continually, because of the work that Jerry has put in. I know he's not, on the radio, very, very little at all, or on the screen at all. And then James, who's come on with us a couple of years ago, it's because of those that have. I mean, I would have never thought back in 2016 when I started that we would have replay. Now we're not going to have replay today, just because of the small amount of stuff that we have capabilities of here. But I mean, the commercials now are professional type commercials. The replays, I mean, to have a replay, be able to play the replay and talk about it. I mean, it makes me feel like to a certain extent we're almost at that college professional level to watch the commercials and watch the replay and talk about the replays.
Well, and that's the thing that has been awesome for me to watch and evolve over my 19 years of doing this. My first 2 years doing Sherwood games, I took a little square box. It was called a flipjack. I had 2 headphones like this that plugged into it. I had a telephone, if they had a phone line that I could plug into, or I had a cell phone with a little deal, and I ran it off of that, and that was all I had. And we went straight to the internet, and all you pulled up was like your media player, and it just played black the whole time, and it had just audio commercials, to where then we went to video, and we just had the commercials as just audio or a picture, and then we went to, Jerry has worked out to where we could rotate several pictures, and then we started being able to add video, and now we have video on almost all of our commercials. So it's been awesome to watch that, but that's also taken hard work, and it's also seen the technology grow from its infancy. I'll give KDKD a lot of credit, because back in 2005, when they started internet radio, nobody knew where that was going to go. And Jim Lawson, who brought it to KDKD, he looks like a genius now. I mean, I don't know that they do a whole lot with just internet radio or, doing the video and stuff, but it gives you so much more, especially as a radio station. You can have one on the FM, and you can have one on the AM, and you can have all these different broadcasts. Well, you can have as many teams as you want now with running it through the internet. So it's been an awesome progression to see. And I mean, now I feel like everybody's got not only a broadcast of some sort, or a podcast of some sort that everybody listens to. By the way, I got to apologize to my daughter, because she did text me. I don't know if she's the one that texted that said Gary.
Probably.
Then 2 minutes later, I got a text that said, "Stop giving me a hard time. This is Colin." and Sugar, that was nothing about a hard time for you. That was just, that's my daughter, and that's who she is, and she is awesome. So just know that I had to fill that in there. She's like, stop giving. I was like, no, I wasn't giving you a hard time. I was giving everybody
you were giving me a hard time. Is what Colin said. That's exactly what
I was giving everybody a hard time that doesn't know how to speak.
Right. So anyway, I'm so proud to be part of all these sponsors from our local hometown as you continue to see their commercials and stuff. And please go out and or give them a call if you need whatever service that they provide. Please think about them first, especially listen to our broadcast, knowing that you're able to see the broadcast. When we talk about seeing the broadcast, you can watch it on a computer. There's a lot of people now that are able to connect this to their smart TVs, and you can watch it just like you're watching a college or high school game or college or professional game on your big screen TV. So again, thank you for all the sponsors that are out there and whatever they do for us.
All right. Well, and perfect segue to let's thank all our great sponsors. Let's go see all their commercials real quick, and we're going to take a breather. Gary, we are rocking this because we've been on the air for almost 2 hours, and we really haven't even talked about the football game coming up. So we're going to take a timeout. Who says, and hey, coming next fall, Gary, Jerry, and Chad on a podcast? I mean, hey, we could probably do it. I mean, we've already talked 2 hours in a row without any script at all. So we're going to take a timeout. You're in a weather delay from St. Louis, Missouri. The Wildcats and the MICDS Rams coming your way sometime today.
Church in DeWitt is one of the world leaders in household and personal care products, and we want you to join our team in Harrisonville. You'll get the chance to work with winning brands that consumers love. We offer starting salaries ranging from $20.50 to $39 per hour, depending on experience. A signing bonus of $2,500. Comprehensive benefits, paid time off, and every other weekend is a 3-day weekend. To apply, go to churchdewhite.com and click on Careers.
Ready to upgrade your patio for those football watch parties? Call Ethan Young with 2-3 Construction Services to get started today. He can create a fun patio area complete with a fire pit in case it gets a bit chilly for one of those Wildcat or Chiefs fall nights. If a new driveway or floor for the shop is part of your upgrade, he will help you there as well. Call Ethan today at 816-533-2119 and put 2-3 Construction Services to work for you.
It always seems to happen. We buy new tires and a week later we run over a nail. Not a problem when you have purchased your tires at Young's Tire and Wheel Center. You get the free flat repair for the life of your tires. On a budget, Young's has the best selection of new and used tires to save a little extra money. When the time comes for new tires, stop at the shop 4T's Trust to keep them rolling down the highway. Young's Tire and Wheel Center on South Commercial in Harrisonville.
You have choices when buying a vehicle. Show Me Auto Mall is your right choice. Getting you financed with even less than perfect credit because everyone needs a reliable vehicle at an affordable price. Need service? Take a loaner while you wait. With a broad selection, you will find a vehicle that is right for you. Show Me Auto Mall is here to make buying a vehicle hassle-free. Go see the crew at Show Me today on 291 across from Walmart.
Everyone needs an advocate in the insurance world. Let Lacey Domnick of Shelter Insurance be an advocate for you. With free policy review and quotes, she aims to help you weigh your options. With auto, home, life, and business insurance, Lacey wants you to have a positive and friendly experience. A former Wildcat herself, it is important for Lacey to support the community and Wildcats. Call today to set up an appointment at 816-380-2700 with Lacey.
What is one of your most precious commodities? Time. With sports, family, work, and school, time is precious. So why drive hours and waste time to save $20? Shop local and buy your home appliances at Troby's Maytag Home Appliance Center right here in Harrisonville. They deliver, service, issues that arise, all while you're putting money right back into the community. Stop wasting time and think Troby's first when you think of home appliances on Plaza Drive right behind Hawthorne Bank.
Everyone needs a little kickstart at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so head to Sonic of Harrisonville and kick away the afternoon fog. Grab an ice-cold drink full of caffeine and kickstart your afternoon and evening. The best part, 2 to 4 is happy hour, and drinks are half price. grab an afternoon snack of cheesy bites or jalapeno poppers, or order on the app for happy hour anytime. Sonic Happy Hour, where you kick away the fog. Also, visit 4ts.com and sign up for the Sonic Kick Return Contest.
When you're searching for insurance, call an agent in town that can protect you. Call CPSK for auto, life, renter's boat, ATV, or any other weekend toy you want covered. CPSK Insurance is an auto owner's affiliate, so call and talk to Summer, Randy, Amanda, or Chandra. They can give you a quote and get you covered quickly and easily. Business coverage is available as well. Call them today at 816-380-3800 or visit them online at www.cpskinsurance.com and let your local agents go to work for you.
Sherwood Heating and Cooling provides quality services and amazing products from Carrier. Always going the extra mile to ensure that your heating and cooling units keep performing at optimal levels. Sherwood Heating and Cooling wants your family to be as comfortable as their own. Products come with warranties and service checkups by trained technicians that give you peace of mind. Call and schedule an appointment at 816-862-6610.
Take the struggle of making homemade pizza out of the equation. Go see Marshall and Stephanie Hamilton, the new owners of Harrisonville Papa Murphy's, and let them do the prep work. Daily specials, new calzones, fresh sides, creative fundraising, and limited time pizzas. There's something for the whole family. Don't forget win or lose discounts every Saturday after the game on your order or $20 or more. Simply type CATS 50 after a win or CATS 25 after a loss and save big with Papa Murphy's of Harrisonville.
New logo, new colors, new app, and a new online banking platform. There may be a lot of new at Sherwood Community Bank, but one thing remains the same: community. Serving the area with 4 convenient locations, Sherwood is still your community bank. Come see what it's like to be part of the community with a new account. The small town bank with big city convenience. Sherwood Community Bank, your community bank.
Before every big purchase, you have to prepare. Prepare the easy way by calling Harrisonville's Farmers Insurance agent, Brad Sainer. Brad will make sure there are no holes in your coverage and take care of you with any lives mishaps. Prepare for great insurance coverage by calling Brad Sainer at 816-974-8105. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum.
When my family opened the first Culver's in Sauk City, Wisconsin, you know what we did? We gave it our all, making sure everyone felt welcome, sharing our favorite foods from around the state, like Butterburgers and fresh frozen custard, greeting every guest with all our heart, crafting each meal with care. Believing a smile makes everything taste better. And it's a tradition we bring with us yet today, from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey everyone, Cody here with Aikens PC Repair, the exclusive computer repair company for 4Ts. Slow computer got you down? We offer virus removal and hardware repair to get you back in action. And with our antivirus software, we can help prevent future infections. Check us out today at 105 East Mechanic Street in historic downtown Harrisonville.
Hey, I'm Matt with the Red Barn Ranch, just north of Harrisonville, Missouri. As a 4th-generation farmer, it was important for me to be able to share our farm experience with the rest of the community. We opened Red Barn Ranch to provide just that, someplace that people can come and experience the farm and walk around and have a good time and make lifelong memories. Red Barn Ranch has grown over the last 9 years from just solely a pumpkin patch to a full farm experience. We've got rides, slides, attractions of all kinds, food, a bar, and a little bit of everything. We'd love for you guys to come see us in person. We're located just 2 miles north of Harrisonville. For more information, you can check us out on Google, Facebook, or redbarnranch.farm. We'll see you at the patch.
Church & DeWitt is one of the world leaders in household and personal care products, and we want you to join our team in Harrisonville. You'll get the chance to work with winning brands that consumers love. We offer starting salaries ranging from $20.50 to $39 per hour, depending on experience. a signing bonus of $2,500, comprehensive benefits, paid time off, and every other weekend is a 3-day weekend. To apply, go to churchtowhite.com and click on Careers.
Work late? Kids got a game. Late night hunger. Good news, Domino's of Harrisonville is open until midnight or later every day. Instead of making a late night dinner or going through another takeout, order the Domino's app and pick up or even have it delivered. Dinner for the whole family, one click away on the Domino's app. Don't forget the garlic knots and dessert when you order. Domino's, your late night pizza stop.
It is you do. We're testing, retesting, engineering, and re-engineering to keep up with you. We run together.
First Class Heating and Cooling is your local Trane dealer that you can count on to provide you with a system and solution that fits your unique needs. Whether you need service right now or an estimate on a new system, give us a call at 816-380-5659. First Class service from your hometown team.
It's hard to stop a train.
Work late? Kids got a game. Late night hunger. Good news, Domino's of Harrisonville is open until midnight or later every day. Instead of making a
So your Cats will be receiving on the north end going south. MICDS will be kicking from the 40 on the south side of the field. And, boy, it is great to be back in the booth. It's not the booth, but it's still great to be back in the booth because it's been a long time since last November to get ready for football again.
It has. It seems like yesterday that we were maybe up at – it seems like yesterday and 2 years ago all at the same time that we were up at Lincoln Prep Academy in the district semifinals. And a lot of changes over the course of the time for Harrisonville. Back in the saddle again, so to speak, is Coach Brent Maxwell, who is taking over the Wildcat football program. And by the looks of it, Coach Maxwell was walking around school talking to kids about playing some football because he's got about 80 blue helmets out there on the team this year.
Absolutely. Good program, good coaching brings, good quality kids out. We talked about this beforehand, and so I'm going to go ahead and mention it now. Are they going to kick onside right off the bat?
If anybody knows anything about Coach Fred Richard, who was here for several years, he likes to surprise people with an onside kick, and I would say this might be one of the games he doesn't do it in because he knows his folks.
I would agree, because obviously Brent and some of the other coaches here, Coach Hanna, were here at the time when he was here before. They know what Fred likes to do.
Leave it to Coach Richard to not tell us that Harrison Mandel was going to kick off as he circled the other two kickers on.
Oh, no, he did kick Mandel because one of them is a kicker and one of them is an extra point.
So here we go. High end over end kick going to be taken about the 3-yard line by the Cats. And we're off 15 to the 20 and taken down at about the 22-yard line. And that's where the Cats will start for business here. That was Cameron Lawful on the return. Signal caller for the Cats going to be Mason Mitchell. So Mason Mitchell going to be your starter for the Cats. And, of course, you'll still hear the name Reynolds in the Wildcat backfield. This year it'll be sophomore Nate Reynolds. You may hear a lot. And we're going to hear a lot from Mr. Michael Moore as well. To the lineup we go. Split back formation. Going to run probably a little bit of a variation of the veer. Under center is Mitchell on 1st and 10 for the Cats. Going to go in motion with Holden. And he's going to stop, go back around the backside. They're going to hand off. Right up the middle they go for Reynolds. Reynolds gets back to the line of scrimmage, and that's it. It'll bring up 2nd down and 10. Sorry, that was Baker on motion. So 2nd down and just about 10. Maybe gave him about a half yard there. So 2nd down coming up for the Cats here. Opening drive of the 2022 season.
That nose tackle is 6'5", 330.
He's a good size.
He is a good size boy.
Under center here, empty back or one man in the backfield. They're going to go in motion with Reynolds. He comes back, and they're going to hand off for Reynolds. He gets a couple that time, maybe 4 or 5. Going to bring up 3rd and about 5. So Reynolds with 5, and it brings up 3rd down and 5. Drogi going to check in. Checking out is Holden. So a 3rd and 5 coming up. So Cats don't want to go 3 and out here to start this first quarter of play. Up to the line of scrimmage they go. 3rd and 5 at the 28-yard line. Split backs in the backfield. 2 wide receivers, your right, 1 to your left. 3rd down, blitz being shown here. And in motion they go. And here they go. They're going to roll out, looking, and tripped up in the backfield. Mitchell couldn't get away. And in the backfield, Carter Inyard, the outside linebacker, able to trip him up. It'll be 4th down, and the Cats going to have to punt with 10:15 to go here in the opening stanza. So here comes a 4th down and a punt coming up. Nate Reynolds, the punter for the Wildcats. Good to have a speedster as your punter as well. Nate is very fleet of foot. He's going to get it and get it off a little low liner. It's going to get a good roll past the 50, and it's going to roll dead inside the 35 to about the 33-yard line. So a 40-plus yard punt, no return, and MICDS will have the ball at their own 33-yard line. MICDS with the Ram logo on their helmet, that maroon or reddish color, and they got their all-white tops and bottoms with the maroon down the pant leg. Maroon numbers and letters. Some schools call it cardinal. Everybody calls it different colors. It's a shade of red. How about that? So here we go. 1st and 10, ball at their own 33-yard line. Moore at quarterback in the pistol. Has a running back behind him. Backfield, 2 wide receivers left, 2 to the right. And Moore going to take it himself. Gets to the outside on his horse. Inside the 50 to the 45. Cut back to the 40, 35. Inside the 35 to the 34-yard line. 2007, my very first year broadcasting Harrisonville Wildcat football. That looked very similar to a quarterback they had back then. His name Sean Ransburg. And right out of the pistol formation, just like Coach Bouchard liked to run it. And he takes off for a big 1st down. Ball inside the 35 to 34.
33-yard run.
So 2 wide receivers set to your right side, pistol formation again, 4 more. And this time he's going to hand it off. No, pitches it back, keeps it himself, faked the pitch. Faked me out up here. About a 9-yard run. Espen Glenn with the tackle. Going to bring up 2nd down and about a yard here. I will tell you right now, MICDS comes out this year, Class 5 program. They've been in Class 4 the last several years. I wouldn't be surprised we don't hear about MICDS playing a certain team from Southwest Missouri in the state championship game this year.
I totally agree.
So, 2 wide receivers to your left, 2 to your right, pistol formation in the backfield. Here we go on 2nd down and 1. Looking to pass this time. They throw it down or in the flats, but incomplete. Looked like maybe a little bit of an interesting route there. I don't know if Weaver knew what that route was, but I believe Dominic Weaver, number 22, this is first year playing organized football.
Yeah, Dominic Weaver and also number 38, Jeremiah Clay, both first year playing football from what Coach Bouchard was saying.
So they're going to bring up a 3rd down and short here. Looks like he's got Cooper in the backfield along with Hall. Pistol formation, 2 wide receivers left side. And this time he's going to go misdirection. No, he's going to pass. Passes out in the flats over the head. Cats try to wrap up the receiver on the flats. Little running back kind of wheel route out of the backfield. Screen pass to Cooper. But it's going to bring up a 4th down and short. So good open field tackle by the Cats there. Brings up 4th down and a couple.
Like being in a 4th down situation there.
You know Fred Bouchard going to go for it on 4th down and short here. So 4th down and about 3 coming up. Pistol formation with split backs behind the quarterback Moore. Again, Cooper and Hall in the backfield. That pass was caught by Cooper. Here we go on 4th down and about 3. And they jump off sides on the hard count. I believe that was Andrew Arnold came across the line.
You can expect that on 4th down about every time.
So it'll be a 1st down for MICDS at the Cat 21-yard line. So 1st and 10 coming up. Pistol formation, wide receiver to the left, wide receiver to the right. And they're going to go on the misdirection. Counter to the backside, to the 10, 5, end zone. Touchdown, MICDS and Stephen Hall. So they go on the counter, and it is a touchdown. And just like that, MICDS up 6-0. And you see down there in the bottom corner of your screen, you have the Warren Mounts Agency scoreboard. And, of course, every broadcast brought to you by Church & Dwight Company of Harrisonville, one of the top employers in the Harrisonville area. First quarter brought to you by CPSK Insurance. Extra point coming up. Set to kick it, Orzon. Kick is up. Kick is good. And it's 7-0. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back right after this.
When you're searching for insurance, call an agent in town that can protect you. Call CPSK for auto, life, renter's boat, ATV, or any other weekend toy you want covered. CPSK Insurance is an auto owner's affiliate, so call and talk to Summer, Randy, Amanda, or Chandra. They can give you a quote and get you covered quickly and easily. Business coverage is available as well. Call them today at 816-380-3800 or visit them online at www.cpskinsurance.com and let your local agents go to work for you.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. MICDS up 7-0 with 7:33 to go here first quarter. This is a, preseason game, but one of the things Harrisonville's done, Gary, for the last several years, they're not going to be afraid to play somebody to start the season. And we've talked about all the places we've been, Augusta, Kansas, to Hannibal, to Rogers, Arkansas, Wayne Hills, New Jersey coming here. All right, we're having problems with Gary's mic. We will get him brought back in here in just a second. 7:33 to go here, and here comes the kickoff. High end over end kick again, going to take by Lawful at about the 2. He's to the 15, up to the 20, and sandwiched at about the 22 again. It'll bring up 1st and 10 for the Cats.
That last drive by MICDS, five plays, 67 yards, took 2 hours, or 2 hours, 2 minutes and 15 seconds off the clock, culminated by a 21-yard touchdown run by Hall.
That scoring summary brought to you by Lacey Dominic Agency, Shelter Insurance Agent here in town. Lacey Dominic, and we've got the water break coming up, so we'll take a quick timeout. We'll be back after this.
Hey, Harrisonville. Say hi to several friendly faces from your neighborhood Culver's, home of delicious Butterburgers and fresh frozen custard that's always cooked to order. Stop by and try our double Butterburger with cheese, made with fresh, never frozen beef, seared on the grill as you order on a lightly buttered and toasted bun. And for dessert, grab a rich and creamy fresh frozen custard made in small batches all day long. See you there. Go Wildcats.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. It'll be 1st and 10. Of course, in August, Gary, it's hot in Missouri, so we have those mandatory water breaks in the first and the third quarter about halfway through, and we just had ours, and they're on the sidelines talking things over a little bit. 7:27 to go here first quarter, 7-0 Rams. Cats went 3 and out. Looked like the Cats had slowed them down inside the 30, and then an offside with 4th and 3 turned it into a first down, and then like 2 plays later, touchdown.
Yeah, and they had three big plays, a 33-yard run by Moore, a 9-yard run by Moore, and then that touchdown by Hall, 21 yards. So that was, big plays is what really took that drive to the end zone.
So here we go. Mitchell up under center here. 2 backs in the backfield will be Reynolds and Moore in motion. They're going to go with Baker. And we're going to have a flag. Looks like we'll have a procedure call on the Cats. No, offsides on the defense. So lined up in the neutral zone maybe. So 1st and 5 now for the Cats. I want to thank all our great sponsors. We've talked about it. I haven't got a list done. We got to start it a little bit late. I would love to go over all of our sponsors. We've got several new sponsors this year, and we've got some of our old hats that have been with us since the get-go in 2016 at the state championships, and we'll talk about those as things go along here. Under center is Mitchell at about the 27-yard line. In motion, they're going to go with Baker. Around he goes in the backfield. They're going to fake the handoff. They're going to look to throw, and they throw it over in the flats. Caught. That is right up the middle. I think that is Josiah Sims up. Oh, so it was Moore. He snuck out of the backfield there. Got about 3 on it. Going to bring up 2nd down and a pair. So 2nd down and about 2 for the Cats here with 7 minutes to go in the opening quarter. 2 wide receivers set to your left, 1 to your right. Single back in the backfield. And they're going to go in motion and bring Reynolds back into the backfield with Moore. Set it up and hand it off for Reynolds. And he's breaking into the secondary to the 45, to midfield. His first big run of the ball game. 49-yard line and a first down.
20-yard run.
That's a Troby's Maytag Home Appliance Center first down. Think Troby's first when you think home appliances. I told you we still had some old sponsors that we've had for years. Troby's Maytag Home Appliance Center is one of them. Ball down to the 49-yard line with 6.5 to go here in the first quarter. Two wide receivers set again out to that left side. They like to bring Reynolds in motion, but this time they're going to go pistol formation. Moore behind Mitchell. And Mitchell going to keep it himself. He's got a lane. First down run, 11 yards. Down to the 38-yard line into first and 10. And that's another Troby's Maytag Home Appliance Center first down. Think Troby's first when you think home appliances. Down to the 38-yard line. A lot of big games in the Kansas City area tonight. Liberty North, Lee Summit North. Two teams that played for a chance to go to the state title last year. They're playing tonight. Of course, this game here is pretty big itself. Wide receiver to your left, 3 to your right. Under center, they're going to go in motion with Baker. He's going to go around and go back towards this sideline. Reynolds going to get about a yard on that one. So they like to run Baker in an motion, and then he comes and wraps around the quarterback. Travis, what would you call that?
It's really it's basically a shuffle back to a motion. They'll just call that a tail motion for the most part. And it's to get your defense shifting one way, running misdirection, and they're starting to get into a few sets here that are kind of throwing them off a little bit, and that misdirection's starting to take.
Well, and I'm sure there is something that comes off of that later on.
Absolutely. Under center going to be Mason Mitchell. In motion is Baker, and they're going to go straight motion. They're going to throw it out in the flats for Reynolds. He catches it, gets on his feet, inside of the 35, down to about the 32, and it's going to bring up third down and 4 for the Cats. 5-yard catch and run by Nate Reynolds, and it'll bring up third down for the Cats in MICDS territory down to the 33-yard line.
You know what's interesting about these two coaches especially is you're going to get a lot of looks. This first game of the season, that's not usually typical. They're kind of figuring out what their bread and butter is going to be, and you're seeing a lot here.
So here we go, third down and 4. Split backs in the backfield, wide receiver left, wide receiver right. In motion they go again with Baker. And they're going to get him offside. That'll be a first down for the Wildcats. So MICDS returning the favor there and giving a first down on a penalty, and they are not happy over on the far sideline right now. Now, I don't see there's the sweater vest. I had to find the sweater vest on the far sideline.
It didn't take long to find the sweater vest after that penalty.
No, it did not. So it'll be a first down and 10 down to the 28. If anybody doesn't know what we're talking about, Coach Fred Richard is famous for his sweater vest and polos underneath those, and a tie. 3 wide receivers, 2 one side, right, 1 to your left. In motion they go. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to St. Louis, Missouri. I am Chad Grimmer, Gary Davidson standing here beside me, and we are waiting to play some football.
For the 2 o'clock kickoff.
I know, and people people were probably wondering where we went. We were gone for probably about 15, 20 minutes. Well, we went and ate lunch, because we've been here since breakfast, and we ate breakfast, and now we had to eat lunch. So hopefully we don't have to eat dinner at the stadium, because then it'll be a long night.
It's going to be a long day as well as it is anyway.
My idea was, let's just pack everybody up. Let's go over to the Edward Jones Dome, which is now called the America Center, and let's just play it there. We've played them there multiple times.
I was going to say, both teams are very familiar with that stadium.
Very familiar, so we might as well move it on over to the America Center, but we're awaiting. I know that there's originally we heard noon, maybe hearing 1:30 now. Getting closer to that 2 o'clock kickoff we were originally going to have. We don't know yet. We're still waiting. It's kind of going back and forth, bouncing around, and we'll keep you updated on that as we go. But we are in a weather delay, and it's kind of been fun, just people texting. And my father-in-law texts back, and he goes, that was awesome, that interview with Fred Bouchard. And he goes, I am so glad that you gave him a hard time about private school versus public school type of deal. And he goes, yeah, kind of. It was, he did a really good job with that question because, some coaches would probably be like, really, you're going to ask me that? He did a really, really good job with that question.
Well, it was a good impromptu interview with Fred because, he's very personable anyway, and so I was hoping that he would take the headset. I was taking it off, and he wasn't saying no, so I figure if he's not saying no, then that's maybe a yes to me, so I'd much rather be able to give him the opportunity to talk.
Jerry kind of reached in. He said, hey, Coach, you want to get Coach Maxwell? We'll see if we can't maybe get Coach Maxwell on. What I would like to ask him is, what do you do in a situation like this, head coach, trying to get your, team, keep them like heads up and keep everything handed and going. So we'll see. I think he might be popping in for a minute, which will be awesome. We can, not very often we get pregame interviews with both head coaches before the game starts, and it's been awesome that we possibly are going to be able to do that. But getting the text messages stuff, like Ron texted me that, and he got a kick out of that. Angie Gonzalez texted me and said, hey, if you have a podcast, we need to get Coach Frankie Jackson on it next year because he would be a riot.
Of course.
Of course, Coach Jackson would. And if you don't know, Coach Jackson back in Harrisonville, Dom back in Harrisonville as well for his senior season. So that'll be an interesting dynamic this year. Well, it's going to be a real interesting dynamic when it comes down to the Warrensburg-Harrisonville game because you're going to have two former MRVC West coaches as assistant coaches in that ball game because Coach Messenger, who's been a staple at Pleasant
we're talking
Hill,
about basketball.
Basketball, who was a staple at Pleasant Hill for years, is now an assistant coach with Coach Nimmo over in Warrensburg. So excited! I was excited to see him this summer. Me and Coach Nimmo ran that summer league over in Warrensburg, and here he comes walking in. I go, here I'm going to be seeing a whole lot more of you here every week. So it was awesome to be able to see him this summer too. And his son's a freshman, going to go to Warrensburg this year. I know that they're looking to move over to the Warrensburg area, so it'll be awesome to see him as well. And we're going to sneak Coach Maxwell in here. I'm gonna let you flip-flop, Gary, and hand that to Coach Max, and I'll ask him a few questions because I'm sure he's super excited about how the day has gone so far. Coach Mack, one of the things I just said to Gary was, there you go. Oh, there we go. Yeah, you see now you really get pregame exposure today. What do you do in a situation like this, just keeping your kids occupied and not just occupied, but like kind of up? There's that time before a game you're amped up, you're ready to go. Now you've got this. Like, how do you get them and try to keep them up or get them back up?
Well, we really encouraged them actually to go down early on because we knew there was going to be a little bit of a lengthy delay here. So instead of trying to keep that that focus going and everything, we said, hey, just take your pads off because it's a little warm down there in the locker room, and get off your feet, just relax a little bit. They actually. We were fortunate enough they had a projector in there, and the guys were smart enough to figure out how to hook one of their phones to it. So they're watching a movie right now, and because they were starting to get a little antsy, obviously, they were ready to go. And then, just things that are beyond our control and the other teams having to deal with too. You try to deal with it the best you can. We did have parents, fortunately, that ran to the grocery store real quick and got us some stuff to make sandwiches and, That's one thing that we can prepared to stay overnight and to have breakfast and everything, but we weren't prepared for that. So fortunately, we do have great parents that are willing to step up and help out in this instance.
Well, that's awesome that you were able to do all that. Now, the next question would be, what's the alternative plan? Because it went from, that looked like a shower was going to move through. Now it's kind of like spread out a little bit. Is there an alternative talk or,
No, not really. I mean, we came all this way. We're going to try to wait it out as long as we can. There is I just got done talking with their athletic director, and it looks like there's a little bit of a window there between 1:30, 4:30-ish. Otherwise, on the back end of that, it looks like there's another storm coming. So we're going to try to wait that out and see if we can get at least some football in. We'd like to get it all in, obviously, but we definitely we come all the way over here, and we've had a great week of preparation. I think both teams want to get out and just play a little bit.
Exactly.
Anyway, so it would count as an official game though as soon as we started. It used to be you had to play a half.
Okay.
But they've done away with that now, so it would be official. So we would either have to officially postpone it and make that up another time, or we would have to just call it, and it would either be a tie or a win or a loss, depending on what the score was at that time.
Well, my idea was let's just pack everybody up and go over to the America Center, which was the Edward Jones Dome, and everybody familiar with that, so be a great place to play a game.
We've been there and played before. So,
what is it like for you as the head coach, having worked for Coach Bouchard, one of your mentors, obviously? Yeah. How is it to now face him back-to-back years as a head coach?
It's fun. I mean, the older you get, you just kind of you put things in perspective a little bit. He was a tremendous mentor. A tremendous friend. We talk, constantly during the season, out of season, stuff like that. But I have the utmost respect for him and the teams that he coaches. They're always well prepared, and that's why I don't mind coming and playing those types of games, especially early in the year. They may get the best of us at times, but I know they're going to be well coached, and we're going to learn more about ourselves and what we need to fix before we get into our conference schedule and then the postseason. So,
well, that's what Gary and I talked about a little bit earlier. And I've got this saying, I've said it for years. You guys always play the tough schedule. You guys always play the tough game first out because that prepares you for the rest of the season. And my saying's always been, you don't win trophies in September and October. You win them in November.
Absolutely.
And it's that September and October games that prepare you for the November runs.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, the biggest goal is, again, just to get better and to stay healthy. That's always that's maybe the one I'm maybe more concerned about that than the wins and the losses, early. But again, they do things really well. Not that somebody couldn't get hurt, but I feel like things are going to stay pretty in check on both sides there. So the injuries doesn't scare me off from playing stiff competition early on.
Yeah, and that's what Coach Bouchard said earlier. He was just like, he goes, I'm always pulling for them. He goes, obviously not today. He goes, but he goes, I look at it and I'm like, one of us got to lose and go home today. And he goes, I hate that on either side because if I lose, I'm going to be mad at myself. But he goes, if they lose, he goes, those are friends over there, lifelong friends that he's made. So it's kind of unique situation because you don't always get those in games like this.
Sure.
So, well, Coach, I know you've probably got kids to make sure that they are not climbing on the rafters.
They were getting close.
But I really appreciate you stopping by and, giving us a little insight to what goes on during a rain delay and such. So I'm glad you were able to come up and join us, and good luck this afternoon. Hopefully this afternoon.
Hopefully.
If not, we're going to be getting a phone call at 4:30. Hey, they may got lights around here.
Exactly.
So, well, good luck today, and we will see you next or later today, and then next Friday.
Perfect. Sounds good.
All right.
Thanks,
see you
guys.
later. That is head coach Brent Maxwell of the Harrisonville Wildcats joining us momentarily. As we are in a delay, so everybody's kind of figuring out what we're doing, and I like to be able to get that insight though. What do you do in a situation like that? And I like what he said. He goes, we actually really kind of wanted to bring them down, because it's a unique situation. You get up for a game, man, you're ready. You've got that mindset, you got that mentality, creature of habit like we talked about earlier, Gary. You want to go through all that situation, and you do a pregame routine. I remember for years, as you get older, you don't have as many superstitions, but I had superstitions like before prepping for a Harrisonville game. I was like, I did this. We're creatures of habit. The kids do that. I guarantee you Nate Reynolds probably has a certain playlist that he plays in his earbuds while he's prepping for a game and he's out there warming up. Now what do you do? Because now you're going to go back through. You got to go back through and change things up. So it can knock you off your game a little bit.
I think it'll be still a lot of that. They're going to come back. They're going to have half an hour, 45 minutes to be able to prepare to get warmed up. Because that's one thing I was talking to Coach Maxwell about earlier outside was the fact that you don't want any injuries to come out of this game because of the lack of warm-up. Because you've gotten your muscles. When they were out here earlier in pregame, they got their muscles all warmed up. They got them stretched and everything else. You're going to come back out. The weather's going to be different when you come back out to actually play, and you want to actually get yourself warmed up. So therefore, you're not going to have any of those injuries. And some of those injuries can be, number of games out if you tear something or if you happen to stretch something. And so especially those players that are used to getting warmed up and needing to get that certain warm up. And I know the Reynolds and a lot of the running backs, and even the linemen, obviously are going to need to get themselves substantially warm before that game starts. I mean, it's important to get that to that level.
So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Like you said, it sounds like maybe there's a little bit of a clearing, a little bit like 2-3 hour window that they can get the game in. And as he said, he goes, we just want to play a little bit of football.
Right.
You come all the way this way. Obviously, you're not, I don't know how that goes into your, the crazy part about it is if you get in that scenario, in that situation, Gary, let's say you kick off and then it's an official game.
Yeah, which I didn't realize that. I thought it used to be you had to go to make it to halftime.
So what happens, let's say now on a Harrisonville side, I think that kind of favors them early in the game, both teams figuring it out. Harrisonville picks up a muff kickoff, gets a quick touchdown, holds them, and then it lightnings and there's a torrential thunderstorm comes and they win at 7-0. How huge is that for a Harrisonville? Because they're Class 4, MICDS is Class 5. You get those bonus points. That goes in the record book as a win, and you maybe only played, a couple series. So, it goes the other way, too, with MICDS, but they're playing a Class 4 opponent, which they don't get those bonus points and stuff. So how crazy things could happen today.
Well, and, that takes us right to the coin toss. A lot of times I know for me, I would much rather get the ball in the second half. You don't know that there's going to be a second half necessarily. So are you going to take, if you win the toss, are you going to take the receiving rather than what a lot of times would normally be a kickoff.
Yeah.
So you can take it in the second half. And you're right. If for some reason, mistakes are going to be made in all games, especially early in the season. You've got young men and women, and obviously in this game, we do have a woman playing for Harrisonville. And you've got the situation where, you score, and now for every score could mean the potential of the game being ended. And so obviously you want to see a full game. And the other interesting thing is here, the longer we get delayed and continue delayed, they have no lights here. So then you're going to be up against later on in the afternoon, are you going to be able to finish the game because of light? So it's going to be an interesting, when we finally get started, or at least it looks like we're going to get started, it's going to be interesting how, those things actually, decisions are made from a coaching standpoint. And so, because a lot of it's going to come down potentially to a short game.
Yeah, and so that'll be interesting to see as we go as well. If you're just joining us, if you popped on and it's 12:15, you're like, man, that game's probably getting close. You're going to check out what the score is. I don't know if it says on Preps KC, but they had the time this afternoon, or for it to be this morning. Well, people may be going, well, why is there no update? Let's go check online and see. And they're like, wait, they're not playing yet. So we are in a lightning delay. We have on the other side, I don't know if you can see, I'm pointing over at Jerry's computer, but up on the screen there, we also have the game from last year playing. Below that, you can see our kind of situation of where we're at here. Tucker's got a hard job today as he's going to have to keep trying to go out there and clean those windows off so that we get a very good display for you on the broadcast. So
Because obviously we've got the cameras inside. It would have been great to be able to have the cameras up above us. But when we got up this morning, came over here, we realized that there was a potential for some rain. Obviously, the equipment we've got is very expensive equipment. You don't want it to get ruined because of rain. So therefore, not being at home, he doesn't have the capabilities of covering like he normally would at home. So yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a challenge. It's going to be a challenge all the way around. I mean, here we've been here since 8 o'clock this morning, and it's almost it's coming up on 12:30, and we've not had a kickoff or a snap yet. So
yeah, and let you know, we are just as anxious as you are to get to the pregame show, and then eventually to the start of the football game, because we're ready for some football, and we don't really want to get home at 1 o'clock in the morning either. So
no, we don't.
But it was funny. We talked about all our memories we've had over all these years of broadcasting in these games, and we keep bringing more memories keep coming up. We were talking in the hallway with the Harrisonville assistant coaches about the Moberly game several years ago that was played in a torrential monsoon, and it was crazy because it was cold. It was like 43 degrees, and there was no thunder and lightning. It was just a torrential downpour.
But it wasn't a downpour. It was the rain was going sideways. It was not coming down.
And I wish I had video. That was in our internet radio days at KDKD, and I wish I would have had video of it, because every kid was standing in a big circle, and it was like they moved as one. So they'd move here and then they'd move back, and they were all trying to stay warm. And I ended up calling that. I was telling them I ended up calling that game. If you've ever seen where we broadcast in Harrisonville, we broadcast on the wing on the south end of the press box, and it's outside. Well, I had moved it to where the drain was. There's that drain over there, and I was under the tent, and I was standing in the middle under the tent, and I was trying to broadcast with what we had. I ended up spending the entire second half, or as long as the game lasted, I had a phone, and I was like this, trying to stay dry, calling the football game. It was one of those odd scenarios you brought up a couple of years ago. I forgot all about. We had a good hour delay in Maryville, and that was for power, and that sent Jerry back here into a panic attack because it kicked us offline.
Right. If you have no electricity, you have no internet. Therefore, you have no. You can't produce a game.
So we got kicked offline, and people were like, "We lost feed. Well, we also lost cell phone power. People, I don't know. I don't remember exactly how, but we got word to somebody back home to put on Facebook that, hey, there's a power outage and a lightning or a power delay up in Maryville, because none of us had cell phone access. None of us had anything to tell, and nobody knew what was going on, and we kept getting people couldn't text us or trying to text us because it wouldn't go through, and we're like, we have no way to talk to anybody. So I remember that scenario is as you go back and you think about these games and you forget about some of them. We brought up the Hannibal game. We had to drive twice. We drove to Hannibal, didn't play the game, and then we drove back the next day to play. Me and you drove to Oliver.
Mm-hmm. On a Friday night.
And
they canceled it, and we had to play on Saturday.
Yeah, we went back to that game as well. So it's been funny, just all of these that you pop up like this one situation, oh, this doesn't happen very often. It's happened way more than we thought it had.
It truly does. I mean, you talk about sports, you talk about different types of weather. Football, we all know that in football you play in any type of weather. There's only one part that you can't play in, and that's lightning. I mean, when you get the lightning strikes, they keep delaying it, but they'll play in monsoons, they'll play in snow, they'll play in ice. We've had those games, and it's just, one of the things you have to deal with. It's just much better being inside where we're at right now rather than having to be outside.
Yeah, it would be interesting if we were at home and this was going on, because we'd have the tents up, but it would be an interesting play call. You remember a couple of years ago as well, we went down to Carthage, your hometown.
Right.
And we broadcast, we got the basketball game in, and right after the basketball game, we all had to go take shelter because there was a tornado warning. So
absolutely.
We have had some interesting things happen over the years, but it's been a blast too. And these are the ones that I always like, because these games that I don't like the 3.5 hour wait, but I like these long road trips. Kind of we're just a small town operation, but, kind of makes you feel a little bit big time when you get to go spend the night in a hotel and prep for your game, and you have the long trip over. We talk about football all the way over. Your kid gets car sick 30 minutes from the hotel, and, those are fun things you're always going to remember about it. So it's been fun today. It's been awesome. Something we don't get to do a lot is talk to both coaches before a game on air. And it just so happened to work out for us because they're, killing time just like we are, and we got to see an insight. We got to rib Coach Bouchard a little bit, and then we got to talk to Coach Maxwell about what you're doing with your team before the game in a scenario, because a lot of people don't think about that. They don't think about – everybody's like, can we just get this game going already? Well, think about the kids that are playing the game. I'm sure it's tough on them too. Now – they'll probably have good memories of this game,
absolutely.
too. They'll be one of those that, remember when we had to play at MICDS and we sat in the locker room all day long? So
yeah, I mean, it's and it's fun, been fun for me, and going on at 9:30 before the game was supposed to start at 10, and a lot of the things that we talked about in the last 3 hours or whatever are things that we talk about all the time, on trips back and forth when we're traveling, and have the opportunity to, talk about those memories. And this is going to be one of those other things that we're going to put in our memory bank that we're going to be able to talk about, and things that we talk about off the air all the time. It seems like that we're able to, share with those that are listening and watching our program.
Yeah, and I feel like it's like memory lane today, but kind of it is. We've talked about it. This can be my last year broadcasting. I got a lot of Harrisonville. I mean, it's going to be 200 career games broadcasting at Harrisonville, and that's from 07. I look back and I go, 2007, that was just a couple years ago, right? That was 17 years ago. Holy smokes. I was actually young then.
Well, so was I.
You actually had kids in school.
I had kids in school, absolutely. Not even in high school yet.
It's one of those things where you're like, wow, like how fast did that go? And it's you talked about probably after this year you got grandkids now and you got stuff going on, and Jerry's going to keep it rolling though, and I'm going to keep rolling with some marketing for him and such, but it's just been one of those things. We've had that continuity for the last several years of the same group of us, which I think makes us having one of the best broadcasts, besides the fact that all the work that he puts on behind the scenes and stuff. And
25 has been put on the clock.
So they've put 25 minutes on the clock, which tells us they may be ready to bring kids out and start warming up. What it really tells me is there has not been lightning for over 30 minutes.
Well, and also what it does tell you is both coaches have gotten together with the ADs, which obviously our head coach and ADs is one and the same. And I'm not sure who the AD is for MICDS, but they've come to a decision. Joshua Smith, you said? Okay, the AD for MICDS. All four have gotten together and agreed, obviously, that once the teams come out of the locker room and start warming up, they're going to have 25 minutes, and they've already agreed upon that. So still, I just hope it's enough time to get those young men and women warm where they're not going to be doing getting any injuries during the game, especially in the very beginning of the game when it's going to be so crucial starting out. So, yeah,
so we'll see. And that also could be 25 minutes. They may give them 10 or 15 to come out and get stretched before they start that clock. What I assume that means is they haven't had lightning for a while and they're starting to see a window open up. We haven't really looked at the weather either. So we may be getting closer. Don't want to jinx it, knock on wood here. Don't want to jinx it that we're maybe getting closer to game time, but hopefully we are. I know we got 60-ish people, I think, right now still listening to us.
Well, and again, now's a good time to again say, we're here and we've been here since 8 o'clock, but on the air since 10:30, and it's because of the sponsors back home that are making this possible to be able to not have to travel. Those that can't travel, those have parents, grandparents, relatives, good friends that want to watch the broadcast and watch the game and see their loved ones play. It gives them the opportunity, and it's only begin because of those that are sponsoring us that we're here and able to put on that broadcast.
Absolutely. So we're going to step aside, let Tuck fix the camera, because I'm sure you all are tired of seeing our ugly mugs up on there, and get a little bit of information, see what we can find out, and we will hopefully have a pregame show coming your way before too long. So.
Yep, and continue to watch last year's game that's still on the screen. That's last year's broadcast that we did last year. You'll be able to see it streaming while we're waiting on this game to start.
So we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Throw it away. Going to bring up. Hello, everybody, and welcome to St. Louis, Missouri. I am Chad Grammer, voice of the Harrisonville Wildcats. Alongside me, my longtime tag team partner, Gary Davidson. And, folks, you've been listening to us for the last 2 hours. You're probably tired of our voices, but guess what? It's time for the 2023 football season to kick off.
And it started a little bit slow, but really it's great to be here.
It is. It's fun. We've had a lot of fun this morning. You know what? Sometimes you make lemonade out of lemons, and we did it this morning. We've had a good time doing it, and we're ready for high school football. Both teams out on the field warming up. We are about 22 minutes away from your opening kickoff for the 2023 season. And, there is an old saying, they say the best for last. So maybe both of these teams just wanted to be the last two teams to play today.
Probably so, and I think that we're going to have two great teams playing today.
Absolutely, and there's playmakers on both sides of the field. When you look at this game, you can break it down a lot of different ways, Gary. You can break it down as mentor versus mentee. You can break it down as star player versus star player. You can break it down as state champions versus state champions. However you want to do it, you can do it in this football game.
Oh, absolutely. And Coach Bouchard talked about it earlier about, talking about Nate Reynolds, who last year had unofficially, but 15 carries, 92 yards. And then you look at you've got you've got a quarterback that was Mitchell, who was a junior last year, is going to be a senior this year, with obviously the junior running back of Reynolds and then the rest of the backfield. And so you've got on the Harrisonville side, you've got a lot of capabilities, a lot of good things that I think we're going to see happen. Some different things I'm hoping, and talking to Coach Bouchard before the game, some things I'm not going to mention, but I'm really excited from an offensive standpoint of some of the capabilities they're going to have and some of the things you're going to see from this Harrisonville Wildcat football team.
Absolutely. And, they play these games because they want to be better at the end of the season. Coach Maxwell talked about that when he was up here with us. He said, you play these games because this makes you better later in the season. So when you get into that district competition, that state competition, you're not a deer in headlights and not knowing what's going on. You know what I mean? So that is what's awesome about this game. There's state championships on both sides. Harrisonville owns 5 of them. MICDS, I'm not quite sure. I think they have 4, but I'd have to go back and double check that. So both teams, double digits basically in state championships. They've played each other, which is crazy, 4 times
in the state championship.
State championship. Both teams playing 2-2. Now, I will give Coach Richard credit for sliding that one in. I don't know if anybody noticed that.
I don't think anybody questioned him on that. He just brought it in a little bit.
But he goes, well, that's been a great battle. And he goes, we lead 3-2. I was like, I like how he kind of slid that one in. But nevertheless, they played. This is the 6th time they will play. Harrisonville would like to even that up. Harrisonville lost to them at Arrowhead Stadium in 1983 when Kelly Donahoe was the quarterback of the Wildcats. They then beat them in 2005, but they had lost to them in 2004 in double overtime, and then they turned around and beat them again in 2007 for a state championship. So 2 of their 4 state titles in that early 2000s run were against MICDS. I believe Owensville was one of them, and St. Genevieve was the other one. So those were the 4 state championship games they did win.
Well, we talked about this a little bit earlier, and the fact was that, the game they lost in double overtime, and Fred did, bring that, and we discussed that, that it was his choice to go ahead and go for 2 rather than go ahead and kick and go into a third overtime. And but however, as we discussed, that, in my opinion, probably gave them the energy and catapulted them into 3 consecutive state championship runs. And so therefore, they could have easily had that one had they been able to pull that game off as well. So
we'll see what goes. If I look at this game today, I said you could break it down in many different ways. Obviously, mentor to Brent Maxwell was Coach Fred Bouchard. He was on the staff with Coach Bouchard. So that could be part of it. But, what I'm really looking at is to see where Nate Reynolds is as a junior for the Wildcats. Ended up with over 1,700 yards last season as a sophomore. He had 25 rushing touchdowns as a sophomore. and he's building on that. He's 32 career. I looked at all the career yardage. He is top 5 in career yard. I think he's 6th in career yards. Top 5 in touchdowns, or 6, or he's tied with Zach for 6th. We talked about, but in the top 5 or 10 in almost all offensive categories, and he's only a junior.
Well, and that was only through his sophomore year. So, he's a junior, but we haven't even seen his junior nor his senior year. And barring any injury, we pray that never happens to any player, obviously. But barring an injury, he should easily be able to encapsulate all of those records more than likely.
Absolutely. And, he's halfway to Sean and Jace for career touchdowns. He's up there in career yardage and all the good statistics. But on the other side of the field, Gary was able to talk to Coach Bouchard early in the game. They have a running back that is a freshman that should be a solid back, and I don't have his name written down. Justin Bishop. There it is. I knew I had it somewhere. I couldn't remember which one. Only a freshman. And this goes back to us joking with Coach Bouchard about being at a private school right now. I said, I think he may have made his rounds to the junior high games last year to see who. Hey, you want to come over to MICDS this year?
Well, and obviously their quarterback who played last year was a sophomore last year. He's a junior this year, so they're very young in a lot of categories as well. So they're going to have a lot of underclassmen playing this year, and so you look at the freshman running back. He's going to be kind of like a Nate Reynolds. He's going to have 4 years of good quality, and he also said that you're going to see potentially a freshman quarterback in there occasionally to spare gold a little bit. And so therefore we all know, what Bouchard and also now obviously Coach Maxwell likes. He likes to get that playing time because of the younger underclassmen, because of the fact what happens is as the year goes on and the years go on, the play is slower for them, and especially at the quarterback position.
Well, we talked about it a little bit earlier. You talk about you don't like your junior high or your JV and your freshman playing in a lot of varsity games. That means you are either getting beat or beating someone pretty badly. But people have asked me for years, how did Harrisonville sustain their success? Well, number one, it starts at their youth level. They have a great youth program. And you look at Webb City and Kearney and, all of these towns, that's why they sustain that success. It starts at the youth program. The second part of that a lot of people don't see is when Harrisonville went on that 5-year run to the state championship game, won 4 of those state titles, there were games that were over by halftime, which meant in the second half, your JV and your, sometimes even freshmen were playing against varsity competition because obviously they're keeping their varsity in because they want to try to score touchdowns, and you got your JV and your freshmen in. So when those kids then get thrown into the lights, they're not the deer in headlights. They're ready to rock and they're ready to go. And I think that's what you see with both of these programs and these coaches. You talked about Bouchard. He's like, oh, well, you may see a freshman quarterback out there. I can't imagine how good the freshman is if he's going to split some time with Gold, because I watched Gold drop a 45-yard pass into the breadbasket of a kid as he ran into the end zone a little bit ago. Obviously no rush there, but I was like, that's a pretty solid little player right there.
Oh, absolutely. And he's obviously got an arm. Now, granted, keep in mind, we're going to have the weather is going to be playing a part in this. The running backs, the quarterbacks are going to have wet balls to play with. So therefore, there's going to be some slipping balls out of hands. Running backs are going to have to make sure that they tuck it a little bit more, that they use both hands when they get into traffic. And so you're going to see Nate Reynolds go, and the rest of the group going into hits, and hopefully they're going to be covering up because the ball's going to be slick.
Yeah, and they were talking about that, and we talked about the Moberly game, how many fumbles they had in that, with it being wet football out there. So it'll be interesting to see how things are going to go. You may have seen a hand coming across your screen there. Jerry's trying his best to try to get us wiped off out there. The problem is the paper towels that we have are, the bathroom paper towels that don't absorb anything. They just move the water around. So hopefully we can get that to you. Good news is I've been doing this long enough. I will paint a pretty picture for you. If you can't quite see what's going on out there, because of the water, you will be able to hear it. So that will be good as well. So we're about 12, 13 minutes away from our coin toss. It is your pregame show brought to you by our good friends Brad Sainer, Farmers Insurance Agency. Brad, if you're preparing for an insurance quote, give him a call today. Brad Sainer, Farmers Insurance, is our pregame show sponsor. We have a lot of great sponsors that are on the air with us this year, and we'll get to those here in just a little bit. You've heard them over the course of the 5 hours here this morning, the last 3 hours being on the air. We've been on the air since 9:30 this morning. Here we are going to have a 1 p.m. kickoff, try to get this ball game in. And right now it is still raining. So the only bad part about that to me, Gary, when you talk about it and you see the rain, all it takes is one lightning strike. And you're back off. And we talked about it a little bit earlier. Once it kicks off, it's an official game. So you got to do your best to limit mistakes and keep it close and just see what happens, because you never know at any time you get a lightning strike and they could look at it and be like, hey, let's just call it.
Yeah, and it's going to, and I even mentioned this earlier, though, it may even come down to initially the who's going to, on the coin toss, who may select the ball, because normally a lot of times you see deferrals. And are there going to be deferrals? If you want me to, I'll go ahead and go into some of the key players and stuff for Harrisonville and MICDS that you're going to be seeing and hear us talking about.
Absolutely.
Obviously, at quarterback for the Harrisonville Wildcats is going to be Mitchell. He's going to be at quarterback. He's number 7, Mason Mitchell. Also, you're going to see, obviously, Reynolds, who we've talked about already. Number 23 is going to be Carter Johnston. And also you're going to be seeing some of Brandon Phillips. At the wideout and tight end positions, you're going to be seeing Lawful, number 2. You're going to be seeing number 3, Moore, number 11, Baker, and number 88, who is Joshua Sims. For MICDS,
Josiah.
I'm sorry?
Josiah
Sims. I'm sorry. Also then for MICDS, quarterback, we already talked about him, is going to be number 12, Brian Gold. Then you're going to see number 2, Bishop, who we spoke about earlier, as one of the running backs. And then you're going to see, and I know I'm going to butcher this, and I apologize, but number 36, Mickey Gachewski. And then also you're going to see number 0, Jeremiah Clay. At the wideout for MICDS, you're going to be seeing number 34, Coleman, number 14, Faust, number 10, Weaver, number 13, Rowan, and number 20, Walsh. Now I'm sure you're going to see additional players, but those are the kind of the key players that you're going to be seeing on hearing us talk about on offense, as Harrisonville is now warming up. And good throw there, actually to number 3, Michael Moore. So
we'll see. And Michael spent a lot of time in the backfield the last couple of years, so seeing him out at the wide receiver position will be interesting to see how he does out there. Obviously, your feature back is going to be Mr. Nate Reynolds. Carter Johnston will probably get some carries along with Brandon Phillips, so see how those roll.
Well, and interesting, and I can go ahead and say this now, interestingly, when I was talking to, and as you see them line up in a one-back set, they're going to line up in a one-back set, a two-back set, a two split to the right, two split to the left, like they were just there with a one-back set. So they're going to have a whole bunch of different sets. And I asked him, I said, well, what is your main set? And he said, we have no main set. And so therefore, sometimes you're going to see a one-back, sometimes a two, and you may sometimes seeing a two-tight set with two tight ends. So it's going to be interesting. This is going to be a little bit different than we've been used to seeing. But I'm excited to see what Coach Brent Maxwell has got in store for us from the offensive side.
And from a broadcasting standpoint, I love somebody that has a bunch of different sets, because there's nothing worse than me saying over and over, wide receiver to the left, split backs in the backfield, quarterback under center, 975 times a game. So if I can say pistol formation with Reynolds behind Mitchell in the backfield, and then I can say, okay, we got a 4 wide receiver set, empty backfield. If I can, change all that up, that'll be fun to do.
Well, in that last play that they just ran, they had one back set. They had somebody in motion, and they ultimately had 3 wides to the left with one of them being a motion. So I'm liking what I see right here. And obviously this is just warm up, but I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Absolutely, and that's a good thing. One of the things I was going to say about Nate Reynolds, I've always loved watching the Reynolds boys run because more than anything, their vision and their IQ, you just see it when they run. I watched Nate a while ago. Obviously, you're not trying to tackle him in pregame, but he had a little bit of a hole and he saw it. He literally stopped and jump stopped and went back the other way. A lot of backs don't do that. They just, when the hole closes up, they just try to fall forward for an extra couple of yards, and Nate's going to try to get an extra 10 or 12.
Well, and from the quarterback standpoint here, I really am excited about seeing Mason Mitchell on this year, because last year he grew during the season, as you see, a double tight set and now a double back set. He really grew last year, and in talking to Coach Maxwell, he feels very comfortable in him, continuing that growth this year. And I think he's going to bring a lot to the offense, a lot of capabilities to the offense. You may even see some RPO stuff, which is something amazing to see in high school football.
And Mason's got that Zach build. He's lanky. He's got that quarterback build to where, you think about it over the last several years, a lot of 5'10", 5'11" quarterbacks. He's got the quarterback look makeup, and they haven't been able to have that for a couple of years, so it'll be good to see that as well.
And he's listed as 6'3", 177, so, that's a good posture to have, at the quarterback. He can see, has good vision of the field, so it's a lot better to be 6'3" than 5'8".
Absolutely. So we will see. We're about 6 minutes or so away from the opening kick. I'm going to take a quick time out if Jerry can do it. If not, I will keep it right here with you. And I am going to step away. We'll be back with the rest of your pregame show, your opening kick, and your coin toss here in just a couple of minutes.
Church & Dwight is one of the world leaders in household and personal care products, and we want you to join our team in Harrisonville. You'll get the chance to work with winning brands that consumers love. We offer starting salaries ranging from $20.50 to $39 per hour, depending on experience. A signing bonus of $2,500. Comprehensive benefits, paid time off, and every other weekend is a 3-day weekend. To apply, go to churchdwight.com and click on Careers.
Ready to upgrade your patio for those football watch parties? Call Ethan Young with 2-3 Construction Services to get started today. He can create a fun patio area complete with a fire pit in case it gets a bit chilly for one of those Wildcat or Chiefs fall nights. If a new driveway or floor for the shop is part of your upgrade, he will help you there as well. Call Ethan today at 816-533-2119 and put 2-3 Construction Services to work for you.
It always seems to happen. We buy new tires and a week later we run over a nail. Not a problem when you have purchased your tires at Young's Tire and Wheel Center. You get the free flat repair for the life of your tires. On a budget, Young's has the best selection of new and used tires to save a little extra money. When the time comes for new tires, stop at the shop 4T's Trust to keep them rolling down the highway. Young's Tire and Wheel Center on South Commercial in Harrisonville.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to St. Louis, Missouri. We're on the campus of MICDS High School, and we're ready for the 2023 high school football season to kick off. Your Harrisonville Wildcats set to take on the MICDS Rams, and we are ready about 3 minutes away from kickoff. What's been a long morning here from St. Louis, but a fun morning nevertheless. It is your pregame show brought to you by Brad Sainer, Farmers Insurance Agency in Harrisonville. If you're preparing for an insurance quote, give Brad a call today. So we are a couple of minutes away from your coin toss, and we will have that here in just a few minutes. When that comes out, Gary will be paying attention to that. It is time for my keys to the game. Key number one for me is what you got. What I'm talking about is, if I'm Maxwell, I'm going to say, what you got, Coach Bouchard? And if you're Bouchard, he's probably saying, what you got, Max? These two are going to mirror each other quite a bit today. They're going to have a lot of the same sets. Obviously, Brent learned a lot of stuff from Coach Bouchard, but I know how Brent probably works too, and he's like, I may throw in a double reversed halfback pass in this game too, just to throw you off, Coach.
I kind of wonder when we're going to see that onside kick, to be quite frank with you. I mean, you know, we were watching the kicker earlier in the first pregame that they had out here, and we've got a kicker that consistently kicks to the 5 without any wind at all. So when he's got the wind to his back, very possibly could be kicking to the end zone. Wind, you know, when he's kicking into the wind, you know, he's probably going to do something different. So, yeah, absolutely. Each one of them have their own style. And each one of them know how the other one plays, so they're going to play, against some of those weaknesses or against some of those tendencies that the other one may have.
Absolutely. Key number 2 for me is RPO.
I already mentioned it.
We've talked about it. Me and you talked about it on the way over yesterday. And what I mean by that is this, RPO. You've got to have a run-pass option if you're the Wildcats, because everybody knows number 22. Everybody knows him. Everybody knows Nate Reynolds. You've got to have something besides Nate Reynolds if you want to be able to win football games, because if not, they're going to stack 9 and 10 in the box, and it's going to be hard for Nate to get going. So you've got to have that RPO, and I hope to see that mixed in today. We got to pass a little bit. You don't always have to throw downfield. Hey, little bubble screens out to your wide receiver, a little bit of wheel route for Nate out of the backfield. Maybe it is an inside slant, or maybe it's a little out route, a little dig route, whatever it is. You have got to add something to your offense so that people don't play just Nate Reynolds, and that's what I want to see tonight. Key number 3 for me is injury-free. You heard Coach Max talk about that in the pregame show a little bit earlier when we were talking before we got on for our actual pregame show, and that was you want to go into this game, you want to have a good game, and you want to stay injury-free. And one of the things he talked about, and he didn't say it normally necessarily like this, but what he did say was this. He said, 2 coaches who respect each other. He doesn't feel like there's going to be any situations where a kid's diving at another kid's ankles in the pile or diving on top of the pile. It's going to be 2 pretty good disciplined teams, Gary.
Yes, it is, and you probably just saw Coach Bouchard and Coach Maxwell out giving each other a hug. Again, we all know how good of friends they are. Looked like Harrisonville won the toss. And as we talked about, they're going to go ahead and receive. You know, you just never know how long the game's going to go, so they're going to take the opportunity to go ahead and take the offense first. You know, you've got a good offense. You've got the last year to build on, and so it looks like we're going to take the ball first. Looks like we're going to be going so you'll know. Okay, we're going to be going north to south, which is left to right on your television screen, and MICDS will be going right to left on the screen, which will be going to be south to north.
All I know is Jerry was talking earlier about directions, and he's like, I have no idea what direction is what, because I don't either, because I would have said east to west because of where we were located. So,
that's north.
That is north.
So we're going north to south. I'll take your word for it today.
So now you're just going to have to look on your map and see what's a long ways north from here and a long ways south from here. So therefore, if they've got 3rd and 40, you're going to know what's north.
I think Hannibal's that way, and I think maybe Herman's that way. I don't know. I don't really know.
Herman's way over
there.
there.
Well, it's over that way. We get too far down. We're going down to
Poplar Bluff.
Well, that's way far away. Not Charles, St. Genevieve.
Okay.
No, that's far south. I don't know. We got all kinds of time. So the coin toss is over. the national anthem is going to start, so we are going to go quiet, and we will be right back. All right, we are ready for that opening kickoff. Thanks again for joining us for the Brad Zahner Farmers Insurance Agency pregame show, and we are ready for high school football. Cats going to get the ball. They're going to be in their home or their away white tops with blue numbers, blue helmets, blue pants, and the MICDS Rams are going to be in their maroon tops with white numbers, white pants with the maroon stripe, the white helmet with the maroon Ram logo on the side. Think St. Louis, the Rams back in the day, and the LA Rams now. Harrisonville with a unique helmet this year. I did not notice it, but Tucker did. It says the Ville on one side, and it has their number on the other side. Unique, yes, different.
It is unique and very different, and I don't want to miss the opportunity. You know, I loved it when both teams are out on the field and they play the national anthem. I mean, as you all know, my past and my background, and I love to be able to salute the flag, and I love it when the teams are out here to be able to do that as well. I'm telling you, I'm watching right now. Watch out for a onside kick. I could see Bouchard doing that right off the bat.
Well, we probably need a football first. and here's the other part that I'm going to laugh about. It took you over 3 hours to get to your one point that you always make sure that you talk about.
What's that?
Standing for the national.
Oh, yeah, well.
There are only 2 officials on the field right now.
That's an interesting situation, too.
Well, and with the white hat's not the one that actually did the coin flip, so that's what we may be in more of a delay.
Why not, right? It is after 1 o'clock. We haven't kicked off, but
there's no way you can play a high school football game with 2 officials. You just cannot do that.
No,
and
absolutely.
As Coach Bouchard walks back to the sideline with a grin on his face.
We were talking about Jace Reynolds earlier. Jace sitting right down here on the left of us, getting a view of this ball game. Here we go. We got a couple more officials heading out. We have 4 now. What's a normal crew?
5 to 6.
Okay, so we got 4. So I guess we're going to roll with 4. So we are ready for the kickoff. That'll be Charlie Mills, the sophomore, set to kick it deep. Back deep for the Cats. It is Loeffel and Reynolds. And that'll be another interesting thing to watch. Loeffel on the offensive side of the ball this year, as we've seen him on the defensive side for so many years as a great cornerback. So you never know what they got up their sleeves here starting this game off. So we are ready for the kick.
You've got kind of a hands team up here, so I think probably Maxwell maybe have been thinking that as well.
And they are going to kick it deep, and it'll be Reynolds at his own 15. He takes it to 20, 25, 30. Right up the middle he goes, 35, and spun down at about the 40. And the Cats are ready for their first possession of the ball game. They're going to start at their own 39s where they're going to mark them out. So 11:54 to go, underway from St. Louis, Missouri, and the MICDS campus. Harrisonville, MICDS, going to wrap up the high school football week 1 in St. Louis. And for the Kansas City area, I believe they are the last Kansas City area team playing today are the Wildcats. Mitchell going to be under center. He's going to have 2 wide receivers to his left, 2 to his right. Backfield is Reynolds. In motion goes Lawful. They're going to hand off, fake the handoff. They're going to throw it out to the flats. Caught and immediately tackled out there is Johnston. And he's going to lose a couple of yards. Going to bring up 2nd down and 12 with 11:40 to go here in the first quarter. So it took us a while to get here, but we are finally here, and it has been kicked off a little after 1 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon. Now they're going to go split backs in the backfield. Wide receiver out near side is Lawful. Under center Mitchell here on 2nd and 12. And there's the handoff to Reynolds, and Reynolds gets back to the line of scrimmage, and that's going to be it. Going to bring up a 3rd and long for the Cats starting off.
Did you see the way they were lined up? There was 6 across the front line.
And what I did like, though, out of that first down call, a pass. Okay, we talked about that. You got to have those passes, keep things honest if you're MICDS. So 3rd down and long coming up for the Cats from their own 38-yard line. Shotgun formation, pistol formation with Mitchell, and he's got Reynolds behind him. 2 wide receivers left, 2 to the right. They're going to go in motion with Lawful. They're going to fake the handoff to Lawful, and Mitchell going to look. He's going to get wrapped up and taken down. Looked like he was going to look to throw, and then he looked to run, but wrapped up and taken down on the far side by Carter Inyard. And it will be a 4th down, and here they are. They're going to have to punt right off the bat. So good return by Reynolds, but that was about it on that series. A 2-yard loss on 1st down and 2 no gains. And here it is, 4th down coming up for the Cats. Reynolds back to boot this one away. He's going to get it off, gets a good punt off. Over the head.
And he's down.
And down is the running back. That is the freshman Bishop. And that was a freshman play right there. He saw that ball flutter and then was able to recover over your head like that. You don't want to receive that with a wet ball, because if that bounced out, Cats could have jumped on that, Gary.
Absolutely.
So here we go, 1st and 10 coming up for MICDS. They're going to be at their own 29-yard line to start things off. Quarterback will be Gold. He's going to come out with Bishop in the backfield with him, along with Jakuski. So Jakuski and Bishop going to be in a pistol formation. Looks an awful lot like when Sean Rainsburg used to run the offense for the Wildcats years ago. And they're going to go on an end around, and there goes Bishop. He is stuck up, ball out. Cats jump on it, and it'll be Cats ball.
About 41, covered by Smith.
Bishop was hammered in the middle there. I'm not sure who got that lick right there, but he was stood up and drilled, and the Cats get the first break of the game.
We talked about that, wet ball.
Combination right there, Gary, in my opinion. Wet ball and a freshman in his first high school game. And that very easily could have been that combination that was not good right there. So here we go, 1st and 10 for the Cats at the 29. Pistol formation, Mitchell and Reynolds in the backfield. 2 wide receivers left, 2 to your right. On 1st and 10, in motion is Lawful. They're going to fake the handoff. They're going to pitch it back to Reynolds. He dribbles it, picks it up, out into the flats to the 20, to the 15, and shoved out of bounds down at about the 12-yard line. They're going to mark him down at the 11.
18-yard run.
18-yard run for Reynolds. That's a Troby's Maytag Home Appliance Center first down. Think Troby's first. When you think home appliances, 1st and 10. Ball down at the 11-yard line. So 1st down and 10 for the Cats, down to the 11. 9:21 to go here in the first quarter. And if you're the Cats, you got to get 6 here, in my opinion, early in the game. Set the tone. Split backs in the backfield. It'll be Johnston and Reynolds. Wide receiver Lawful, and that's not what you want. False start. 5 yards back they're going to go, so it'll be 1st and 10 from the 16 now. And here's the bad situation there on that. You're at the 11, so it's going to be hard to get a first down anyway inside the 1. So you're thinking it's basically 1st and goal from the 11. Now you're at the 16, and it's almost like a 1st and goal from the 16. Baker, Johnston flanked out to your left. Lawful and Moore to the right. Pistol formation on 1st and 15. There's a handoff to Reynolds. He gets a couple, and he is shot down quickly. Actually, he's going to lose about a yard and brings up 2nd down. It's like 2nd down and about 16. So actually going to be 2nd down and 17 from the 18-yard line. They need to get to the 1. So a 3rd down and long coming up for the Wildcats. 2nd down and long, sorry. That was the 1st down run. Pistol formation. And they're going to hand off inside, handoff, nothing doing there. They go with the inside handoff to Phillips. And now it'll be 3rd down and long. There is a penalty flag on the far side. So they're going to say illegal procedure or illegal formation by the Cats. It'll be declined. So it'll be 3rd down and 17. 3rd down and 17 with 8:33 to go here first quarter.
It'll be 3rd down and 16 for the Wildcats at the MICDS 17-yard line.
So here we go, 8:20 to go in the first quarter. Cats get the play from the sideline. Only 8 seconds on the play clock, though. They may have to call a timeout here, and that might be what they're going to do on 3rd down and long. And there is the timeout. I don't think Coach Maxwell was too happy with that, how long it took to get that play in. So it'll be a timeout here in the first quarter. Cats knocking on the door after a MICDS mistake. However, they've had a couple of mistakes, and now it's 3rd and long just out in the red zone, Red Barn Ranch red zone. We'll be right back.
You have choices when buying a vehicle. Show Me Auto Mall is your right choice. Getting you financed with even less than perfect credit because everyone needs a reliable vehicle at an affordable price. Need service? Take a loaner while you wait. With a broad selection, you will find a vehicle that is right for you. Show Me Auto Mall is here to make buying a vehicle hassle-free. Go see the crew at Show Me today on 291 across from Walmart.
All right, welcome back. 8:09 to go here first quarter. 3rd and long coming up for the Cats. Got it down to the 11, but they're going the wrong way, Gary.
Yes, they are, and, you know, it's not going to be easy to make a field goal at this location either. I mean, I know we've got a field goal kicker that can kick this, but you get a lot of things going on when you're trying to set up for a field goal.
So 2 wide receivers to your left, 1 to the right. In motion goes Reynolds, and they're going to hand off. No, they're going to fake the handoff, and out of the pocket goes Mitchell, and he is taken down at the 25, plus a hold. Probably going to – so Carter injured in the backfield, and he was in the backfield earlier on one of those plays as well. And nowhere for Mitchell to go. Ball all the way back to the 25, and it brings up 4th down in forever for the Wildcats here. 4th and 24.
They are going to set up for
24 from the 25.
It's going to be a 43-yard attempt. 43-yard attempt.
And get them started early in the year. High snap. Now they're going to throw. and incomplete. So nothing doing there by the Cats. Inyard was going to try to return it, but it was an incomplete pass. So MICDS covers up the mistake on the fumble, and it'll be 1st and 10 from their own 25. So about what you would expect from an early season football game. Mistakes on both sides in different ways. A couple penalties on the Wildcat side. You know, Gary and I talked about it on the way over last night. Is one of the things that bit Harrisonville last year was penalties at the wrong times against MICDS in that first half, cut down one of their drives early on in the game. So here we go, 1st and 10 from their own 25. Gold, the quarterback. You get the pistol formation. Chakowski, they're going to pitch it back again to Bishop, get him in to the running lanes and nowhere to go. Cats take him down at the 22-yard line. Loss of a couple. Wrapped up by Case Melzer. So 2nd down and 12 coming up. So 2nd and 12 for the Rams from their own 23-yard line. Now they're going to go Wildcat. Nope, never mind. I thought they were going to go Wildcat. There's somebody who lost their gloves there. And they're going to fake the handoff. They're going to throw it out in the flats. They get it out in the flats. And on his horse all the way up to about the 35. They're going to mark him right around the 35. So Faust with the catch. It'll be enough. It'll be a 12-yard gain and enough for a 1st down. It'll be 1st and 10 up to the 35 for MICDS. So if you're just joining us and thinking, man, what's going on in this game, thinking it should be about over, we did not get started till about 1. Pistol formation again. They're going to throw it out in the flats. Got it to their guy. Good wrap-up tackle on the far side, though, by Hetrick, the junior defensive back on the far side. Name we have not called before. Brings up 2nd down and about 6. No, 2nd and 4. So 2nd down and 4 coming up. Ball to 41. Faust's going to check out. Pistol formation. Gold has Bishop behind him in the backfield. Back off the end. Going to go in motion. Going to try to run to that far side, and Bishop gets out into space and finally taken him out of bounds after a 1st down run to the 50. Beechner with the tackle. And it'll be a 1st and 10, ball at midfield for the Rams. So the Rams offense looking a lot more steady on this one, Gary.
Yes, they are.
6:06 to go here in the 1st quarter of play. Chusky checks into the ball game. He's going to be next to Gold. And we got a whistle and a timeout called. And by the looks of it, Coach Bichard not happy with one of his individuals on the sideline that should have been in the ball game.
Yeah, I don't think he had the personnel in that was supposed to be in, so probably they called it and somebody didn't hear it. So
we'll quick timeout. 6:06 to go, 1st quarter. Rams at midfield.
Everyone needs an advocate in the insurance world. Let Lacey Domnick of Shelter Insurance be an advocate for you. With free policy review and quotes, she aims to help you weigh your options. With auto, home, life, and business insurance, Lacey wants you to have a positive and friendly experience. A former Wildcat herself, it is important for Lacey to support the community and Wildcats. Call today to set up an appointment at 816-380-2700 with Lacey.
All right, welcome back. 6:06 to go here, 1st quarter. Typical 1st quarter of the 1st game of the year. We've seen a fumble. We've seen some penalties. We've seen a timeout by both squads. Just trying to settle in. And you kind of amplify that a little bit, Gary, when you have a late start like this where we sat around for 3 hours in a delay.
Oh, yeah, and it's something that obviously neither coach wants to see happen. So both are kind of in the same predicament when it goes to that. But, it's a difficult position for the players to get in because you get ready, you get up for the ball game, then you get taken off the field, and then you have to re-amp yourself again. And so obviously with the weather the way it is, it looks like it stopped raining now, but that's not going to stop the wetness that's already on the field that's going to be there most of the entire game.
So it'll be a 1st and 10 from midfield for the Rams. Kachewski going to be next to Gold in the backfield pistol formation as Bishop lines up almost 10 yards off the ball. And Cats jump off sides. It'll be a 1st and 5 coming up. And that's really been the difference so far in this one.
That's the 4th penalty by the Cats. Only 2 accepted, but that's been the 4th penalty by the Cats. And if you recall last year, there were games and times we talked about, the penalties that really hurt the Cats at the wrong time. And this makes it, 1st and 5, so that gives you more than likely probably at least 3 plays, obviously, maybe even 4, depending on how close they are to getting a first down.
So here we go. It will be a 1st and 5 now with 6:06 to go. Still that pistol formation, 2 wide receivers to the left. And did they give it right back? Delay a game. So they give it right back, and it's going to be 1st and 10 at midfield. Coach not happy about that one. It's kind of funny because we can see his animation being on the near sideline this year. 6:06 to go, 1st and 10. Hey, my scoreboard operator is getting a workout back here. Braxton Grammer running the scoreboard for us. He went from 1st to 10 to 1st to 5, 1st to 10. He doesn't know what it is. So 1st down and 10 coming up. 2 wide receivers to your left, pistol formation in the backfield. And they're going to hand off to Gachkowski. He's going to get a couple and be wrapped up and taken down rather quickly. And that was number 65, Owen Adair, the junior linebacker, with the tackle. Going to bring up 2nd down and 7 for the Rams with 5:45 to go here in the opening period. So clock is rolling here. Gold gets the play from the sideline. New personnel coming in to the ball game. Coleman coming in. Gonna go pistol formation with 5 seconds on the play clock. 3 wide receivers set to the near side. Gold going to look out that way, and they overthrow the target. Coming in quickly, Samples puts the pressure, and Polk as well. And Gold had to hurry up and get rid of it. Going to bring up 3rd down and 7.
Did high school go to as soon as the whistle's blown for the ball dead from the play before? Because they're starting. That's what part of the problem is. It's immediately starting, not on the referee, but it's starting immediately.
Yes, and I believe that is a new rule.
That's the reason you're going to see some of this, especially early in the season, because it was down under 10. It was almost 5 whenever he got to the line.
So up to the line of scrimmage they go, 3rd down and 7 for MICDS. 2 wide receivers to the left, 2 to the right. Shotgun formation. Bishop in the backfield with Gold on 3rd and 7. And rush attempt thought about there, or a blitz, I should say.
Excellent.
And nowhere to
defensive
go. And the Cats sniffed that one out. First one in there. Case Melzer with the read to stop it and snuff it out. Brings up 4th down and 11.
Well, they got the best out of that. It was 1st and 5. Now it's 4th and 11. Now they are going to punt.
So Gold back to punt it away, and Beechner back to return it. And I think they got Beechner back there, but I think he may even just be a safety, thinking they may try to do something different here. And he does punt it away. And Beechner catches it on the run to the 30, 35, and then hammered down at the 36. Good return, but good open field tackle by Peyton Simon as well. And it'll be a 1st and 10. Steve Jones is our Sonic kick return contestant. If the Cats return a punt or kick for a touchdown, Steve Jones will win a $50 Sonic gift card. If nobody wins, or if nobody returns one, he will get a $10 gift card, and it'll go up to $60 next week. 4:24 to go here in the first quarter. And there's a handoff to
he still got
he
it.
got it in his hands. I thought he handed off. Great job on that mesh play right there between Mitchell and Reynolds, and there's a player down. It looks like number 74, Miles Coleman, down on the field. So we got a player down. We'll take a quick timeout. 4:09 to go here. First quarter, no score. Cats with the ball at their own 39, and a 2nd and 8 coming up.
What is one of your most precious commodities? Time. With sports, family, work, and school, time is precious. So why drive hours and waste time to save $20? Shop local and buy your home appliances at Troby's Maytag Home Appliance Center right here in Harrisonville. They deliver, service, issues that arise, all while you're putting money right back into the community. Stop wasting time and think Troby's first when you think of home appliances on Plaza Drive, right behind Hawthorne Bank.
All right, 4:09 to go here in this first quarter of play. It'll be a 2nd and 8. That mesh play between Mitchell and Reynolds right there shows you how much respect they're giving to Reynolds, because he had about 4 guys on him, and it allowed Mitchell to get to the outside. He didn't get the yardage he wanted out there because there's some athletes on the other side of the field. You can't just string that out to the sideline and hope to outrun everybody. You got to be able to find that cutback lane.
Yeah, you do. And, I mean, he did a great job of picking up a couple of yards on a broken not a broken play, but a play that they really were able to stretch out way.
So here we go. Pistol for shotgun formation. Mitchell going to throw it, throws it out in the flats, gets it to Baker. Baker up to the 45 almost. Going to maybe be at the 44, so it'll be 3rd and 3 coming up. But, again, a pass. I like that. And what I love about seeing Eli Baker catch those, he is sure-handed. He's not going to drop very many passes. He was the sure-handed go-to target for him last year.
Which they've now got him up to a 3rd and 3, which is a very makeable 3rd and 3.
So 3rd and 3, under center is Mitchell. He's got Reynolds behind him in the backfield. Look at him cram that box up, thinking that Mitchell going to hand off to Reynolds. He fakes the handoff, and he's going to take it himself.
Excellent.
And he found his lane
Cover
to the
ball.
40, to the 39. No flags on the play. It'll be a 1st and 10 down to the 39. That's a Troby's Maytag Home Appliance Center first down. Think Troby's first when you think home appliances. What a read by Mitchell there. He saw that corner to cut, and he got out there to get it, and he got the first down. And if he can read that play, that was one of the things that Zach and Mason were so good at back in the day too, is be able to read off of each other of where the ball needed to go. So here we go, 1st and 10, ball down to the 39-yard line. 2 wide receivers to your left, 2 to your right. Lone back in the backfield is Reynolds. And they're going to hand off to Reynolds this time. It's so fast as Reynolds through the hole.
Not only fast, but strong through that hole.
Down to the 30-yard line, 9-yard run. He had that handoff, Gary. He was past the linebackers before half of the defensive line of MICDS even moved on that.
That is what has been so impressive about Reynolds, watching him last year grow from the freshman year, is he is so quick to hit the hole. And one guy doesn't stop him.
So a 2nd down and 1 coming up. Split backs in the backfield. Wide receiver to the near side is Lawful on 2nd and 1. And they're going to hand off for Reynolds. Nope. Mitchell sees that outside again, gets it outside, and gets the first down to the 27-yard line. They're going to give him 4 on that one, so it'll be a 4-yard gain. It'll be 1st and 10 down to the 26, and I see the rain's picked up again a little bit. Looked like it was going to start drying out, and here comes some more rain. So 1st and 10, ball down to the 26, 2:10 to go here first quarter, and the Cats moving the ball, looking a lot better on their second series.
This drive started on the 37, 5 plays, 2 first downs.
Pistol formation. Reynolds behind Mitchell on 1st and 10. And they're going to pass it out in the flats for Baker, and he's going to catch it at the 20. 6-yard gain, 2nd and 4 coming up. 2 minutes to go here in the first quarter. That's a hard throw.
Yeah, and I like the composure of Mitchell in the pocket. He gets the ball, and there's no stress under him. I mean, he's looking across the field and then throws a dart to Baker.
And not to have that stress when he has been chased out of the pocket quickly a couple of times in this one. So 2nd down, 4 coming up. Pistol formation again. 2 wide receivers to your left, 1 to your right. Mitchell has Reynolds behind him in the backfield on 2nd down and 6. And this time Mitchell going to keep it himself. Found a lane. Gets it inside the 20 to about the 19. Enough for a couple. Going to bring up a 3rd and manageable. 3rd and about 3 for the Cats as they have gone into the Red Barn Ranch red zone. Red Barn Ranch red zone for some fun this fall. Go see Matt and the crew out at the Red Barn Ranch. Ball down at the 19-yard line.
No mistakes. That way you've got 2 downs to be able to make a 1st down.
So here we go on 3rd down, split backs in the backfield. And this time they're going to give it to Reynolds. Reynolds cuts back. He has it at the 15. And ball out. Reynolds with the fumble. So he had the 1st down at the 15, and the ball popped out. And it's going to go back to MICDS with 42 seconds to go here in. Gary, you need to start knocking on wood before you talk. Gary said no mistakes here. There was no mistake. Now it's 1st and 10 at the 14-yard line. So a 6-yard run by Reynolds negated by that fumble, and it's going to be 1st and 10 for MICDS. Gold out there. Going to be a wide receiver to his left, wide receiver to his right. Behind him is Bishop in the backfield on 1st and 10. High snap, picked up Bishop, and he is dropped at the 10-yard line. The Cats defense has been stout early on in this one. Another good play right there.
For a loss by number 49, Andrew Arnold. It's a loss of 4 yards on the play. 2nd down and
I don't have a 49 on my roster, Gary, and that's who made that tackle there. So maybe we can get. I
didn't realize that we had 49 anymore, to be quite frank with you.
Well,
I know.
And I didn't either. And they said a name. There's a whistle, and not sure. So MICDS calls a timeout with 3 seconds to go here. It'll be 2nd down and 14. We'll take a quick timeout to go here. 3 seconds to go in the 1st quarter. We'll be right back.
When you're searching for insurance, call an agent in town that can protect you. Call CPSK for auto, life, renter's boat, ATV, or any other weekend toy you want covered. CPSK Insurance is an auto owner's affiliate, so call and talk to Summer, Randy, Amanda, or Chandra. They can give you a quote and get you covered quickly and easily. Business coverage is available as well. Call them today at 816-380-3800 or visit them online at www.cpskinsurance.com and let your local agents go to work for you.
Welcome back. It'll be a 2nd down and 14 coming up for MICDS from their own 10-yard line. 3 seconds to go here in quarter number 1. So we'll see how this rolls out and finishes off here. So Arnold, number 49. So 3 seconds to go here. Going to go shotgun formation. Bishop next to Gold in the backfield. They're going to hand off to Bishop, and he loses 2 more there as the Cats are all over it. Several Cats in on that one, including number 55, Jack San Nicholas, the junior. And it'll be the end of quarter 1. No score from St. Louis. Cats and the Rams will be back after this.
Everyone needs a little kickstart at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so head to Sonic of Harrisonville and kick away the afternoon fog. Grab an ice-cold drink full of caffeine and kickstart your afternoon and evening. The best part, 2 to 4 is happy hour, and drinks are half price. Grab an afternoon snack of cheesy bites or jalapeno poppers, or order on the app for happy hour anytime. Sonic Happy Hour, where you kick away the fog. Also, visit 4ts.com and sign up for the Sonic Kick Return Contest.
All right, welcome back. 3rd down and 15. There's going to be a pass out in the flats. Almost picked off. Samples had it for 6, and he just hit his helmet on his hands on his helmet. Trying Samples was trying to take it in for 6 before he had the ball, and it bounces, but nevertheless he was able to knock it down and out of bounds, and it'll be 4th down and 15 for MICDS. So 4th and 15, punting from his own end zone is Gold. Beechner stands at the 40. Be a good time for a Sonic kick return contest. Never mind. Snap out of the end zone. Cats lead 2-0, and now they'll have to punt from the 20 or free kick from the 20. So first, on 4th and 15, goes through the end zone for a safety, and it'll be 2 points for the Wildcats as they lead it 2-0. So 11.
Interestingly, I got to tell you this. Last year, you're not going to believe this. Last year at 11:55 in the second quarter, Harrisonville scored a safety.
I was going to say, I thought we got a safety.
11:55. It's 11:51. Last year at 11:55, we scored a safety. And I'm trying to think if that was
I was processing in my head. I was like, didn't we score at safety last year? Was that our only points, right?
That was our only points last year.
Yeah, because I was like, I think we lost like 34-2, and I was like, did we get a safety? Sure enough, same time. And these are mistakes that head coaches just drive them nuts as they go early in a game. So they will kick from their own 20, and they're just going to line up. Now, most NFL teams will line up from their own 20 and punt it away with the free kick. But the way kids and adults can kick now, and the NFL athletes can kick, sometimes you may be able to still kick it in the end zone from your own 20. So Lawful and Reynolds back to return this one. And here's something to think about, too, with the rain. It's coming down pretty hard right now. Is trying to catch a kickoff in the rain, looking up into the sky, is not an easy task. You got a wet ball, and you're looking up into the rain. And they're going to kick it, and it'll be Reynolds. And see, Reynolds loses it in the rain. He's going to pick it up from the 25, 30, 35-yard line and taken down at about the 37-yard line. So it'll be 1st and 10 Cats from their own 37. Second series of offense for the Cats looks much better than the first. And now they're going to have their third series, and this is going to be tough because 11:44 to go here in the first half of this one. That is a 2-0 game, and the rain is coming down. I don't know if you can tell that on our broadcast or not, but it is coming down pretty solid right now. Reynolds in the backfield under center. Or under center is Mitchell. Behind Mitchell is Reynolds. And they're going to hand off to Reynolds, and he gets into the secondary, and he is gone to the 40, to the house. Nate Reynolds on the counter. 62-yard score, and the Cats lead at 8-0. Extra point coming up. One thing that you're not going to do, 63 yards, I think, Gary. They had it marked at the 37. I said 62, but 63-yard touchdown run. Nate Reynolds to the house, and the Cats lead 8-0 with 11:33 to go here in the first half of play.
We've seen several of those first play touchdowns, have we not?
A few.
And they're going to go for 2. That way it'll make it a 10-point game.
So I like that call right there on the 2-point conversion. Pistol formation this time. Mitchell stands at about the 8, and now we have a flag. No flag there. Timeout. There was almost to run it down. So we got a timeout on the field. 11:33 to go. First half. 8-0. We'll be right back.
Sherwood Heating and Cooling provides quality services and amazing products from Carrier. Always going the extra mile to ensure that your heating and cooling units keep performing at optimal levels. Sherwood Heating and Cooling wants your family to be as comfortable as their own. Products come with warranties and service checkups by trained technicians that give you peace of mind. Call and schedule an appointment at 816-862-6610.
Welcome back. 11:33 to go here in this first half of play. 8-0 is the score. Ball placed at the 3-yard line. 2-point conversion attempt coming up for the Cats. I like this play here. I'm always one, if you can make it a 2-possession game, you do it. With the rain, you're not guaranteed an extra point, so you might as well go for 2.
I totally agree with you there.
So here we go, pistol formation. Reynolds behind Mitchell in the backfield. 2 wide receivers out to the right side. They're going to fake the handoff. They're going to throw it in the flat. Sims, 2 points. 10-0 Cats with 11:33 to go in the first. Hold on, it's right behind him. Oh, goodness. Jerry tried not to hit me. Sorry about that. We lost our microphone stand for a minute as I ripped it up.
I'm going to do the summary for the drive. It was a one-play, 73-yard drive by the Harrisonville Wildcats. It was a 63-yard drive, 63-yard touchdown. One play by Reynolds, 2-point conversion to pass reception to Sims with 8 points there, which made the Wildcats within about 45 seconds. They scored 10 points. The safety, obviously. Right before that, then the punt. The kickoff, and then made the Harrisonville Wildcats 10, the MICDS Rams 0. 11:33 left in the second quarter, and Harrisonville is getting ready to kick off.
And when the Wildcats score, you score. Free pizza from Papa Murphy's. Our first winner was Haley. We didn't have an last name, so hopefully we have some contact information for her. Haley, you have won free pizza from Papa Murphy's. And here we go, 10-0 Cats. And there's a short, high end over kick.
Called fair catch.
He
called fair catch.
21-yard line.
I was going to say, can't take off after you call the fair catch.
You may or may not know, Gary is from Harrisonville, and he became a fan there real quick. He called fair catch. You went back to the Zach days. You're like, did you see that? 1st and 10 going to be for MICDS. 11:31 to go here first half. Cats lead it 10-0 over MICDS. Ball will be at the 24-yard line, their own 24-yard line here. And I think, are we still working with a 4-man crew?
Yes, we are. And they're doing a good job. I mean, you got the white hat in the backfield. Normally you've got 2 back there, and then you've got the back judge on the defense, and then you've got 2 line judges. Which they're doing a good job with just a 4-man crew.
So here we go, 1st and 10, Gold in the backfield. Gitchkowski next to him. He's got Bishop behind him in the backfield. They're going to pitch it back. They're going to go reverse and around the near side. Cats all over it again to the 20. Taken down on the near side. That was Beechner and Hetrick. And I will tell you what, Gary, the pursuit of the Harrisonville defense so far in this one has been good. I'm just trying not to trip on. No, it's all good. All right. We are in close quarters in here, if you didn't know. 21-yard line, ball to 21. It is 2nd down and about 13 for MICDS. And here they go. This time they fake the handoff. Go on a slant route. Good catch by the receiver up to about the 31-yard line. That was Faust to the 31. Brings up a 3rd down and 3. See where they mark him. Looks like it'll be closer to 2 here. So 3rd and a long 2. 10-22 to go here in the first half.
That's Faust's second reception for 22 yards.
2 wide receivers left to the right. Bishop in the backfield with Gold on 3rd and 3. And they're going to throw it out in the flats. They get it to Faust, and it's through his hands incomplete. Going to bring up 4th down and 3.
You're welcome. I gave him 2 receptions for two receptions, and then he dropped the next one. So are they going to punt? I mean, you got 4th and 2 in your side of the field. It looks like they're going to stay with it.
So 4th down and 2 coming up. Big play here in the early game. Maybe just try to draw them off, call a timeout. You got a couple of them in your pocket. 10:06 to go here in the first half. Gold, and he's going to snap it, and a whistle, and false start. Now they're going to have punt. So it'll be 4th down and about 7 coming up. 10:03 to go. So 4th and 7 for MICDS. They're going to have to kick it. Case Melzer trying to fire up the faithful that made the trip over from Harrisonville. And Gold back to kick. Remember, Stephen Jones is our Sonic kick return contestant. And this one is a high end over end kick to Beechner. And he's like, hey, I'm going to get away from it. And that is a beautiful,
oh my gosh,
beautiful
they're going to get
punt
it
to the
5. Excellent punt.
So from his own 27, talk about flipping the field.
Beautiful spiral as well. I mean, that's the reason.
Over a 65-yard punt right there by Gold, pinning the Cats at their own 6-yard line. So the Cats will take off. Now this is where you cannot have that mistake with the rain, Gary. Ball at your own 6-yard line. Try to keep a dry field. A fumble gives a short field to MICDS while they're on their heels a little bit, down 10-0 early in this one. That would work too. So,
we've seen a couple of those by this and other Reynolds as well.
Yeah.
So,
I think all three Reynolds are, at least the 2 older have a 90-plus yard touchdown run. Don't know if the youngest has one yet. We'll find out. 9:49 to go here in the first half. Cats lead 10-0. Under center is Mitchell. And they're going to fake the handoff, and Mitchell looking to throw. He's going to chuck it deep.
That may be is he outside the tackle? Because I know they've changed that, and he was in the end zone when he threw it.
Well, I'm going to say they said Lawful was in the area anyway, as he was over on that side of the field. 9:42 to go here in the first half.
I know I watched a video, and they were talking about intentional grounding, and I'm not sure exactly what all the aspects, but you obviously had to be outside the tackle, which he was way outside the tackle, so that wasn't an issue.
So 2nd and 10 now. 2 wide receivers left, 2 to the right. Lone back is Reynolds in the backfield, and they're going to give it to Reynolds, and he's going nowhere. Going to bring up 3rd and 10.
And they were in the box on that one. They were not going to give him any opportunity to.
But you jump up in that box too much, he can beat you to the outside sometimes, and that's what happened on that counter. Instead of going through the guards, he went around the tackle and the tight end and was wide open. And
well, and you got to watch Mason Mitchell on that too, because if he pulls that and can get outside the tackle, you know, MICDS is very athletic, so he's got to be able to get outside that tackle. But if you get outside the tackle, Mason Mitchell can run it too.
So now they're going to go with split back sets, wide receiver to the left side, the veer formation. And this time, nowhere to go. Mitchell keeps it, and he rolls out, and he's up to the 15-yard line, close to a first down. And that's going to bring up a 4th down and short. He was very close to being able to breaking that for a long run there, Gary. But gave him some breathing room to punt this one out of their own end zone. But we've seen one go over the head and out of bounds before as well.
Who's punting?
Oh, I know who's punting.
We got 1 yard to go. Who's punting?
Well, when you snap it back 11 yards or 12 yards, that's a little bit different. But, I mean, I'd take him in a foot race against most. Ground ball.
Nice spiral.
High end over end kick taken right about midfield by the freshman Bishop. Going to be at his 48 of the Wildcats. So good field position for the Rams this time from the Wildcat 48 as we are in the second quarter and the Cats lead 10-0 in this one. So a lot of things going on in this one. So here we go, 48 ball at the 48 of the Cats. And I've been impressed with the pursuit of the Wildcat defense so far in this one.
They have been really the strength of this first quarter and a half.
So Gold looking to go with it somewhere.
There it is,
nowhere to go.
Another minus play, which they've had many of those.
Keller Johnson with the tackle in the backfield. Just blew up his blocker. And that one's back to the 49, going to bring up 2nd down and 13 for the Wildcats. Here's the thing I want to talk about, Gary. 7:40 to go here in the first half. A lot of these names we keep calling are sophomores and juniors. So that bodes well for the Wildcats. So here we go on 2nd down. They're going to pitch it back to Bishop, get him in some space. He is fast. He is down the sideline and out of bounds all the way down to the 34-yard line. I saw something go flying. I thought it was but it looked like maybe a mouthpiece or something went flying to the sideline. So 1st and 10 down to the 34.
That's their first down since their 2nd series.
So 1st and 10 down to the 34-yard line. Trips out to the near sideline on the right side, pistol formation. And Gold going to go backside on the run as they were overloaded on the near side. And he's going to get about 7, going to bring up a 2nd down and 3. That was probably a read play right there by the quarterback, Gold, seeing some space on the backside. So 2nd and 4 coming up, 7:04 to go here in the first half. 10-0 our score. Cats with a touchdown, 2-point conversion, and a safety to get to their 10. Rain has subsided a little bit, not quite as hard as it was raining a little bit ago. So trips near side. Bishop stands next to Gold. They're going to hand off to Bishop, but he ain't going nowhere.
Great pursuit.
Tosses him down after a loss, or are they going to say he got back to the line of
It's going to be a loss of 1, it looks like.
Tyson White-Smith was not fooled on that, the sophomore, and even ripped the ball out at the last second, but shows you, and Bishop coming out little ginger on that one. Checking in the ball game, the big defensive lineman linebacker for MICDS is Carter Inyard. So a 3rd down and 5 coming up.
Coach is going to have to call another timeout. This is going to be their
called.
final timeout of the half.
So with 5:56 to go first half, Cats lead at 10-0, and MICDS trying to convert on a big 3rd down. We'll be back after this.
Take the struggle of making homemade pizza out of the equation. Go see Marshall and Stephanie Hamilton, the new owners of Harrisonville Papa Murphy's, and let them do the prep work. Daily specials, new calzones, fresh sides, creative fundraising, and limited time pizzas. There's something for the whole family. Don't forget, win or lose discounts every.
All right, welcome back. 5:56 to go in the first half of this one. The Cats lead at 10-0, and typical of a normal first game, there have been mistakes on both sides right now. The Cats with the fewest mistakes, though, with just a couple of penalties on that one drive. They got it all the way down after the muff punt. We thought maybe they could kick it in here. Now, this game's going to stay close. That might be a drive the Cats look back on in this game, and we're like, man, that drive that we had it inside the 15.
Yeah, that we had the fumble. We were on the 14-yard line when we fumbled. This could easily be a 3-score game rather than a 2-score game.
When you're down in the Red Barn Ranch red zone, you got to score points, and they were not able to come up with points there. But they do lead at 10-0 after the safety that MICDS had, and then a one-play 63-yard touchdown run by Nate Reynolds, and a 2-point conversion catch by Josiah Sims gives the Cats a 10-0 lead with 5:56 to go in the first half of play. 3rd down and 5 coming up, 3rd and 4.5, long 4. Wide receiver to the left, wide receiver to the right. Gachkowski back there. They're going to fake the handoff, and Gold going to take it himself. He's got a first down and more inside the 20, down to the 19-yard line. So Samples brings them down, but not before a big 10-yard run and a first down. Ball down at the 19. So first and 10 at the 19 for MICDS with 5:40 to go here.
That was a good call, good play, good read by Gold. If that was a read play, saw that he had the opening and he took it.
Now you start playing that time game because guess what the Cats did? They took the ball to start the game. So now if you're the Cats, you'd like to get one more possession before the half to get a score. So Gold, he's going to fire it out into the flats, has it completed the 15, inside the 15 to about the 12-yard line, caught by Weaver. So it'll be a second down and 3 coming up. So second and 12 coming up, or sorry, second and 3 coming up from the 12 for MICDS. They're going to go trips out to the far side. Gachkowski in the backfield next to Gold. And the Cat's going to shift over that way. They're going to look and then
they
left
shifted
it
the
over.
wrong way.
They shifted, and out to the flat goes Gold, and he's going to have a first and goal coming up. Stiff arm by the quarterback. Not too many times you see a quarterback deliver a stiff arm, but Hetrick caught the end of that one, and it is a first and goal from the 2.
He's not real tall, but he's 200 pounds, listed at 200 pounds. He's got a lot of body for him.
So here we go, first and goal.
You see what we see here? It's the Ram. And that's what it was.
And not quite in. Be a second down and goal. Can you tell that we have a former athlete's dad in here and a former coach in here and a former player in here as they're all like, it's the Ram. So second and goal from about the 1, and they're going to stick with the Ram formation. And this time he's going to punch it in, and it'll be 10-6. Extra point coming up. Oh, penalty flag after the play. Who are they going to call that on? Unsportsmanlike.
On both.
Penalties offset with 3:34 to go here in the first half. Mills there for the extra point attempt. Holder is Gold. 3:34 to go in the first half. Coach Maxwell on the sideline working on his best 3:34. His best 3:34 touchdown drive. And a broken play becomes a 2-point conversion, makes it 10-8. Gold picked it up, rolled out, found the end zone for the 2-point conversion. 10-8 our score. We'll be back after this.
New logo, new colors, new app, and a new online banking platform. There may be a lot of new at Sherwood Community Bank, but one thing remains the same: community. Serving the area with 4 convenient locations, Sherwood is still your community bank. Come see what it's like to be part of the community with a new account. The small town bank with big city convenience. Sherwood Community Bank, your community bank.
All right, welcome back. Gary, what was our scoring drive there?
Scoring drive for MICDS Rams, 9 plays, 48 yards. The drive started on Harrisonville's 48 on our side of the field. 4 minutes and 45 seconds. ended up with a one down touchdown run by Gold, and then obviously the 2-point conversion you just saw by Gold made the score. Harrisonville Wildcats 10, the MICDS Rams 8.
If you're the Cats here, you have got to not leave time. You've got to have a good drive here. You can't leave time on the field. This is what Fred Bouchard is so good at. He can flip a game like a light switch with playing the end of a half, third quarter game. He knows that if he can score here again before the half and get the ball, he can have a 3-possession swing in the last 4 minutes of a game, or 4 minutes of a half. Lawful going to take this from his own 15 to the 20, up to the 27-yard line. Taken down by Adrian Ritchie. So it'll be a 1st and 10 for the Cats at about the 27-yard line. That's exactly where they marked this one. So he's going to put it down right at the 27. So 1st and 10 for the 27.
Good thing is they can't. MICDS can't stop the clock. They don't have any timeouts left. They're out of timeouts. We have one left in the half.
So one back in the backfield. That is Mitchell with Reynolds behind him as the quarterback. Looking to throw, and Mitchell looking to throw. Still going to look, and he's going to tuck it. Get to the outside, run out of bounds past the 33-yard run. 2nd and 7 coming up with 3:22. Not what you want to do, run out of bounds. So 2nd and 7 coming up. Moore looking from the sideline for the play, and Sims going to bring the play in. And Baker and Moore check out.
Yeah, you did not want to stop the clock there. You wanted the 40-second clock continuing to run all the way through.
So 2nd down and 7. Split backs
6
in the
box.
backfield. And they're going to go handoff. Couple of yard gain right there. Looks like Carter Johnston got a couple. So we can give him 2 on that. Going to bring up 3rd down and 5 as the clock will roll this time. If you can get a 1st down here, you'd be in good shape.
Well, an incomplete pass stops the clock, so you've got to be thinking about that as well.
So scoreboard goes to the defense chant here. Ball up to the 33. 2 wide receivers left, 2 to the right. Lone back is Reynolds in the backfield. And they're going to pitch it back to Reynolds. And he makes the first guy miss and then it falls to the ground. Not sure what happened there.
I think it's going to face mask.
I mean, that was weird because you don't see him go down like that. They're going to talk about it. I don't know if they're going to give the 5 or 15. I don't know if they still have the 5 or 15 variety. We'll see. The official's going to talk it over.
I think Reynolds was going to the ground, and the defender didn't realize it, and he was going to tackle him, and he just got the face mask. I don't know how much of a face mask he got.
Personal foul, so.
It's going to be a 1st down.
Huge 1st down for the Wildcats. That's a Troby's Maytag Home Appliance Center 1st down via the penalty. And bring it all the way up to the 43. So 1st and 10 from their own 43 this time. Again, they go with 2 backs on, or 2 receivers on both sides. Pistol formation. Mitchell has Reynolds behind him in the backfield, and they hand it off to Lawful on the end around. And he gets up to the 49 on an 8-yard run. So Cameron Lawful with 8 yards, and it's 2nd and 2 with 2:08. And again, though, he goes out of bounds and stops that clock.
I'm not worried about it now because they got 2nd and 2, so we're good.
So 2:08 to go. Up to the line of scrimmage go the Cats. At the 49 into MICDS territory, split back. That veer set the Cats know so well. And this time they're going
The counter again.
Counter. And Reynolds was like, I had a hole there. False start. So 2:06 to go. That pushes them back to their own 46-yard line. So they're going to bring up 2nd and 7.
Now, you don't want an incomplete pass here because if it stops the clock. Well, the clock's running. Never mind.
So up to the line of scrimmage. 2 backs flanking Mitchell in the backfield. Blitz being shown by MICDS, and now out of the backfield. They're going to pitch it back to Reynolds. He gets into the secondary, and he's down the sideline to the 50, to the 40. Out of bounds he goes. Troby's Maytag home fly at center, first down after a gain
of 14, and that puts him over 100 yards. 9 rushes for 103.
And you like those totals. 9 for 103. You'll take every time over 10 yards a carry, and it'll be 1st and 10 Cats with 1:34 to go. Ball down to the 40. Now you can manipulate the time as well.
Plus, you do have 1 timeout left if you need to.
So into MICDS territory. 10-8 our score with 1:34 to go here in the first half. Split backs in the backfield. Under center is Mitchell. And this time they're going to hand it right off the middle. Nope, Mitchell keeps himself on that mesh play. Gets to the outside to about the 38.
If he could have not made the decision to go ahead and hold the ball, he could have had a great mesh play with Reynolds out here, and it would have gotten at least another 10 yards.
Well, Reynolds knew that because Reynolds was jumping up and down. If he just would have looked for that pitch, that's where that triple option comes in. You can hand off, you can take, or you can pitch out. The pitch out was there. He just didn't quite see it in time, and it'll be a 2-yard gain with 1:02 to go in the first half. Something I saw, I'll talk about it after this play. They roll out with Mitchell, and he's got space, and he's just going to keep it himself and run out of bounds all the way down to about the 35. Mason Mitchell has a towel hanging from his back, and every time Reynolds goes back there, he uses that towel to wipe his hands. I like that.
Though, I got to hand, there may have been a reason why Mitchell kept that. Maybe he didn't have a good handle on the ball. It's better to take the ball down and get a couple of yards than pitch it and also then create a possible fumble.
Absolutely.
So, I don't know what was going through his mind at that point in time. The officials are having a conference out there. Not sure exactly what's going on. We'll maybe see here in just a minute.
So right now it's the 3rd and 5. So 3rd and 5 coming up with 45 seconds ago. They put some time back on the clock.
It was a 3-yard gain on the play. It brings up
So 3rd and 5 coming up. And Reynolds back there with Mitchell on 3rd and 5. In motion they go with Lawful. They fake the handoff to Lawful. They're going to go deep. They've got Baker. Baker up for the jump ball. Incomplete. Maybe looking for a flag. Nothing called. Going to bring it 4th down. That one might have hung just a little bit too much on that one. It was a good ball at first, and the rain causes that. It's it's kind of like a bullet going through water. After a while, it's going to slow itself down, and that's what happened on that one.
Now the decision to make, you got 39 seconds left. Do you punt it or do you try to run? I say go ahead and try to run because they've got the length of the field. They have no timeouts left, so they would have to go the length of the field without it. So why not try to? And you still have a timeout. If you get a first down, you can call timeout.
Well, and the clock's going to stop after the timeout or after the first down as well. In motion with Lawful, they're going to fake. They're going to pitch back to Reynolds. Reynolds going to break a tackle to the 30, to the 25, out of bounds at the 21-yard line. What did Fred Bouchard say about Nate Reynolds in the pregame show? Gary's doing some addition in his head. I could see him counting that down. I remember distinctly Fred said, you see him get hit so many times and you think he's going down, and he just runs right through it, and he did it right there. That was huge.
And they had him contained. It's his speed and his strength that was what was able to keep this drive going.
So they're going to go back to the veer formation. Under center is Mitchell, and he fakes the handoff. He's going to keep it himself.
Get out of bounds.
Get out of bounds at the 15 and just took somebody out on the far side. I think that might have been one of our trainers over there. Ball down to the 20. So 2nd and 8 coming up. But you got a couple, and you still got 25 seconds. You still got a timeout in your pocket. A lot of different possibilities for the Cats here with 25 seconds to go in the first.
You got to be impressed with
half.
this drive. This drive started with 3 minutes and 30 seconds left, and they started on their 27-yard line.
Under center is Mitchell. They're going to hand it through to Reynolds. Nope, he's looking to pass. He throws it in the flats. Oh, right through the hands of Sims. He had it for 6.
He will
my
and that
goodness.
Was an excellent throw by Mitchell. Sims, I think, saw the touchdown, but again, you got wet balls too, so that makes a difference as well.
So 3rd down and 8.
Did you see how quickly, though, if they would have handed it off that time to Reynolds, I think he'd have been in a touchdown before that play would have gotten to Mitch or to Sims.
Oh, man. 3rd down and 8 coming up, 20 seconds to go here in the half. Pistol formation. This time he's going to pitch it back to Reynolds, and he's got space. And he's going to get to the 15.
Good.
And a foul or a penalty back here. They're going to call a holding.
I saw that he turned the guy, and when you see the guy turn,
now you got to call your last time out, or they can just run the clock out here
after the penalty.
The clock would roll. All right, it'll be back to the 30. With 10 seconds to go. Clock will roll here. Well, no. Yeah, there it is rolling. And the Cats might be intent. Maybe call timeout with 3 seconds. No.
I don't understand. Clock does not start after.
It shouldn't. But it started earlier after a penalty. That's what I couldn't figure out.
All right, so we're going to go to the half. 10-8 is the score. We'll take a timeout. We'll be back with halftime action here in just a little bit.
Before every big purchase, you have to prepare. Prepare the easy way by calling Harrisonville's Farmers Insurance agent, Brad Sainer. Brad will make sure there are no holes in your coverage and take care of you with any lives mishaps. Prepare for great insurance coverage by calling Brad Sainer at 816-974-8105. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum.
When my family opened the first Culver's in Sauk City, Wisconsin, you know what we did? We gave it our all, making sure everyone felt welcome, sharing our favorite foods from around the state like butterburgers and fresh frozen custard, greeting every guest with all our heart, crafting each meal with care. Leaving a smile makes everything taste better. And it's a tradition we bring with us yet today, from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey everyone, Cody here with Aiken's PC Repair, the exclusive computer repair company for 4Ts. Slow computer got you down? We offer virus removal and hardware repair to get you back in action. And with our antivirus software, we can help prevent future infections. Check us out today at 105 East Mechanic Street in historic downtown Harrisonville.
Hey, I'm Matt with the Red Barn Ranch just north of Harrisonville, Missouri. As a fourth-generation farmer, it was important for me to be able to share our farm experience with the rest of the community. We opened Red Barn Ranch to provide just that, someplace that people can come and experience the farm and walk around and have a good time and make lifelong memories. Red Barn Ranch has grown over the last 9 years from just solely a pumpkin patch to a full farm experience. We've got rides, slides, attractions of all kinds, food, a bar, and a little bit of everything. We'd love for you guys to come see us in person. We're located just 2 miles north of Harrisonville. For more information, you can check us out on Google, Facebook, or redbarnranch.farm. We'll see you at the patch.
While you're doing whatever it is you do, we're testing, retesting, engineering, and re-engineering to keep up with you. We run together.
First Class Heating and Cooling is your local Trane dealer that you can count on to provide you with a system and solution that fits your unique needs. Whether you need service right now or an estimate on a new system, give us a call at 816-380-5659. First Class service from your hometown team.
It's hard to stop a train.
Work late? Kids got a game. Late night hunger. Good news, Domino's of Harrisonville is open until midnight or later every day. Instead of making a late night dinner or going through another takeout, order the Domino's app and pick up or even have it delivered. Dinner for the whole family, one click away on the Domino's app. Don't forget the garlic knots and dessert when you order. Domino's, your late night pizza stop.
One of the scariest tasks is taking your car to a mechanic. The best mechanics are in Harrisonville at Colby's Car Clinic. Colby's has expanded his shop and has ASE certified mechanics, the latest equipment to keep your vehicle running smooth all year long. Colby's Car Clinic takes the fear out of getting your car fixed. So call Colby today at 816-380-3000 to schedule an appointment or head to the Big Blue Building behind O'Reilly's.
You should never be penalized with high insurance rates or terrible coverage. Cameron Chenoweth of American Family makes sure you will not see a yellow flag. Instead, you will get quality service and coverage no matter your policy. Cameron's goal for you is coverage you can count on if a claim happens. So don't worry about penalties at Cameron Chenoweth's American Family Agency. Call Cam at 816-380-3996 for a quote today.
All right, welcome back to halftime from St. Louis. It took us 3 hours, but we got to some football, and it's been some good football here in the first half. That said, there has been stakes, but overall, you got to be happy with where you're at. If you're the Wildcats, being on the road, a weird day, weird game, being up 10-8 over MICDS.
Oh, absolutely. You've got to be happy. And I look at the stats, and I'm thinking that not necessarily that it's going to be even, but it's not going to be quite as lopsided as I thought. So I'm going to go ahead and go with the stats if you're okay with that. For your Harrisonville Wildcats, leading the way for Harrisonville with 10 carries, 116 yards is Reynolds. Mitchell has 11 carries, 35 yards. On receiving, you got Baker with 2 receptions for 12 yards. And so Harrisonville had a total of 31 plays, had the ball for 12 minutes and 30 seconds. With a total of 172 yards. They had 6 first downs, and they had 30 yards in penalties. For the MICDS Rams, leading their way is actually Gold with 6 carries, 26 yards. Bishop has 7 carries for only 17 yards, and receiving, you got Faust with 22 yards on 2 receptions, and you've got Weaver 2 receptions for 13 yards. They only had 23 plays compared to Harrisonville's 31. They had 11 minutes and 30 seconds compared to Harrisonville's 12:30, and they only had a total of 74 yards. So we've more than doubled up, about 2.5 times their yards. Scoring for Harrisonville started out 11:51 in the second. Got a safety on that bad snap that went through the end zone. That made it 2-0 at 11:51. Then just about 10 or 18 seconds later, Reynolds had the 63-yard touchdown run, had the two-point conversion by Sims, a reception from Mitchell. That made it 10-0. And then with 3:34 left in the second, there was a 1-yard touchdown run by Gold. He ultimately got a 2-point conversion, which brought us to a score of 10-8 at halftime.
Well, and here's the thing. You go back to that first half. This is what I'm going to watch as we develop into the second half. Great first half by the Cats is see how the second half develops. You got it down inside the 15 twice. You got it down to the Red Barn Ranch red zone a couple of times and didn't score or come away with points against a team like MICDS. You don't want to pay for that later.
Oh, absolutely not. It would have been nice, obviously, if we had gotten that touchdown there at the end of the second quarter or the end of the half. We didn't. And, you talked about if the MICDS would have happened to have gotten the ball back, and Coach Bouchard is very good at flipping scores and flipping games. We held the ball, so therefore they weren't able to even get the ball back. We held it all the way through this end of the half. But they get to receive the ball in the second half. We talked about that. How long is the game going to be? And in this particular case, obviously, we're going to get into the second half. It's an official game. Obviously, it was an official game when the game started. But this is where I will tell you, this is where these two coaches flourish. And both of them are very good at being able to not only sustain leads, but also flip leads too. And so it's going to be a good coaching battle and a good player battle in the second half. But I'll tell you, I have been very impressed with the Harrisonville Wildcat defense.
Yeah, just minus a few solid runs they had here and there. They've held them in check, I had the one run that I pictured. Bishop had about 20-yard run, 20-yard scamper, and then Gold had that one that he got the first down on to give him first and goal. But other than that, they're not getting off chunks of yardage.
Yeah, the biggest runs they've had was Bishop had that 17-yard run. He had a 9-yard run, and then you had Gold had two 10-yard runs. Keep in mind, they had only a total of 39 yards rushing in that first half. So our defense is doing a lot. Now, there's going to be adjustments at halftime. We know that. And we ourselves on the defensive side are going to have to make some adjustments because they are looking at obviously what we did in the first half and what MICDS can do in the second half to counteract that, as well as our offense did well. But you saw MICDS numerous times get up into the box and have 6 men, on the line of scrimmage and 2 linebackers, right there. And so I think we were reading that well. The beauty of it is if you can create just a small enough gap and you hit that gap right, Reynolds is gone by that, and there's nobody in the secondary. When you put so many people on the line, if he breaks that first line, there's nobody that's going to be able to catch him.
This, in my opinion, is the best defense I've seen Harrisonville in a week one come up with and look as solid as they have in probably several years.
I totally agree.
And it's several layers. The defensive line's doing its job. Fast linebackers and a secondary that doesn't let anybody get past. Now I'll tell you what. What does that sound like? That sounds like an old school Harrisonville team. You had all 3 levels. You had speed all over the place. A lot of athletes on the defensive side, but the offense then complements it so well, and it's going to be fun to watch it as this game goes on, but as the season goes on as well.
Well, and, looking back last year, the score last year at halftime was MICDS 20, Harrisonville 2. We didn't score anything in the second half, so ultimately was a 37-2 score. They scored a lot in the second half last year, as we know they can, and they've got the capability of doing it as well as Harrisonville does, obviously, this year. So, one other thing that I talked to, and it's going to potentially come down, the rain has stopped now again, is potentially special teams. And one thing that I asked Coach Maxwell, as I was talking to him before the game out on the field, I said, okay, so where are we at on special teams? And he said, to be quite honest with you, I feel like that's one of our strengths. So sometimes games come down to special teams, and if it does, he feels very confident in his special teams.
Well, and how big confidence-wise is it for the Wildcats after that first half to be like, they know what happened last year. Everybody know, it's MICDS. They went to the state title game a couple years ago, and they're a Class 5 power, and Harrisonville's not what it was. And you hear all that, like, hey, we're winning at halftime. That's a confidence boost right there. That it goes from that, well, we may be able to play with them for a while, to we can beat them.
Absolutely. And the thing about it is, we're on the road at MICDS, at that Class 5 powerhouse school, and when we're up, you're right, it gives us a tremendous amount of confidence, but you don't want to get too much confidence or too cocky in thinking, okay, we're up 10 to 8 on MICDS, we can handle them. You've got to continue to play your game as the strengths that you have, and that's exactly what Harrisonville did in the first half.
Huge first series for both sides. MICDS going to try to establish something on the ground and through the air and try to get something going. Harrisonville wants to show, hey, we want the ball back. We want to get the ball with the lead, try to go back to getting that 2-possession lead again and see what happens. So I'll be interested to see how the second half unfolds. We got about 5 minutes or so before we get to second half action. So we're going to take a timeout. We'll be back with more on your halftime show after this.
Church & Dwight is one of the world leaders in household and personal care products, and we want you to join our team in Harrisonville. You'll get the chance to work with winning brands that consumers love. We offer starting salaries ranging from $20.50 to $39 per hour, depending on experience. A signing bonus of $2,500. Comprehensive benefits, paid time off, and every other weekend is a 3-day weekend. To apply, go to churchdewhite.com and click on Careers.
Ready to upgrade your patio for those football watch parties? Call Ethan Young with 2-3 Construction Services to get started today. He can create a fun patio area complete with a fire pit in case it gets a bit chilly for one of those Wildcat or Chiefs fall nights. If a new driveway or floor for the shop is part of your upgrade, he will help you there as well. Call Ethan today at 816-533-2119 and 2-3 Construction Services to work for you.
It always seems to happen. We buy new tires and a week later we run over now. Not a problem when you have purchased your tires at Young's Tire and Wheel Center. You get the free flat repair for the life of your tires. On a budget, Young's has the best selection of new and used tires to save a little extra money. When the time comes for new tires, stop at the shop 4T's Trust to keep them rolling down the highway. Young's Tire and Wheel Center on South Commercial in Harrisonville.
You have choices when buying a vehicle. Show Me Auto Mall is your right choice. Getting you financed with even less than perfect credit because everyone needs a reliable vehicle at an affordable price. Need service? Take a loaner while you wait. With a broad selection, you will find a vehicle that is right for you. Show Me Auto Mall is here to make buying a vehicle hassle-free. Go see the crew at Show Me today on 291 across from Walmart.
Everyone needs an advocate in the insurance world. Let Lacey Domnick of Shelter Insurance be an advocate for you. With free policy review and quotes, she aims to help you weigh your options. With auto, home, life, and business insurance, Lacey wants you to have a positive and friendly experience. A former Wildcat herself, it is important for Lacey to support the community and Wildcats. Call today to set up an appointment at 816-380-2700 with Lacey.
What is one of your most precious commodities? Time. With sports, family, work, and school, time is precious. So why drive hours and waste time to save $20? Shop local and buy your home appliances at Troby's Maytag Home Appliance Center right here in Harrisonville. They deliver, service, issues that arise, all while you're putting money right back into the community. Stop wasting time and think Troby's first when you think of home appliances on Plaza Drive right behind Hawthorne Bank.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Halftime about over here from MICDS. We are on the campus of MICDS High School in St. Louis, Missouri. I almost said Harrisonville, Missouri. That'd be a weird deal. I will tell you, I want to take time. I want to thank all our great sponsors that make these broadcasts possible. For the Wildcats, we have Max Motors, Young's Tire and Wheel Center, Lacey Dominic Shelter Insurance, 2-3 Construction Services, Troby's Maytag Home Appliance Center, Colby's Car Clinic, Sonic of Harrisonville, Show Me Auto Mall, Aikens PC Repair, the Red Barn Ranch, Sherwood Community Bank, CPSK Insurance, Church and Dwight, Farmers Insurance, Brad Sainer, Papa Murphy's, Domino's, First Class Heating and Cooling, Culver's, American Family Insurance, Cameron Chenoweth, and Sherwood Heating and Cooling, all great sponsors on the broadcast to be able to make these broadcasts possible each and every year. So we're about ready for second half kickoff. I don't know if anybody else looked. Did anybody look at the weather at halftime to see what it was going to do for the next hour and a half so we can get this ball game in?
I did not.
I will pull it up on my phone and see what we got. MICDS is going to get the ball. They are going to go from the north to the south.
Thank you. And on your TV screen, they're going to be going left to right, but it will be north to south.
It will be north to south, left to right. Looks like there might be a little bit of rain, and then we may be in the clear for a while. I mean, there's no thunderstorms. It's just greenage. So that'll be good. There are some more developing back towards Columbia. Hopefully it all clears out and we don't have to drive home in the rain. That wouldn't be fun. So here we go. We're ready for the kick. 12 minutes on the clock. And we are ready to go. Short end over end kick. Going to be taking it about the 15-yard line. Going to go from far side to near side. Try to get to the outside. Cuts back. Gets up to the 35-yard line. Jeremiah Clay, number 0. That's a new number that they've allowed in football now that you used to not see ever, was 0. Always been a mainstay in basketball. Usually it's 00. So ball up to the 35, first down and 10. 11:52 to go as we're underway in the second half. So here we go. 3 wide receiver set to the far side. Shotgun formation. And they're going to keep it is Gold. He's going to get up to about the 38-yard line. Wrapped up. Tyson Wyatt-Smith in on that one along with Owen Adair. Going to bring up a second down and 6. So 4-yard gain. 11:35 as the clock rolls here in the third quarter. So Cats lead 10-8 after the intermission here, and first possession of the second half coming up for MICDS. 3 wide receiver set left side, shotgun formation, and Gold going to throw it out in the flats for Faust. Faust is going to have a first down and then be wrapped up and taken down just past the chains. Looks like Isaac Moore over there. So Beechner over there. I thought it was 30. That was 20. I was like, that looked weird. Deegan Beechner on the tackle. So
well, I think you can tell that Faust is probably his main receiver. That's the fourth target, the fourth time he's been targeted in this game.
So first and 10, ball up to the 47-yard line. In motion, they're going to go. They're going to pitch it to the near side. That is Clay to get to the outside. Oh, just missed by Beechner. Ball out of bounds. Samples flying in there. Jeremiah Clay Got about 4 on it. Going to bring up 2nd down and 6. Clay, the senior wide receiver.
Actually, that should have been a pass because it was a pitch forward, so I didn't show it as that. But
yeah, forget, they get those yardage on that now. Pat likes that throw. He's like, watch this throw. You get a guy that can run after the catch. Chusky back there with Gold. 2 wide receivers to your left, 2 to your right on 2nd down and about 6. And they're going to hand off right up the middle. And he gets inside the 35. Tyson Whitesmith with the tackle to the 38. Going to be enough for a first down. Going to be 1st and 10 down to the 38-yard line. So MICDS moving it down the field here into Cat territory down to the 43-yard line of the Wildcats. In to the huddle went Gold. 2 wide receivers left, 2 to the right. Kaczewski going to switch sides. He's going to be on the left side of Gold. Gold looking to throw. They're going to float it down the sideline and complete down to the 20. And Gabe Weaver hauls it in. Going to mark him at the 19. No, they're going to mark him at the 20. And that was Hetrick, the junior. So they do move it back now, ball at the 20-yard line. So 1st and 10, ball on the 20. 9:57 to go here in the 3rd quarter. Gold with Kaczewski in the backfield with him. 3 wide receivers to the far side. And Gold going to keep it himself. Cuts back. Initial contact. Wrapped up down about the 15. Several Cats in there. I see Samples coming up off the ground. Beechner. Wyatt Smith and others. Going to bring up a 2nd down 6 with 9:20 to go in the 3rd. Great opening drive by MICDS to start this 2nd half. Cats need a big play on the defensive side here. Two wide receivers left, 1 to the right. Faust out here in single coverage on the right side. High snap. Gold.
Face mask.
Going to have to
maybe he didn't get it.
I don't know if it was a face mask or if he just grabbed up there by the face mask, got close. And Gold doesn't say anything, brings up 3rd and 6. Coleman comes in for Inyard. So 3rd down and 6 coming up, 8:27 and counting here in the 3rd. Two wide receivers to the left, 2 to the right. Shotgun with Gold. Blitz coming, ball tipped, and down it goes. Andrew Arnold knocked that one down, I believe, brings up 4th down and about 6. So
this would be a big stop if we could get them stopped, because they started on their own 35, went all the way down to almost the 15. So,
well, something I'll talk about after this play here. 2 to the left, 2 to the right. Kaczewski in the backfield with them, and they draw them off. Going to bring up a 4th and 1 now on the hard count. A lot of different things you can do here. Going to go with that Ram. Guarantee that they're going to roll up there and run. So the Rams in the Ram on 4th and 1 at the 11. So 4th and short, and it's a short 1 here. Going to try to punch it through.
I think they just lost 5 back. So
they're going to say false start this time as they're pointing that way. Now, false start, so back it goes.
Well, I think the Ram is coming out.
So back now to decide what to do with 8:10 to go here in the third, as they both traded 5-yard penalties.
Just like we did here at the midfield.
So we'll bring up fourth down. And again, after this play, I will say what I was going to say a while ago. They're going to stay with the Ram formation on 4th and 6th. Oh, my word. Oh, so let's try a 4th and 1 again. But I wonder how many times both coaches are going to watch that sequence on film with their team and be like, this is what you don't do. And up the middle they go, first down. It'll be 1st and goal at about the 8. What I was going to say is I have not seen Bishop on the field at all in the second half, and I do not see him. I don't know that I see him in uniform anywhere. There's a number 1 down there, but that is not Bishop, so I'm not 100% sure if he is not in uniform, unless he switched jerseys at halftime. Oh, wait, Bishop was 2, wasn't he?
Yes.
Okay, so makes things different, but still I have not seen him in the game. And they're going to hand off for Gold, and Gold gets inside the 5. Tyson Wyatt-Smith and a few others in on the tackle. Going to bring us up 2nd and goal. We got a flag on the play. This could be a hold.
There's a penalty marker on the play.
Sloppy set of downs here.
Chop block.
Which is not even, that's even worse. That's a 15-yard variety. Both teams traded 5-yard penalties, and then the Cats gave up a 5-yard penalty again, and then you had the first down run, and now they have a chop block penalty, which is going to push them back quite a ways on a 1st and goal situation. So that will push them back to the 28.
Ball will be marked at the 23-yard line, where it'll be 1st and goal for the Rams from the 23.
So 1st and goal from the 23-yard line. So 7:25 to go here in the third. Flip-flop sides here, trying to set it up. And there is Bishop over here on crutches. They're going to throw it over the middle. Touchdown, Faust. 4-6. That was about an instant replay of the throw he made in the pregame on that post route. So on a 1st and goal from the 23, they go with a post route to Faust. And MICDS takes their first lead of the game at 14-10 with 7:06 to go. Extra point coming up. Kick is up. It is good. Rams lead 15-10 with 7:06 to go third. We'll be right back.
When you're searching for insurance, call an agent in town that can protect you. Call CPSK for auto, life, renter's boat, ATV, or any other weekend toy you want covered. CPSK Insurance is an auto owner's affiliate, so call and talk to Summer, Randy, Amanda, or Chandra. They can give you a quote and get you covered quickly and easily. Business coverage is available as well. Call them today at 816-380-3800 or visit them online at www.cpskinsurance.com and let your local agents go to work for you.
All right, welcome back. 7:06 to go third. Scoring summary, sir.
10-play, 65-yard series for MICDS. Capped off with the 23-yard touchdown reception. Goal to Faust. conversion, 1 point conversion good, makes the score 15 MICDS, Harrisonville 10.
That scoring summary brought to you by Culver's of Harrisonville. Butter burger better at Culver's. 7:06 to go here. Kickoff coming. Lawful and Reynolds back. You always wait for the onside kick coming from Fred Bouchard. It wasn't there. Lawful takes it to 25, 30. He's up the middle into the second line of defense all the way up to the 41. You said
I like the way he covered the ball, by the way.
Coach, you said it. Coach Maxwell said he thought that was one of the strengths of the team. That was a huge return up to the 41 and a good field position for the Cats from their own 41. And we got a water break on the field, so we'll take a timeout. 6:59 to go, third quarter, 15-10 our score. We'll be back after this.
Sherwood Heating and Cooling provides quality services and amazing products from Carrier. Always going the extra mile to ensure that your heating and cooling units keep performing at optimal levels. Sherwood Heating and Cooling wants your family to be as comfortable as their own. Products come with warranties and service checkups by trained technicians that give you peace of mind. Call and schedule an appointment at 816-862-6610. Everyone needs a little kickstart at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so head to Sonic of Harrisonville and kick away the afternoon fog. Grab an ice-cold drink full of caffeine and kickstart your afternoon and evening. The best part, 2 to 4 is happy hour, and drinks are half price. Grab an afternoon snack of cheesy bites or jalapeno poppers.
All right, 1st and 10 Cats from their own 41. 6:59 to go, third quarter. 2 wide receiver left, 2 to the right, pistol formation. Mitchell has Reynolds behind him in the backfield, and Mitchell going to throw on the far side and complete out in the flats for Michael Moore for a gain of about 6. They're going to call it 5. It'll be 2nd and 5 from the 46. So a good first down throw from Mitchell. And there's that composure. He just kind of snaps it. It's like, I know where I'm going, tosses it out there, and you get 5 a different way, and that keeps the defense honest. 2nd down and 5 coming up. 2 wide receivers, your left, 2 your right. Again, that pistol formation. Mitchell with Reynolds behind him in the backfield. They're going to go in motion with Lawful. And Lawful going to go this way. Pitch it back to Reynolds. Reynolds tries to get to the outside. Good open field tackle right there by Faust. And a loss of 2, maybe 3 where they mark it. About 2.5 they lost on that one. Going to bring up 3rd down. It's a great open field tackle right there by Faust on one of the best players in Class 4 in the state of Missouri. So here we go, 3rd down and 7 coming up for the Cats. With 5:40 to go. We have some lessons on whoever's running their scoreboard over there, because there they fixed it. They had 4th and 7. They've had it mixed up a few times. Going to have to hurry and snap, and he gets it off. He's going to roll out, nowhere to go, and he is hammered in the backfield. And that was one of those situations you try to rush it and then just not ready. And the Cats are going to have to punt it away here from their own 34. So 15-10 the score. Faust stands at his own 30. 4th and about 17 or 18. And a good high punt. Yeah. And in the NFL, that's a penalty flag. In the NFL, if you fair catch it and take off running, it is I think it's a 15-yard penalty. I'm not sure on that, but so fair caught, and second series of the half coming up for MICDS. It's where the defense got to come up with a big stand. If you're the Wildcats right here, you don't want to go down 2 scores on the road in the second half. Jerry, being the smart aleck back there, he says you don't want to go down 2 scores anywhere. True story. But on the road in the second half is even worse. And there we go. He's going to try the same play, and he's got his guy, but overthrows him by a hair. Henry Rowan. Wonder if he's related to Henry Rowan Gardner. Anybody remember Henry Rowan Gardner? Yes, Little Big League. Good job, Tucker Forsler. 4:37 to go. Hey, you might as well take a shot if it's there, and it was there. Just overthrew him by a hair.
Well, and that is typical of what you want to do when you've got somebody, when you feel like that they're on the ropes, you're going to go after the juggler, and that's what he was trying to do right there. And had he been able to hit it, it would have been another 6-7 points.
So there was a penalty there that we didn't see, so it'll be first down and 15 instead of second and 10. We were all looking downfield, and then Tucker was like, there's a flag there. So 4:37 to go here, third quarter. 15-10 your score. So 4:37 to go here, third quarter, first and 15 after the penalty. I'm assuming that was illegal procedure if it wasn't a...
It's timeout.
Now timeout called by MICDS. So we'll have a timeout on the field. 4:37 to go. Third quarter, Cats down 5. MICDS with the ball in their own side.
Take the struggle of making homemade pizza out of the equation. Go see Marshall and Stephanie Hamilton, the new owners of Harrisonville Papa Murphy's, and let them do the prep work. Daily specials, new calzones, fresh sides, creative fundraising, and limited time pizzas. There's something for the whole family. Don't forget, win or lose discounts every
4:37 to go here, third quarter. Coach Bouchard out there having a conversation with his team. He was having a conversation with the officials, but he left that to his assistant, and now he's talking to his team.
Well, I think it all comes down to the play clock, and, the situation with the play clock, it's different this year. I didn't even realize that things had changed, and so they're not getting much time in between plays.
So here we go. Kachewski on the right side of Fouls, of Gold. Gold looking to pass again. He's looking for Fouls, chased out of the pocket, and then is going to get chased down, gets back to the original line of scrimmage plus a yard or two. So about a 6-yard scramble. It'll be second down and 9.
He's becoming pretty much their offense. Once Bishop left, he's becoming their offense.
They don't have – Faust has been his go-to guy, but I don't feel like they have that game-breaker wide receiver like they did last year. They had a couple of them.
Oh, yeah.
And they don't have those guys yet. Now, they're young. If you look up and down both rosters, there's a lot of sophomores and juniors playing and some freshmen as well. And that's probably what you're seeing early season.
Yeah, and Faust and Weaver both, are their go-to guys right now on receiving time. Oh, wow.
Nowhere to go. That was blown up initially. I didn't see who busted through, but one of the Cats busted through. It had the offensive lineman in the backfield, Schuker, and he was slammed into Gachowski. I've said his name about 17 different ways. Gachowski, Chusky, and it'll bring up a third down and 11 for MICDS here. We're going to go pistol formation this time. 2 to the left, 2 to the right. Awful lot like one of the Wildcats formations we've seen. He's going to look to pass, and he's going to throw this one deep. Same play as earlier, and he dropped it. He dropped 6.
Well, we had one of those, so one good turn deserves another, okay?
Henry Rowan straight up dropped it, and that was 6. So they went too deep, and that one did not hit. And now Gold is going to have to punt. And Gold's got his hands on his hips because he knows he's going to punt, but he's also frustrated that didn't come down. And, Beechner got beat on that one. That'll be stuff they can work with him on to show him where to get in position a little bit better. He's going to be back to return this one. That one goes out of bounds. way up here. And where's he going to walk to? He keeps on walking. Those are the terrible runs, the walks you don't like to see. That was a 12-yard partially blocked punt, and the Cats will take over on the 43-yard line of MICDS to start this drive.
Well, Harrisonville with 3 and out on their first possession in the second half. Obviously, MICDS got the touchdown in their first possession now. We held them to 3 and out, so let's return some favor to them and get a touchdown here.
2 wide receivers to your left, 2 to your right, lone back in the backfield, Mitchell under center. Reynolds behind him on 1st and 10. They hand to Reynolds, and Reynolds goes right through the middle and gets a quick 5+. Well, they're going to say 5. He's knocked down at the 38, so a 5-yard run, 2nd and 5 with 2:40 to go in the third quarter.
Well, that's hitting that hole so fast. And if they don't come up with the 6 in the box or they can get a split there, I would make them stop. And that way the pursuit on the outside, if for some reason Mitchell keeps the ball, should be able to get out. Now see, they're back in 6-7 in the box now.
And they're going with that veer set. And this time they're going to fake,
Counter.
go to counter, and this was open earlier to the outside, spins out of a tackle to the 30, down inside the 30 to the 29-yard line. That is a Troby's Maytag Home Appliance Center first down to the 29 of MICDS. Good hard run right there by Reynolds.
That's where they collapsed into the box, and if you can get outside, that was supposed to go inside, but they collapsed in so much he was able to take it outside, and with his speed he can do that.
You know, when they go with this set here, with the single back set, I'd love to see Lawful come in motion where you have him as a backside pitch as well to change things up. Reynolds down to the 25, and how he drags defenders is amazing. He gets 4 yards. I don't know how he got 4 yards on that. If you go back and would see that one on the replay, that was a great run by Reynolds to get 4 yards when I thought he was down right at the line of scrimmage. But what I was talking about, you got those 2 wide receivers on each side. You've gone in motion several times with Lawful. When you go under center like that and you have him going so quick, you'd play that mesh play and pitch it back to Lawful around the end. That may be wide open because guess what? You got 6 to 8 in the box. So 2nd down and 6 coming up. 2 wide receivers far side. Lone back is Reynolds. They're going to fake to Reynolds, and he's going to throw it out in the flats. Incomplete. Tried to get that in the flats for Phillips. And it brings up 2nd down and 6. 3rd down and 6, sorry. So 3rd and 6 coming up. 1:02 to go here in the third.
Do you see those linebackers? They came up, and they're given the outside when they do that because you've got 5 there. You bring on 2 more up, 5 or 6 and 2 more up. You don't have much left.
I wonder how many towels Mason Mitchell's gone through today. He's got a black one that was white earlier, so they've definitely changed that a few times to keep Reynolds dry. They're going to pitch back, and Reynolds nowhere to go and somehow gets back to the line of scrimmage. Good open field play by Inyard and Peterson, and there is a player down. It'll be a 4th down. Obviously, you're in no man's land at 25. You're going to go for it here on 4th down. Cats had a good conversion earlier on the 3rd and about 6 or 7 down in this area. They're going to need one here. You can't continue to get down inside the 30 and the 20 and not come up with points. So we got a player down. We'll take a quick timeout. 50 seconds to go in the 3rd.
Everyone needs a little kickstart at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so head to Sonic of Harrisonville and kick away the afternoon fog. Grab an ice-cold drink full of caffeine and kickstart your afternoon and evening. The best part, 2 to 4 is happy hour, and drinks are half price. Grab an afternoon snack of cheesy bites or jalapeno poppers, or order on the app for happy hour anytime. Sonic Happy Hour, where you kick away the fog. Also, visit 4ts.com and sign up for the Sonic Kick Return Contest.
All right, 4th and about 7, 50 seconds to go here, 3rd quarter. Big 4th down coming up for the Cats down in MICDS territory. They got to take advantage of some good field position here. And they're going to fake the handoff. They're going to look to pass. They throw it out in the flat. Sims, he's going to be close. Not going to get
tackle.
a great open field tackle by Faust over there on the far side and took Sims down about a yard short. So it'll be 1st and 10 at the 20 for MICDS. Great play call there, but that was a great individual play by Faust of MICDS to knock down the much bigger Sims right there. So it'll be 1st down and 10, 41 seconds to go in the third quarter. 15-10 our score. Cats scored the first 10 points of the game, and the last 15 have come by MICDS. Safety early by MICDS. Then the Cats were able to get a one-play 63-yard Nate Reynolds touchdown run and a 2-point conversion to make it 10-0. Throw it out in the
excellent.
Out in the flat for Faust, and a good job by Polk. Hit the initial contact, and then they were able to clean up the mess. Andrew Arnold over there, and Beechner as well. A loss of 3 brings up 2nd down and 13. That might be the last play, and I think it is going to be the last play of the first quarter, as he's still got his receiver and his quarterback over on the near side here. So that'll wind it down. 3 quarters in the books. We go to the fourth. Cats trail by 5. 2nd down coming up when we come back.
New logo, new colors, new app, and a new online banking platform. There may be a lot of new at Sherwood Community Bank, but one thing remains the same: community. Serving the area with 4 convenient locations, Sherwood is still your community bank. Come see what it's like to be part of the community with a new account. The small town bank with big city convenience. Sherwood Community Bank, your community bank.
I got a fire stick for the back.
Yes. That's all right.
Hello and welcome back. Sorry, I'm over here talking. I was like, are we back? And he goes, you are. I was like, oops. 12 minutes on the clock. We go to the fourth quarter. 2nd down and 13 coming up. Great read by the Cats on that 1st down. And, been a great game all around, really. There were some early mistakes you expect in a first game. But, even MICDS scoring in that third quarter, it wasn't because it was a solid drive by them. And the defense played assignment sound football. That one play, obviously, on the post route on the 1st and goal was the big play of that one. But the Cats have been able to stifle the offense, and you can see without Bishop out there, they're a little bit different looking as an offense.
Yeah, and really you hate, especially, first game especially, but you hate to see any player go down. No matter what team it is, you hate to see a player go down, especially in the first game of the season. So hopefully it's not anything serious. Hopefully he'll be back for the Rams.
So here we go, 2nd down and 13, and blitz by Wyatt Smith.
Screen.
And they're going to go screen pass, and they set it up, but the Cats take it down quickly. Great job by the Cats. Gachewski could not get anywhere. It looked like he was going to get a little bit. It developed the way you want on a blitz. If you have a blitz like that and you can dump off for a screen, that means your linebackers are past the screen, and you're going to have to recover. But the Cats recovered quickly and brings up 3rd down and 11.
This is a big play for the Cats. I mean, I know there's a lot of big plays in the game, but for them to stop here and be able to get the ball back is important.
So pistol formation, and looking to throw is Gold, and he goes up the middle, breaks a couple of tackles, stays on his feet. This is all Gold here. 1st down past the 35 to the 40. He turned a sack into about a 20-yard gain. And those are plays that win football games right there when you can scramble out of that. So 3rd and long becomes a 1st and 10, and new life for MICDS up to the 39-yard line with 11:07 to go here in the ball game. So 15-10 the score. Rams with the lead in the ball. Gachewski in the backfield next to Gold. 2 wide receivers to your left, 2 to your right. And a high snap. They give it to Gachewski. He's going nowhere. Tyson Wyatt Smith, the first one there, and then finished off by a host of other Wildcats. Good wrap-up by him. And Keller Johnson in there to help and a few others. So 2nd and 9 coming up with 10:45 to go. 15-10 is the score.
The Rams have had just some of those plays at the right time that they were able to get a first down or something, which has really, really hurt Harrisonville at different times throughout the game.
So 2nd down and 9. Gachewski going to go out in the wide receiver group of 3. Looks like they're going to try to get this to Clay. They're going to pitch it back to Clay, and they do. Gets it to the outside and down the sidelines, out of bounds at the 44-yard line. Could have been a lot more, but he steps out way back here. So could have been about a 10-yard gain. Instead, it's about 4. So 3rd down again, 3rd and 5 coming up. 10-11 to go, 4th quarter. And again, we're in another big scenario for both teams here. So one of the things I see here, Coach Bouchard has changed up the way that he's going here. He's changed up his players and going with somebody he thinks, and Tyson Wyatt Smith went too far. It's going to give him a first down when he showed blitz there.
Offsides against the Wildcats.
So he stepped in too far. So it'll be 1st and 10. A couple of 3rd down conversions on this drive for MICDS. But the in-game adjustment, Bouchard looking for a playmaker in the backfield with his quarterback. He's moved Jeremiah Clay back there, who we have not seen back there yet today.
Well, and obviously Gold is having to tell Clay what to do.
He's like, okay, you're on this side and run this way. Now he's going to block, and now up the middle they're going to go Gold, and Gold gets hit, gets about 6 or 7. So that brings up a 2nd and about 3. Nothing fancy coming from MICDS here. 15-10 the score. Gold comes back in the huddle here.
Again, Gold 5'11", 200, but that's a thick 200. I mean, he's hard to bring down.
And he's fat. He's not slow either. So this time they're going to hand off for Carter, or Jeremiah Clay, sorry. And he's going to get a first down. And it's going to be another first down for MICDS. So 1st and 10, ball down to the 40. With 9:19 to go. Cats could use a big play here. Now here's something to watch too. You've got Gold back there with Clay. I saw him pitch it a little bit earlier. Gold doesn't know that position as well. He gets in the wrong spot. You could have a situation, but as soon as I say that, they go back to Gachewski. And they're going to go right up the middle to him, and he goes nowhere. Gets to the line of scrimmage, going to bring up 2nd down and 10. Gachewski with the run, got a yard. They're going to give him a yard, so 2nd down and 9 with 9:19 to go.
Coming up with the 9th play of this drive, and they started with 45 seconds left in the 3rd, so they're eating up a lot of clock, plus they're eating up a lot of field.
So it brings up a 2nd down and 9. Thing is, though, you eat up a bunch of clock, and, Harrisonville does have a one-play offense at times, and you eat up clock and don't get a score here, that won't help you either. So 3 wide receivers near side. Gachewski back there. They're going to fake the handoff, and Gold looking to run, nowhere to go. Cats all over it this time, and he's going to lose 2 yards. It'll bring up 3rd down and 11, but we have heard that a couple of times on this drive is a 3rd down, and the Cats got to get off the field on a 3rd down here. So 3rd and 12 coming up. 8:31 to go here in the fourth quarter. 15-10, MICDS with the ball and the lead. Carter Inyard checks out. Kachewski in there, 2 wide receivers to the left, 2 to the right, pistol formation with Gold on 3rd down and 12. And Gold looking to pass, still looking. And he has this guy over the middle, almost picked off after it went through the hands of the receiver, Weaver. So brings up 4th down and 12. They will punt here on 4th and 12. So the Cats do get them off the field. They're presumably going to punt. You act as though you have coached with Coach Fred Bouchard before, Jerry.
They're presumably going to get off the field.
Yes, true. So Beechner back at about his own 10. Gold stands at his own 48. And he is going to let it go. Like they're going to try to down it. Instead, it'll be at their own 5-yard line. So the Cats will have the ball at their own 5. Great punt. Great punt right there. A 37-yard punt, no return. You couldn't ask for much more from Gold, and you couldn't have asked for much more from Gold all day. He's been a warrior for MICDS.
Yeah, he's got 14 carries, 68 yards, and those are hard 68 yards that he's done. That last drive by them was a 10-play, took up 4 minutes and 45 seconds.
So now the Cats have it at their own 5-yard line.
We started at our 6 earlier, wasn't able to get anything more than 3 and out, so we need to get out of here.
So here we go, 1st and 10, ball at their own 5-yard line. Reynolds behind Mitchell, 2 wide receivers left and right. And they're going to hand off for Reynolds. He spins out of a tackle, gets it up to the 8, and is taken down by Ben Peterson. Going to bring up 2nd down and about, man, he got 4 yards out of that. 2nd and 6. Unbelievable just how he gets those extra 2 or 3 yards. I thought he got maybe 1.5 yards, 2 yards.
It gives him 16 carries, 134 yards unofficially.
So under center again. This is the veer formation. Johnston and Reynolds. This time keeping it himself was Mitchell, and he doesn't get anything. Going to bring up 3rd down and 6. Fleming with the tackle. Going to bring up 3rd down and about 6. Baker, Moore, check in. Sims, Johnston check out. Mitchell in the backfield has Reynolds behind him in the pistol. 3rd and 7. They're looking, and up the middle goes. 1st down, close to, it will be enough. 7-yard run by Nate Reynolds brings up a 1st down. That's at Troby's Maytag Home Appliance Center. 1st down. Think Troby's first when you think home appliances.
It's only our 2nd 1st down. They had a 1st down on the last series before they went out on downs. And that's just our 2nd 1st down of this half. So we need a 6-minute, 18-second drive.
Another 6:18. So here we go on 1st and 10. And they're going to fake the handoff.
Get rid of it.
Throw. He gets it downfield but throws it up for grabs and then through the hands of Faust. Going to bring up 2nd and 10. Clock will stop with 6:03 to go. I like the throw on 1st down. You know, I feel like in the past we haven't seen that as much with that 1st down throw. Now, some coaches will argue, well, you throw on 1st down, it's incomplete. You're 2nd and long, and then you got to do some different things. However, it also keeps you honest when you have a good running back there. So we're going to bring up 2nd down and 10. And they're going to hand off. Nope, Mitchell keeps it himself. He's got running room. He's up to the 30, 35, and to the 39-yard line. Mason Mitchell. Really impressed with his vision, Gary. Gary will get to me in a minute. I always notice when Gary's counting. That is a Troby's May Tackle Appliance Center first down. But I've been really impressed with Mitchell's vision on when to pull and where to find that hole on that mesh play. And he found it there, gets a first down up to the 39. Clock rolls with 5:45 to go here in the fourth. Lawful and Moore to the near side. Two wide receivers, Baker and Johnston to the right, or to the left. Up the middle they go, and nowhere to go for Reynolds. He gets a yard.
Would have liked to have seen an off tackle on the left side of the line there.
So second down and 9 with 5:22 to go here in the fourth.
No gain on the play. Second down and 10 for the Wildcats, just shy of the 40-yard line.
So up to the 40 with 5:10 to go here in the fourth quarter. He is trying to get every inch of those arms dry is Reynolds. Second down and 9 coming up. Two wide receivers to your left, two to your right. And they're going to go handoff for Reynolds and nowhere to go that time. It's going to bring up third down and 10. So he gets a loss of a yard, brings up third and 10. So third and 10 coming up. 4:30 to go here in the fourth quarter.
I'd like to see him. I'd like to see a screen to him in space a little bit. Fake to him and then get out in space and let him be able to do something in space.
Two wide receivers set now far side. Double tight formation. And they're going to fake the handoff to Reynolds. And now Mitchell going to keep it himself. He's looking. He's going to have to tuck and run. He's got it up to about the 45-yard line. Going to bring up fourth down. Almost, Gary, almost like he knew they had two downs to work with there. Didn't go for anything extra. Brings up a fourth down. We got a whistle and a timeout on the field with 3:47 to go here in the fourth. So timeout on the field. We'll take a timeout as well. 3:47 to go. Huge fourth down coming up.
Before every big purchase, you have to prepare. Prepare the easy way by calling Harrisonville's Farmers Insurance agent, Brad Sainer. Brad will make sure there are no holes in your coverage and take care of you with any lives mishaps. Prepare for great insurance coverage by calling Brad Sainer at 816-974-8105. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum.
All right, welcome back. 3:47 to go here in the ball game. 15-10 the score. It is fourth and pretty much 5. Fourth and 5. They got to get to the 49. Anything past the 49 or into MICDS territory will be a first down.
I would venture to say that this is almost the ball game. So whatever game or play you've got that can guarantee you 6 yards, you've almost got to go for it, because if they turn it over on downs in their own territory, that's going to be a tough overcome.
So here we go on fourth down. In motion they're going to go, and they're going to go on the end around. To the outside they go, midfield. Oh, he does
got
get
a first down.
Just got it to the near side. Brandon Phillips. He got the midfield, and, man, it slipped, and he almost got bit by a turf monster, but he's able to correct and get a first down, and the clock continues to run.
Who carried the ball that time? I didn't even pay attention. Oh, 17, Phillips.
So 3:33 to go here in the fourth, and the Cats have life with a first down at the 48 of MICDS. Mitchell has Reynolds with him in the backfield. And this time he's going to pitch it back. Reynolds tries to get to the outside, breaks a tackle, gets ahead. Holding going to be called, and this will push him back 10 yards. Loss of a shoe out there. Charlie Mercia lost his shoe. Holding, always hate to see that coming back. So with 3:12 to go, that'll push us back into our own territory. Back to the 42-yard line. So 3:12 to go. And it'll be 1st and 20. 2 wide receivers to the left, 2 to the right. In motion, they're going to go with Johnston. They fake the handoff to Johnston, and they're going to let one rip for Baker. He's down there, and he got tackled. How did that? He got tackled by his shoulder pads. Oh, my goodness. Going to bring up 2nd down and 20. And 2nd and 20 coming up for the Cats here. That was one time I wish we had. The one time I think today that I wanted the replay to see that. I mean, he got taken down by his collar, and it was before the ball got there. So 2nd and 20 coming up.
Well, they're talking about it over there. That official is talking about it. I don't know what they're talking about, but.
So we're going to see. All that talk for a sideline warning for the Wildcats.
Well, I can understand why they had a sideline warning.
So we're having a tumbler giveaway. Caroline Davidson wins a 4T's tumbler. Gary, that's all Gary's fault. And a hat giveaway, Nick Ripperger. So 2:51 to go, 2nd and 20 coming up for the Cats here. 2 backs set in the backfield, wide receiver near side. And here they go. They go on that counter. That worked for him earlier. It is
if he gets
Reynolds,
past that.
Reynolds gets some of it back.
That reminds me of a play last year when he 4th and 20 and he goes past that.
So we're going to bring up 3rd down and 13. Of course, you didn't have to get it all back. You're in 4-down territory, 2:20 to go in the game. Now you just want to get another chunk of it here. 2 wide receivers left, 2 to the right. Pistol formation. Reynolds behind Mitchell, and he's going to pitch it back to him again. And Reynolds gets up ahead, and he loses the ball, but it bounces forward 3 yards. And it was covered up by – oh, now they're going to say he was down on that one, apparently. So it'll be 4th down and 13. So 4th and 13 coming up, 1:49 to go. This is a play you don't usually have in your playbook. A 4th and 13 late in a game, you hope to make a play somewhere here. So ball game situation right here, 4th and 13, ball near midfield. And there's the fake handoff to Reynolds. And looking is Mitchell, still looking. He throws it down the sidelines, incomplete. And it'll be a 1st down for MICDS from the 49-yard line of the Cats. So you have to run a few plays here. Cats only have 2 timeouts. So if you're the Cats, you want to try to get a fumble or something here. If you're MICDS, you're going to run it and hold on to the football. So 1:19 to go here in the ball game. MICDS with the ball. Cats only have 2 timeouts left. And really, they cannot stop the clock. They can still run it out if they down it each time because there's under a minute 20 to go in the game. Gold going to take off with it, going to get a first down. That'll pretty much seal it there. With 1:11 to go, clock will stop. So 1:11 to go here, fourth quarter, 15-10. And Gary, I go back, I said it at halftime, I probably jinxed it, but I said I want to see how this game plays out late in the ball game when we go back to that 1st and 10 from the 11 in the red zone, and then you had the other trip down into the red zone with 0 points. Those will come back to bite you, and they did in this one as well. So ran it down to about 41 seconds.
So one more play, unless Harrisonville called timeout, which I don't know if we will or not. We've got 2 left. Still, they wouldn't be able to do anything because 2 timeouts will only get them to third down. So
41 seconds to go. I mean, you get it underneath this one. So we'll see what happens here on 1st and 10. A lot of positives to come out of this game for the Wildcats. You know, a team that beat them soundly at home last year, 34 or 36-2.
37-2.
So 37-2 last year. Have the lead at halftime this year. One drive, they give up a touchdown in the second half, and just couldn't capitalize on a couple of times deep in territory. Those are ones you'll have to work on to get back to where you want. But, I mean, looks like it's going to be a solid Harrisonville team this year.
Yeah, I'm impressed with the defense. I mean, one drive in the second half against a Class 5 school that's obviously very talented. So I'm very impressed with, even coming out with a loss is going to still be a win in my case. You're going to look at
too many men in the huddle. There's too many men in the huddle as I saw Gachewski come flying off of there, and you can't have 12 guys in a huddle, and they got the 5-yard penalty with 41 seconds to go.
So I'm excited to see the way things play out this year for our team. Obviously, we've got a talented offense, and our defense played very well today against a very good offense, MICD offense.
And it does not get any easier next week. Maryville comes to town, a multi-time state champion in Class 3. So it doesn't get any easier for the Cats, and that is a game and that is a team at times. We'll talk to it after they run this play. There's a kneel down, and that will probably do it. But what I was going to say is that is a team that has given the Cats fits over the last 4 or 5 years. They've been running that series, and Maryville has had the Cats' number in those games, so it'll be interesting to see if the Wildcats can change things up and get a win next week. So great battle today, a long day of a battle. We're going to go ahead. We're going to send it to a break. We will come back in a few minutes, and we will have our post-game show and wrap things up so we can get packed up and headed back to the west side of the state. Final score, 15-10. Cats fall to MICDS. We'll be back.
When my family opened the first Culver's in Sauk City, Wisconsin, you know what we did? We gave it our all, making sure everyone felt welcome, sharing our favorite foods from around the state like Butterburgers and fresh frozen custard, greeting every guest with all our heart, crafting each meal with care, believing a smile makes everything taste better. And it's a tradition we bring with us yet today, from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey everyone, Cody here with Aikens PC Repair, the exclusive computer repair company for 4Ts. Slow computer got you down? We offer virus removal and hardware repair to get you back in action. And with our antivirus software, we can help prevent future infections. Check us out today at 105 East Mechanic Street in historic downtown Harrisonville.
Hey, I'm Matt with the Red Barn Ranch just north of Harrisonville, Missouri. As a fourth-generation farmer, it was important for me to be able to share our farm experience with the rest of the community. We opened Red Barn Ranch to provide just that, someplace that people can come and experience the farm and walk around and have a good time and make lifelong memories. Red Barn Ranch has grown over the last 9 years from just solely a pumpkin patch to a full farm experience. We've got rides, slides, attractions of all kinds, food, a bar, and a little bit of everything. We'd love for you guys to come see us in person. We're located just 2 miles north of Harrisonville. For more information, you can check us out on Google, Facebook, or redbarnranch.farm. We'll see you at the patch.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Final score 15-10. Cats fall to MICDS, and different game than it was last year, but same result in the second half. Cats couldn't get on the board. MICDS was able to get on the board and get the win, Gary. But so much positive to go out of this. It was a long day. We had a 3-hour delay, all kinds of chaotic things. The kids stuck around, stuck together, and played a great game. So many things that I saw, and now that the game's over, I see a little bit of peak of sunshine maybe even peeking through there, Gary. Like it takes that long to get the sun to finally come out. But, a couple of key third downs, a couple of penalties. We've talked about it. It's sometimes those small things, those mistakes that cost you. There was a 3rd and 5 situation there by midfield, and a offside made it a first down, and
3rd and 20 on that same drive deep in their territory that we could have held too. So
the big play on you had them push back 1st and goal from the 23, and they give up the post route touchdown 2 times in the red zone. You're not able to score, but after you name all of those things off, you're like, man, what was the final score?
Yeah.
They got beat 15-10 to a Class 5 power, a team that they've played 4 times in the state championship game in Class 3 and 4. So that's the situation here, and you got to be happy. You're never happy in a loss. But what do we say? Coaches always learn more in a loss than they do in a win, and I think we learned a ton about the Harrisonville Wildcats football team this year.
Oh, absolutely. And I got to say it again. I was very impressed with their defense. Their defense played awesome. I mean, they only gave up 2 touchdowns, one in the second half, and that was basically the change in the game as far as that goes. I'm going to go ahead and run down stats real quick for your Harrisonville Wildcats. Reynolds had 21 carries, 150 yards. Mitchell had 15 carries for 53 yards, and Baker had 2 receptions for 12 yards. And Sims had 1 reception for 6. Total yardage for Harrisonville was 243 yards with 23 minutes and 30 seconds of time. We ran 53 plays compared to still 201 yards by MICDS. They had it for 24-30, so basically even on time, but they had it more in the second half. And we ran 53 plays to their 48 plays. It just was the plays, certain plays that made a difference. Leading their way, unfortunately, I'm going to say Bishop, was injured in the first half. He only ended up with 7 carries for 17 yards. Ultimately, the workhorse for them was their quarterback, Gold. He had 16 carries for 80 yards, and 2 receivers, which had quite a few yards. Faust had 5 receptions for 50 yards, and Weaver had 3 receptions for 36. Though you look at the first downs, they only had 5 first downs in the first half. In the second half, they had 8 for a total of 13. We had 6 in the first half, only 4 in the second half, which gave us with 10. We had 55 yards in penalties to their 40 yards. Some of those were at key times. I'm going to run down the scoring summary real quick. 11:51 in the second, we got the safety on the botched punt that went through the end zone. Then just a few seconds later, we had the 63-yard touchdown run by Reynolds, which made the score 10-0, with 11:53 in the second. But then they came back with 3:34 in the second with a 1-yard touchdown run by Gold. 2-point conversion made the score 10-8. And then in the third, the only other score in the game, which came at 7:06 in the third, 23-yard touchdown reception by Faust from Gold. The conversion was good, made it 15-10, and that ended up being the final score of this game.
Like I said, great game. A lot to come out of there positive. You learn a lot about your team. A lot of mistakes, but still a one-score game late tells you can stay in a ball game. And, excited to see what happens next week. We talked about it. I don't know why, but that Maryville team has been a thorn in our side. We've gone up there and looked just lost at times when we played a couple of games up there, and it seems like they've just had our number, and I think our guys are going to be ready for that next week. So they're going to be ready to roll and try to hit the ground running next week. So you got 2 teams coming off of hard losses. You got one team that got thumped last night by a good Blair Oaks team, and you got another team that barely lost to a Class 5 team. Both of them are going to be hungry for their first win, so it's going to be a very good 0-1 contest coming up next week.
Oh, absolutely. And but this is the kind of game you like to watch. This is the kind of the game you like to call and be part of. It doesn't make any difference that it was Bouchard and Brent Maxwell, but the fact remains is these good, hard-fought games by 2 great teams that are obviously going to, I think, hopefully go deep in the playoffs. I think we're going to look back on this game and see a lot of positives and a lot of things that came out of this to make us better as the season goes forward.
Absolutely. And, of course, our games wouldn't be possible without our great sponsors. I'm going to run down the list of all our sponsors. Max Motors, Young's Tire and Wheel Center, Lacey Dominic Shelter Insurance, 2-3 Construction, Troby's Maytag Home Appliance Center, Colby's Car Clinic, Sonic of Harrisonville, Show Me Auto Mall, Aikens PC Repair, Red Barn Ranch, Sherwood Community Bank, CPSK Insurance, Church and Dwight, Farmers Agency, Brad Sainer Agent, Papa Murphy's, Domino's of Harrisonville, First Class Heating and Cooling, Culver's, Chenoweth American Family Insurance, and Sherwood Heating and Cooling. And guys, if you didn't get a chance to get a hold of us and want to get on the air, we have about 4 or 5 sponsorship opportunities still available. So get in touch with us so we'll be able to take care of you and get you on the air before next week. Jerry probably rolling his eyes going, oh, give me more work to do back there. But seriously, we'd love to have you on. I know a couple of people, we're trying to get a couple of things accomplished to get us on the air, so hopefully we can do that over the next week or so. Also, one other thing, if you're a Wildcat fan and you've been around the Wildcat tradition in the last several years, and you may be interested in broadcasting coming forward after this year, come talk to us, okay? We would love to talk to you. I think more than anything, we have one of the best products in the state of Missouri, definitely in the Kansas City area, and we need somebody to carry on that Harrisonville tradition and come and want to broadcast Harrisonville football. You can talk football the whole night. You can talk about the players on the field, what's happening, and we would love to have you on board. Come up, talk to us, and we would love to have you, as I know I won't be here next year, and I know Gary probably won't as well, so we're looking for a new broadcast team, and we would love to find you because I know Gary doesn't want to do both sides of it. So, nevertheless, come chat with us. But heck of a first game. We got our talking in.
There's no question. We started at 9:30 and it's 3:30, so almost 6.25 hours.
One of the longest broadcasts in 4T's history today, a 6-hour broadcast. But it was fun. We had a lot of fun in the pregame show talking about different things before we actually got to the game itself. And we had some fun today, and it's going to be one of those another 4T's memory bank game.
Yes, it will.
And we got to pack up now and drive 475 miles just to get to our cars with all of Jerry's equipment. If you've ever been to a broadcast, you know how much equipment we have. So that might take a little bit. And then we got to drive, 200 miles home so we can get home. And I've got the shorter drive today.
That you do.
I'm going to be home about an hour before the rest of you. But nevertheless, it was a great first game. And I'm excited for this last season, Gary.
I am as well.
So for Jerry Forschler, who was behind the scenes, and I just patted on the back. For this little guy over here, I don't know if you noticed the scoreboard on the bottom of the screen there that ran across the whole time. He was running that, and he had your first down, what down it was each and every time. He did a great job with that. I was super proud of him on that. For Tucker Forschler over here, I don't know if you can see him. I'll bring him in. Come on, wrong way. Tucker Forschler, who's always behind the camera. For Gary Davidson, we put on a production. We have a good time. I'm Chad Grammer saying good afternoon from St. Louis. We'll see you next Friday at home against Maryville.